GJK live, yeah, we lighting up the chat. MJ birthday, so we taking it back. Before Bron took the throne, who was running that? We gon' tell that whole story, yeah, we doing that. GJK live, yeah, we lighting up the chat. MJ birthday, so we taking it back. Before Bron took the throne, who was running that? We gon' tell that whole story, yeah, we doing that. Yeah, February 17th, we salute the legend. Jordan years had the league in a full-on reverence. Mid-range assassin, two-way with a presence. Made the world stop, every bucket was a message. But we keep it real, we don't live off a slogan. We respect what he built, but the debate stays open. We talking history, how the crown got passed, how the GOAT talk changed when the game moved fast. Before LeBron entered, it was names on names. Different eras, different rules, still flames and flames. So tonight we rewind, break it down with the lens. Give Jordan his flowers, then we zoom out again. K live, yeah, we lighting up the chat. MJ birthday, so we taking it back. Before Bron took the throne, who was running that? We gon' tell that whole story, yeah, we doing that. GJK live, yeah, we lighting up the chat. MJ birthday, so we taking it back. Before Bron took the throne, who was running that? We gon' tell that whole story, yeah, we doing that.
Welcome to GOAT James Kingdom, where basketball lives forever. Here in GOAT James Kingdom, we attack the GOAT debate head on, where we challenge all Michael Jordan fans and all LeBron detractors to who is the GOAT of basketball. You can catch us every Sunday noon Eastern Time, right here on the GOAT James Kingdom channel, for the GOAT James Kingdom show with B. Lee and A. Johnny. Also, we go live Friday nights with the Friday Night Exposure with the Exposer, where you catch special shows and content as a GOAT James Kingdom follower and subscriber. Also, check out the GOAT James Kingdom membership, where you can get exclusive content.
They said the crown was settled, but we came to rewrite. B. Lee with the blueprint of Johnny bringing the fight. LeBron with the vision, no gimmicks, just facts. Go James Kingdom, put the whole game on his back. Built like a fortress from the haters we fed. A Johnny with the flame while B. Lee stay ahead. Dropping Olympic gold in 40-point nights. 2012 Duncan had the world in fright. Skip the nostalgia, we talking data and war. Got receipts for the lies y'all been praising before. From Cleveland to Miami to the Lake Show Rise, finals MVPs rain down from the sky. This ain't opinion, this verse has got math. When B. Lee speak numbers and a Johnny bring wrath. We got songs for the truth, hooks for the pain. Every bar built to echo LeBron's reign. Paul's Wayne. Oh, boom. Wait, April? Let's get it. Ha, ha. Ha.
Yo, what is good, everybody? Welcome to GOAT James Kingdom. So this show we're gonna talk about Michael Jordan and about how when we grew up, Michael Jordan was he been said like the best player ever, the GOAT. So before the GOAT debate began, like it is today, the league they did have different GOATs, different eras you could say, but we did have different GOATs. We had Bill Russell, who dominated by winning. We had Wilt Chamberlain, who just dominated by pure dominance. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, who numbers was absurd with his blocks, rebounds, and scoring, and MVPs and winning. Then we had Magic and Larry Bird, and eventually Michael Jordan stepped into the league, and he became what most people call is the standard. That's what they call Michael Jordan, the standard, because how he evolutionized the game. So with Jordan's birthday being on the 17th, we're going to take a step back, and we're just gonna honor his iconic run, his dominance, his impact, his winning, the way he shaped basketball as the culture that we know today. Even though we may not agree with it, he has shaped a lot of the culture in basketball for better or for worse. But we're not just going to go over highlights or any type of things like that. We're going to go through the GOAT timeline. Me and John's going to go through it. And Johnny is going to be on later if he can. We're going to see how each era changed hands to who is the face of the NBA or who is the GOAT standard before LeBron came in the league. So the criteria may be different in each era and how certain players rose to the top. How the conversation basically evolved to today because there's a lot of different things that is in the GOAT debate right now that has evolved over time. The standard for Michael Jordan is not the same for LeBron James. It's just continue to evolve. It's evolving, so it's difficult for most people to consider LeBron James as the GOAT because how things are involved. It could say that it's tailored to Jordan, but it involves. So we're gonna break it down, and like I said, everybody, welcome to GOAT James Kingdom. But before we even start, I do want to give a shout out to all of our members. So we do have a lot of members. So we have Zero. Zero's been with us for man, he's been with us for the longest. Almost since we started. We got Tay Hunley, we got Earthly God, we got my boy Aaron. He is my pit bull on Facebook. We got OG Takes, Gerard Robertson, Mr. Blue. We got Mar, who's been with us for the longest. Asante been with us for the longest as well as Tawan Gant. We got Christopher Tab. We got Ola Hoops. We got Tyson. Tyson's, he's with us too. Even though we may not agree on everything, but he's with us. Chris Ford. Um, we have Jamar. We have Lamont as well. D Minutes. Um, Jeremiah Johnson. LeBrondo James. That's our guy. We got
Yeah.
Bert. T4. We have Mon Wright. We have my boy Herm. We got Bandwagon. We got my partner Juan Boy. We got New World, our pit bull everywhere. We
Big
got
bull.
Ill Things to Watch. Um, we have Silence Presence, Josh Williams, um, Dante, Robert Whitaker, Danny Mack, um, LeGerard Lewis. We got Johnny's wife. We got LeBron Jackson. We got our other co-host John Winter Beef 81, Jason Jackson, Marcus G, D Parks, Twin Man. Just don't say Kobe. We got Chris McKee. We got Weed in 2K. We got Darnell. We got Cyan Johnson. We got my boy Ishmael, and we got one of our longest members that we had is AD Anthony Davis, which
AD.
he comes up from time to time. But we do have a lot of our members. We are continue to grow and grow. Like I said, we couldn't do this stuff without you guys. So you guys keep us going. You guys help us make the show run well with all the things that we're implementing, like our intros, our graphics, all of this stuff. You guys help us do. So we really appreciate it. We appreciate all you
Yes.
guys, and like I said, let's keep this going. Let's continue to grow. We almost at 100,000 subscribers, so that's our goal to hopefully get there soon. So let's go ahead and let's talk about the goals. So where do you want to start at, John? When we go back in history,
Well, first I
take
want to
me
get the
for
elephant.
Russell.
First, I want to get the elephant out the room because today we talking positive about all the goats, and y'all don't see a certain member on the screen, and because we talking positive. I'm not saying no names, okay? But you see the two people up here, and you see who not up here. But the goats, I think the criteria had to change because the criteria used to be championships. So it was just championships. That person won an MVP with one person averaging 50 and another guy averaging a triple double, and the guy who was the champion won MVP. So the criteria had to change. 11 was just too much. The standard was just too high. So the standard had to come down. It was forced. But the one thing that I thought what happened was that they start having generational goats. I think Bill Russell for his generation he was the goat, and then Kareem for his generation he was the goat. I think Magic had a small time because Michael Jordan took it, but when Michael Jordan took it, nobody else was allowed to have it. And
I think for one, John. I think it came kind of muddy when it was Wilt Chamberlain and Bill Russell. I think that's when it became muddy because one was so dominant and one was just winning. And even though a lot of us wasn't around in the '60s, that played out later when Michael Jordan got the throne because it was so confusing. Like this guy is continuing to win, but this guy is so dominant
yeah,
statistically wise. Like, what can we do? Like, how is it? How is this possible? Well, we had to split it down the middle, split it down the middle. So we had winning and we had sheer dominance, and that's how Jordan took the title because he had both.
yeah, yeah. I mean, Kareem had it too, and I'm gonna be honest. From a lot of stuff I read, it seemed like his religion got in the way. Just as I could be 100% wrong on this, and his thoughts on the world, his worldviews, and how the world, how the United States was treating African Americans at the time and people of color. I think Kareem's religion got in the way of his thoughts, and because I don't think he's the one player to me who don't get it like he's supposed to. The all time leading scorer for 38 years. 38,000 was never supposed to be broken. I mean, ever. The most MVP, the guy with the most blocks get the award for most blocks, and that's a king. The guy with the most MVPs don't have the award for MVP. Michael Jordan has, and
Well, a lot of that's because Jordan's a lot cooler than Kareem.
hey, I don't care about cool. I believe if you're gonna tell the story on the past, tell the story on the past. Don't tell it how you want to tell it. Uh, Kareem has no stat in the NBA anymore. His stat was the all-time leading scorer. You gave Magic Johnson and Bird the Eastern Conference and Western Conference MVPs. Um, Jordan is the MVP regular season. Bill Russell was the Finals MVP. I think the NBA is telling this story on the goats. I just don't like the way it's being told.
So you
Well,
think they're trying to push Kareem out?
yes,
Yeah.
yes. Um, so I mean, Bill Russell was the first. He belongs. The disrespect he gets from everybody, except people his time. I mean, everybody. When I would read books and interviews, watch interviews from the Boston players from the past, everybody said Bill Russell was the best player on the team. Everybody. I've never heard one player from that time say Bill Russell wasn't the best player on that team. Every interview I've seen,
You
I've
know,
watched the
you
full
you
interview,
know,
just not shorts and stuff like that. Full interview. Bill Russell's the best player,
you know
and
how they push
when you
Jim
had a
Jim
GOAT
Brown as
conversation,
as like the
well, he
best
wasn't always
running
the
back.
best player and things like that. I don't like that. If you have if you got Jordan, it's the GOAT. Uh, I talk to my friends all the time about the GOAT conversation in my fantasy group. Shout out to everybody in the fantasy group about the GOAT conversation, and it's about it's more about how you feel about the GOAT conversation about than what actually happened.
I think John must have just ran up out of here. But let me just pick it up from John once he jumps back in here. So I was going to ask how they push Jim Brown, how they like push him out as the best running back, even though he played in the 50s and 60s. I wonder why is it such a issue with giving Bill Russell enough credit as possible, because he was dominant and he doesn't get the like credit and everything. But it's fine because you look at his stats and you see Michael Jordan's stats was amazing. 35 and 5 on 50% shooting. That's just amazing. Somehow I'm not sure where the okay, we know that Michael Jordan fans and people who do not like LeBron hate on LeBron all the time. They're constantly hating on LeBron. It just makes no sense to me why they continue to hate on Michael Jordan, LeBron fans, and Jordan fans hate on LeBron James. Like, why isn't there not a recognition of greatest?
I don't think people.
I, it,
Again,
I don't know.
it's the reporting on the game. I don't think we've given. I don't think we've given the proper responsibility to the media and how strong their voice is in the game of basketball. I think the media
They're
voice
very
is
strong.
stronger than the players.
It is.
I
They're
mean,
stronger than the coaches.
yes. You see what they did with the DPOY award? They
They're
decided.
stronger than the coaches. Like, who on this planet believes Stephen A. Smith know more about basketball than Greg Popovich? Who on this planet thinks Skip Bayless know more about Greg Popovich or Steve Kerr or any other Doc Rivers or any other coach who studies and game plans?
The
It just makes
disrespect.
no sense. And you know, I'm they like to call me a zesty because I like to give Jordan his props. Jordan was great. Jordan was great. Like, we grew up, like me and you, John, we grew up in the same
Yes.
area
Yes.
and we
Yes.
watched majority of Michael Jordan games when they
Yes.
came on TV. We watched so many Michael Jordan. That's all we had to watch. We were basketball fans and players growing up, so we
Yes.
could cut on the TV and we could watch what they consider the greatest player of all time.
Yes.
We could do that every game. There wasn't a Michael Jordan game. Michael Jordan was not my favorite player. He was not my favorite player. Like, I
Jordan
was
was
a
my favorite
basketball
player
fan.
either. I was a basketball fan. Jordan was my favorite.
Yeah,
My favorite player on the
was
Bulls was Scotty, and my favorite player he got drafted in '94, and that was Penny Hardaway.
yeah, my favorite
Uh,
player, Penny Hardaway too. 'Cause you growing up in the mid-90s, you're going to gravitate towards Penny or Jordan. And
yes.
we had access to Jordan all the time, but
Oh,
Penny was the perfect player for us because he was unselfish. He could
yes.
score.
At
Penny
will.
Hardaway would literally say, "Everybody get out the way" when Jordan was guarding him.
Yes.
When
I
Jordan was
actually
guarding him,
posted a
that's how
play.
Penny was.
I actually
Yeah,
posted a play when he did that. He told everybody to get out the way. Jordan was guarding him, and he went left baseline and scored on it. That's
that's how
real.
confident Penny was. He was tall. He had handles.
The
I mean,
stats
and
behind
Jordan
it.
was Jordan. Jordan was. We knew Jordan's the best player in the league. Like, there
Yes,
wasn't any. Jordan was the best player in the league. We
that was
knew
no
this.
question.
Jordan won all the time. I knew when Michael Jordan was going up against Utah. I didn't want Utah to win. I wanted Jordan to win. I
Yes,
wasn't. I wasn't even thinking about him trying to get 11 titles. I didn't know about Kareem or Bill Russell.
I didn't
Barely
either.
know
I
about
didn't
Will
care.
Chamberlain.
I didn't care. I wanted the
I
Bulls to
knew about.
win, Jordan to win, and I was there for it every second of it. I had to be in the house, so I grew up in the projects. We already had to be in the house. So by the time the Bulls game, homework was already done and everything. Bulls game was coming on Channel 9. It was a wrap. I'm sitting in front of the TV. We watching the Bulls game. Me, my brother, and my sister all watching the Bulls game. It was on and popping. My favorite player all time, Michael Jordan.
Everybody in my family was Jordan. Like, my family didn't even have cable, so I had to go to my grandparents' house and watch Penny play and hear all the stuff from my uncles and aunties about how Michael Jordan was better than Penny. Like, man, let me watch the game in peace. Like, I don't get to watch Penny play that much unless it come on Channel 5. Like,
Hey,
let me watch TNT and TBS, I think it used to come on, in peace. so I
Yes.
could watch Penny Hardaway.
I
But
mean,
man, the day
my sister was just in
man when
Memphis.
they uh,
My sister was just in Memphis, and she called me. She said, "Look at my tracking device right now." Like I got home and found my iPhone. I didn't know it was a Penny Hardaway street because she knew Penny was my favorite player growing up. So I didn't know Penny Hardaway had his own street in Memphis. So she just like, hey, look, Penny got his own street in Memphis. That's how much I love Penny. But Jordan was right there. Yes, they told us Jordan was the best player. I don't even know. I didn't understand the GOAT conversation. All I understand, I wanted Jordan and the Bulls to win. That was the most important thing every day. Bulls win.
and then the thing what gets me is that when people who are our age or a little bit older say you didn't see Michael Jordan play, like how do you know what you was watching at that time? That to
Yeah,
say that he's better than players now, like we said, we knew Jordan was the best player, probably the best player of
yeah,
all time. That's what we've been told. Like we
yeah.
didn't need to see anybody else. We knew we. I thought Larry Bird was trash my whole life until I saw a documentary on Larry Bird when I was in the 10th or 11th grade.
Okay.
I was like, this dude was incredible. He was better than Magic Johnson. What he was doing, we just didn't know basketball like we do now. We're able to sit down and watch different things. Like we just can't take Larry Bird out of the 80s and dump him in 2025 or
No,
26
can't.
because it won't look the same. But what he did when his era was incredible.
Yes.
Like he dominated majority of the 80s when a person who's higher than him, Magic Johnson, was there. Magic Johnson didn't start winning MVPs to literally late in the 80s.
Yeah. Yeah.
Literally late,
After
Larry
Bird,
Bird
after Bird had won three. Bird had already won three in a row.
yeah, Bird was winning those MVPs prior. Like when did Magic first MVP come in? 87, I
Seven.
believe. Then he won back to back
Yeah.
or something like that, 89 and 90. Like it came later. Majority of the 80s, Larry Bird was the dominant player in the
Yeah.
80s. That's why they was crowning him as the GOAT. Because he had three MVPs, three
Yeah.
titles by 86. Like the dude was incredible. But we didn't know because we got beat upside our head so much how great Michael Jordan was than everyone else. And everyone else could not have been as great as Michael Jordan, not knowing that they beat Michael Jordan majority of the time.
Yeah, I
But
mean,
like you said,
all the time.
we were
We
young.
had we had a four at the Bull. Okay, personally, the Bulls had a 14-game losing streak to Boston. Jordan played 13 of them straight games. So for the most part, while Jordan was playing Bird, he didn't beat Boston. It had a terrible bracket. I mean, we was like they wasn't looking at the Bulls as a challenge to them at all during a period of time. And Bird doesn't get the correct credit. He's never put in the GOAT conversation. I understand, but he's never put in the GOAT
Put him
conversation. And
outside the top 10 now. They put him outside
yeah,
the top 10 now. Larry
yeah,
Bird.
yeah. I mean, they've put Steph in the top 10 and taken Bird
Mhm.
out. I don't know why he's
Kobe out.
always looked at in front of. He's looked at as better than Magic. I mean, Magic is looked at as better than Bird. At one time, Bird was looked at as better than Magic, but today everybody says Magic is better than Larry Bird. Uh, it's they almost equal to me, same player.
They're very close. He has more titles than Larry Bird. They have the same amount of MVPs. Magic has one
Yeah,
more Finals MVP, but then again, when Magic retired, he was an all-time leader in assists. So, looking at their career, you may put Magic slightly above him for his career, but in the '80s, and I think Bird was better.
I mean they only have the '80s era. Magic retired in '91, so they only have the '80s era to, as far as being professional, to talk about. So the question when it comes to Larry Bird and Magic Johnson is who was the better '80s player? Who was it?
I mean, also Larry Bird's not the greatest small forward of all time, so
Yeah,
that hurts him when Magic is considered the greatest point guard. So that hurts him in the GOAT debate. You cannot, just like Kobe. Kobe can't be the GOAT when he's not considered over Michael Jordan. It's just impossible.
So, do you think it automatically take you out the GOAT conversation if you're not the best in your position all the time? Like automatically, like
It should. It should because LeBron took him out.
because so many people want to put Kobe in the GOAT conversation because he's they so called equivalent to Michael Jordan. He's the
Mhm.
2.0 of Michael Jordan. So a lot of people want to do that when he's not the best shooting guard ever, and Kobe fans don't even think Kobe's the best shooting guard ever, which is in a whole nother question. I keep
Yeah,
saying,
take Kobe out of it.
I
His
mean,
fans took him out of it.
I've said it on the show. Kobe fans take Kobe out the Kobe GOAT conversation. When Kobe fans stand up and not scared of Jordan fans, hey, I believe you until you stop. When y'all biggest fan goes on media and says, hey, Jordan's better, until he's willing to say Kobe is better, I don't want to hear Kobe in the GOAT conversation. So I agree with you.
Yes.
And Magic is the greatest, looked at as the greatest point guard. So he's part of that conversation. Larry Bird can't be because he's not the best small forward all the time.
If there's a Mount Rushmore of GOATs, if you take out LeBron, just take him out before LeBron, who would have been on that mountain?
Kareem, Wilt, Russell.
Jordan.
Yeah, and Jordan. And Jordan, yeah. I'm sorry. He was supposed to be my first name. But yeah, and Jordan. Yeah.
So really, is with LeBron in there now, who do he bump out?
By the media, Kareem. By the
Media Kareem.
fan,
What about you? Yeah, what about you, fans?
um, I think Wilt.
I think Johnny said Jordan get bumped out, but I think Russell gets bumped out for fans because they wanna erase Bill Russell.
You know something?
They could erase
Bill
Bill
Russell
Russell. It makes
Bill
it
Russell
easier.
is the answer. Bill Russell is the answer. Bill Russell is the one.
Yeah,
I
they
want to say
they want to
Wilt.
erase Bill Russell. We want to say Wilt, but we know it's not. It's Bill Russell because they
Is
want
definitely
to erase those 11 titles are too much.
yes. It
It's
has
too
to be
much for
rated
everyone
11. So if you take him off
because
the Mount Rushmore, yes, I mean, you're right.
if you erase Bill Russell, it makes it easier for LeBron to be second or third.
Yeah, because the
It just makes it
conversation,
easier for them to say LeBron
because if you
because
knock Bill Russell
Jordan
out,
has six. Yeah.
yeah, because if you
Well,
knock Bill
if Bill
Russell out, it's
Russell's in
not
the
about time.
conversation, if Bill Russell's in the conversation, LeBron's the GOAT. If Bill Russell's not in the conversation, they would put Jordan as a GOAT.
Yes, I mean it's fact. I mean you if you watch any live when they having a go conversation and somebody bring up Bill Russell, they find every way to eliminate Bill Russell because if the standard is championship, well, the standard is the guy with 11 rings, and that should be the standard, and it's not.
And, and so you know how Johnny always saying that Kobe is the gatekeeper to the top 10. Bill Russell holds the key. He holds the key to that gate. And
He
if you
also the
take
key
that
to the
key
GOAT conversation.
from Bill Russell, it's chaos. It is chaos if you take that key from Bill Russell. So us as LeBron fans, we have to make sure Bill Russell has that key. Because if he doesn't have that key, it is chaos on that mountain.
Bill
It is
Russell holds the
chaos on
key
that
to the GOAT.
mountain.
Bill Russell holds the key to the
Yeah,
GOAT conversation. Bill
yeah,
Russell is the GOAT
it's completely
conversation
chaos.
because to have a GOAT conversation, and you center around championships. It's a small conversation because the guy with 11 has the most championships in the conversation. Go James Kingdom don't exist, and it is what it is. But when you say everything is included into the Go conversation, I mean, there's only one person we can have a conversation about.
I mean, we can't really have this. If Bill Russell didn't exist, it would be hard for GOAT James Kingdom with these Jordan fans. If
Yes,
Bill Russell did not exist, we will be fighting an uphill battle all the time. But we don't. We got Bill Russell in our back pocket. We'll
yes,
we'll
yes.
bring it out when we need to. We
Hey,
will
and
bring Bill Russell out when we need to. You
I'm
say we got
gonna tell every Jordan fan that I know, when you're having a GOAT conversation, I want you to know Bill Russell is a part of this conversation. Okay, I just want you to know when we going back and forth, I got Bill Russell in my back pocket, waiting to bring him out. Every GOAT conversation I have, I'm waiting to bring Bill Russell out. He's coming. So if I feel like you winning that GOAT conversation anyway, bam, Bill Russell is coming out. He coming. He coming. So he's a part of the GOAT. He's the key to the GOAT conversation. He's the key. He's the number one key to the GOAT conversation.
and we're perfectly fine with it. We
I'm
would
perfect.
tell you every day of the week, Bill Russell's the greatest winner of all time. We tell you, it won't hurt our feelings. It would not
No,
hurt our feelings to say
not
Bill
at
Russell is
all.
the greatest player of all. It doesn't. You could say what you want, Bill Russell. Bill
Hey,
Russell.
hey,
I
Johnny
don't
just
care
said
what you say.
Russell's their kryptonite. Yes, he is their kryptonite. Facts. Gotta be.
They literally lie about Bill Russell. They literally say he wasn't the best player on his team. I like,
Yes.
can you please explain to me why he's a five-time MVP in the 60s? Can
Got
you
the
please explain
second
that to
most
me?
got the second most MVPs of all time. And he wasn't the best
Can you
player on
explain
his
to me
team.
how? Yeah, explain to me how he won 4 and 5 years. Please explain that to
Yeah.
me for second best player on your team. Not even the best player. They say he was a role player. Name a role player who won an MVP, please,
Just
please,
one. Just
for the
one.
love of you. Name a player. Name a player who's a role player that won an MVP. And I ain't even talking about multiple like he won, just one. Like
Just
who was this
one.
player?
The
Yeah.
MVP
Oh,
is the MVP is I think the MVP is harder to win than the championship. You have less players with MVPs than you have players with championships. You got a lot of players with championships. It's harder to win an MVP.
hey,
So you got a guy with
hey,
five. You gonna tell me he's not the best player on the team?
like I said, always says, LeBron James scoring title is worth at least two MVPs,
Yes.
right? And two titles. It's worth a lot. That is worth a lot. What he did, it's worth a lot. But
And how I know it's worth a lot. People, Jordan fans try every way to discredit because LeBron fan. I think he's really close to 43,000. He'll probably the next couple of
he
games
like the
see him
game
high.
away.
Yeah, to forty three
Like
thousand. And
I like for Jordan fans, why is it so hard to just give Bill Russell his props? Like it doesn't hurt Jordan's argument.
not
It
even a little bit.
they use it. I mean, I'm trying to figure out how does Bill Russell's titles hurt Michael Jordan? Like how besides saying he's the greatest winner, which we all know he's not. There's players with more. Um, but how does it hurt Michael Jordan? Michael
Because
Jordan would still be considered greater than Bill Russell, even with the rings. It just validates his argument that rings is not the end all be all.
yeah, because I love that argument for when they say, well, Jordan is better than Russell, so let's put everything in it. So I will listen to a Jordan fan tell me how Jordan is better than Bill Russell. Go. And that's the same when they finish, I said that's the same reason LeBron is better than Jordan. The exact your whatever your argument is for why Jordan is better than Russell, the same is the same thing for why LeBron is better than Jordan. The exact same reason. Because the gap
I mean,
between 11 and 6 is closer than 6 and 4.
I remember when we were on Dart Channel doing our 2 versus 5 or whatever they had on there,
I watched it.
and I was explaining why titles isn't the end all be all, and Johnny just put the nail in the coffin. It's like whatever you can say to trump Bill Russell 5 rings over Michael Jordan, we could do the same with 2 that LeBron has less than Jordan, and it was silence, dead silence.
Dead silence. Dead silence.
Dead silence because they didn't know how to like they always say when we first started this channel, we were trying to crash everybody's show, and everybody was trying to crash our show, and it was the same narrative. We never heard anybody talk like this before. Like we never heard anybody talk like this before because we use everything. We don't just use titles, and when we use titles, it's Bill Russell. So they have never heard anything like this before. Like, how can you say Bill Russell is greater than Michael Jordan in winning? Ah, because we could do basic arithmetic.
That's not.
We know 11
Let's
is
not
more than
do.
6. We
We can't do. We
we will
can't do
let you
math
know.
on this podcast. We can't do math on this podcast. We saw what happened on the Facebook page on Go James Kingdom when we had to do math. You saw that.
Like, like, like we will let you know 4 is not more than 6. We will let you know that. Like, be fine with that. Like,
Yeah.
and Jordan has more titles. What are that supposed to be? So how can he be better than Jordan if he has less titles? The same reason you think Jordan's better than Bill Russell or Robert Horry. Would they? I love bringing Robert Horry to the
Same thing.
battle.
He has 0 losses in the NBA Finals. He has 7 championships.
I love bringing him to the battle because that's immediately they start bringing up everything else. Bill Russell, they may say his era is weak, but that immediately they start bringing up stats and accolades.
I thought we weren't supposed to bring up stats and accolades. I thought stats ain't part of the
That's
conversation.
only when we pull out a few other players to the argument.
Okay, because
So,
I asked the guy the other day, explain to me who's the best player on your team without bringing up a stat. And when I say stat, I want everything that has something to do with that. So you can't talk about an MVP award. You can't talk about a defensive player award. No all NBA, no all star. You tell me how somebody's the best player without bringing up a stat, and I'll listen to you.
all right, John, tell us how LeBron James is the best player without using stats.
Okay?
I'm telling everybody why LeBron James is the best player without stats. For one, he controls the offense. He dissects all the mismatches,
Okay.
and he's the quarterback on the offensive end. Then we go to the defensive end. He's the quarterback. He's the middle linebacker, calling out all the plays, putting people in spots. He's the quarterback on the offensive and defense. And not only that, he is the coach on the floor as well. But then again, that doesn't win titles.
No,
That could
it
say
don't.
who's the best player. That
No.
could say who's the best player, but sometimes that's not even the best player because Scotty, they don't consider him the best player.
Not one day, because when you had finished, I was gonna say in that same way, I can explain why Scotty is the exact same
Mhm.
thing. He quarterbacked the team, he ran the offense, and on the defensive side, he called all the plays and took the best defensive player. But nobody considered Scottie Pippen a GOAT, the best player on the team. Stats gonna always be a part of every conversation of basketball, of sports. Stats play a huge part of every conversation. Unless you want to just talk about how you feel. I thought you only talked about your feelings to your loved ones and your woman. But if you want to talk about your feelings, cool. But if you want to talk about who's the greatest player of all time, stats are a part of the conversation. It will always be.
I mean,
It's hard to exclude it.
like look at Luca, how Luca plays. Some people say it's hard to watch him play because it's a lot of ISO and a lot of ill-advised shots. He just shoots anything. Like there's no shot on the court that Luca would not shoot. It
He's
could
not a
be
point
from
guard.
40 feet away, 30, 10. It doesn't matter. Luca is going to put up the shot. And when we watch Michael Jordan games sometimes later in his career, he just shooting a lot of ill-advised shots as well. He's isolated, so he's going to shoot over one defender all the time. Like that's Michael Jordan, and they shoot about the same shot attempts, and they make about the same shot attempts. So it's hard to watch Luca play.
Because
What
the
that means,
shoot.
it's hard to Michael Jordan play? Because when we show Michael Jordan scoring 40, they say it's a bad game.
Luca's a shooting guard. Michael Jordan's a shooting guard. I mean, I
They
mean,
say yeah,
all
they
eyes is on Luca right now.
it's a bad game, but when you look at what Michael Jordan did in the 90s, it resulted in wins, titles, MVPs,
because
scoring
it was
titles.
because it was bigger than
It,
Jordan.
it yeah, it evolved into what we know as the GOAT. It just evolved to what we know as a GOAT. And like you said, when we was watching basketball, no one was doing that better than Michael Jordan, even though he wasn't as efficient as we could see today. He was doing it better than everyone in the game, and probably everyone before him.
Yeah, as an individual basketball player, yeah. The
Yeah,
way he
everyone before him.
the way he
So,
controlled how you play basketball
mm,
was different. And he was great at what he did. I mean, I understand the GOAT conversation. I don't like I've said before. I don't understand the disrespect. I don't. I did see it before I saw the GOAT conversation. The disrespect Scotty got. Uh, Anybody who watched the Bulls, who was able to watch the Bulls like that, the value of Scottie Pippen was great, and I would bring Scotty up in any conversation about Michael Jordan because I think they go one and one with each other. And
I mean, it's different when you're an actual Bulls fan because you appreciate the whole team, to the Randy Browns, to the
yeah,
Dickie Simpkins. You appreciate everything on the
Jason
Bulls. When you see
Cassidy,
one of them getting disrespected, it's a like fight or flight situation. Just like when I grew up being a Cubs fan, Mark Pryor, Kerry Woods, like
yes.
those were my guys. Like there was no negative talk about those. Sammy
Don't forget about
Davis,
Andre
like
Dawson,
yeah, like
Ryan
like
Ryan
there's no
Sandberg.
disrespect for those guys.
No,
And when you see all the disrespect that Scotty gets, it boiled into him his hatred for Michael Jordan
yes,
because it just boils into it. I wish Pippen and Jordan was best friends. I wish Pippen believed that Jordan was the best player of all time because there's no reason that that should ever exist.
I think only
That
reason
those
Pippen had
two,
the disrespect for it because Jordan fell into what people were saying with when it came to the dot. Because I don't think Scotty had any problem with Jordan being a GOAT and the talk around Jordan because he had never heard no disrespect come from Jordan. In Jordan Hall of Fame speech, he said he doesn't. Every championship he won, Scotty was sitting there right to it. So I don't think Scotty ever felt. I think the dot and the feeling Scotty had that the way people is talking out here is how you feel about me too.
that's how you really feel about me then, like everyone
Yes,
else.
yes, like everybody else, and I think that's where it came from, and I think that's when Scotty changed and it became different, and because
That's
Scotty
when
said
it
before
actually
then
changed.
my value was great.
I know prior he was saying LeBron James is the best basketball
Yeah,
player, but he will always consider Jordan as the GOAT. He was always say because LeBron and Scotty played similar. So
similar, yeah,
why would he think the style that won him 6 titles was not be a great style? So
yeah,
it made sense to him saying that um, LeBron James is the best basketball player statistically. It makes sense. There should be no knock on that. And Jordan, he feels any disrespect, he's gonna disown you.
yes,
So he's
yes.
gonna
He
disown. So
Scotty
so
has
that was
shown
a
that.
shot at Pippen. Like it was a shot at Pippen because he didn't praise Michael Jordan. We all know you. If you're Michael Jordan's circle, you have to kiss his ass.
Oh,
So Scotty wasn't gonna do that. Scotty, like, I'm a first ballot Hall of Famer. I'm
yeah.
a Olympic gold medalist. I'm a six-time
Great,
champion. I'm
50
this and I'm
greatest.
that all NBA all defensive team. Like I'm that too. Like we're basically almost peers in his mind
Yeah.
with Michael Jordan. Like he said, people don't think Michael Jordan think he's the greatest, but he definitely thinks he's the greatest.
Well, they did the 50 greatest in 90, the All Star of '96, right?
Hmm.
So he hadn't even won his fourth championship yet, and he made the all 50 greatest player list.
Yeah, he was there. He was there after his third.
Yeah, so yes, he in his eyes, what some MVP awards will separate us because everything else I'm right there. Yes, Scotty believes he's equal. What I don't understand
Yeah,
why you
yeah,
don't.
this this Jordan GOAT thing is so muddy. It's so murky, and it's so simple. Jordan was great. It's just LeBron James' career has been better.
Yeah, and that's the one thing Jordan fans can't argue. They can't argue that LeBron's career is better. His career can't is
I
it
mean,
not argued?
who was the best player the top three best players you ever seen play basketball from your own
Uh,
eyes?
Kobe, Kobe, Penny. I don't think I can lock it to three because is Jordan and LeBron is in that conversation.
So Jordan, LeBron, and who would be the third the best you ever seen?
Kobe.
It's my suit. At first, it was Jordan because that's what we grew up watching. LeBron wasn't even in the league. And then, watching basketball, I gravitated towards Shaq more
Yeah,
because Shaq was so dominant.
so
But in
dumb.
my mind, Kobe passed him later with his sure dominance. And then LeBron James. So it's LeBron, Jordan, Kobe. Like those are the three players from my own eyes that I've seen play basketball. I know we have Shaq, KD, and Curry. Like those
Yeah,
are the next three for
those
me
are
at
the
the
three.
moment. Curry boosted himself higher during the Olympics. That was crazy. That Olympics. It
Yeah,
was
yeah.
beautiful basketball we see.
He did something for
And
his
then
career that I don't even think he realized he had done in the moment. He did something for his career that I don't think when it happened. It was like, wow. I think he did. I think he did a lot. I think he put himself in the top 10 all
yeah, he
time.
put himself in the top 10 after that to me, for me.
Yeah,
But some already put him in there. I didn't have him in there. I still had Kevin Durant above him for me. But yeah, that boosted him up so high. It was being able to see those three players on the same court with the
yeah.
flag on their back for our country and actually having to battle for it. And
They stamped
it
their era.
started off rough. It started off so rough when
Yeah,
they were out and Curry couldn't make a shot and LeBron James just had to take over. Clutch
yeah.
wins after clutch win from LeBron James. Like
Hit
people
even the game winner.
they
He
they
hit,
they despise basketball so much that they miss beautiful basketball. They miss that beautiful basketball that we see. I was literally at work when they was playing Jokic. Was it Serbia? Is that the no,
Serbia.
no, that
Yeah,
wasn't Serbia. It is Serbia? Okay. When they were down and I was on my lunch and I was watching it in the car and I was in a horrible mood thinking that we are not going to win this game. Like I cannot believe they wait to play their worst game versus Jokic. And then Steph Curry, he was keeping them alive. He was keeping them alive.
yeah.
Man, and I was just in the office, standing up, watching the game while everyone else working,
I, I
sweating.
I
It
think
was
every player has
amazing.
their moments. I think every player had their moments, and the one thing I think Curry had never had in the big series was a moment. And I think moments matter because I
Oh, the
think,
reason. He was the reason.
hey, if you want to say he's the reason, I ain't gonna be mad at you.
He was the reason they won that game.
Yeah,
Steph
he
Curry
was no,
played the
he's
best
the
game of his
reason.
life.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes. And I'm not mad at
it
it.
was
He put it. I think, like I said, I think he put himself in the team all time with that Olympic run, that 2 game run, that second half against Serbia, and that the game against France. He put himself in the top
I
10.
mean, versus France, I don't see they was in too much trouble. He caught fire at the end. I don't think they would have lost to France, but that Serbia, I think that was when the whole world was on Steph Curry's back. Even LeBron and KD was
Yeah,
like, "You have to take us home.
yeah.
You have to
Hey,
take us home." LeBron said, "I would do anything. I would just like Kobe did when he came. He's like, I will play defense. You guys take me home." LeBron said, "I'm gonna get this triple double. I'm gonna guard Jokic. Kevin
guard
Durant
Jokic.
made
Yes,
a clutch shot.
yes.
Yeah,
That's a team.
I
That's
mean
called
all
a
three of them.
team. That's called a team.
All
It's
three
called,
of them. Man, I don't. I love like playoff basketball. The NCAA tournament and all that. Man, that was just amazing just to see those three guys, the kings of this era,
yes.
pull
That
out
they
a
era.
win for the country.
That was a stamp. That was they
Yeah,
stamp on their era, and in their era. Like this is what we did late in our careers, and we play against better competition than anybody's ever
yeah.
played in the world, and we're gonna play our parts.
And then, LeBron just plays so well. And all the chatter before having like they're gonna lose if LeBron's your best player. If the team vote LeBron your best player, there's no way you could win. And LeBron showed at 39
The
years of
media.
age
That's
how
the media
great
again.
he still is in basketball. How great he still is in basketball to win MVP of that tournament. The toughest tournament in Olympic
Ever,
history for basketball. He won
ever.
MVP.
If if if
Setting
if
records along
if
the way.
one of them is not there, we don't win. Just one. I don't care which one you pick. We don't win.
Like I said, Kevin Durant made some clutch shots in
Yeah,
that Serbia game that only he could make.
yeah. Right on that baseline, the one he faded and fell. Yes, hit that shot. Yeah, he hit a couple of clutch shots in that game. And I watched that game, and yeah, my heart was beat different in that game.
Woo. I can't. I mean, I don't think I've been like that for a basketball game since that game 7 versus Golden State.
You watched that whole game,
Which one?
the game 7, 16.
Oh, of course. That was must watch TV. Like that game almost gave me a heart attack.
Hey, me and my
That
brother.
game 7 game gave me almost a heart attack, and that Serbia game almost gave me a heart attack.
It did, and it was still great basketball on both ends from both teams. Uh, those are the best games when you get in from both teams, and
Yeah,
everybody put it on the line.
I, just think about games since 2010. What was some like heart beating games that you were watching? Like I remember watching Kobe versus the Celtics game 7. I'm not gonna lie, I wanted the Celtics to win. I'm not gonna lie, I wasn't too happy Kobe won another one, but that game was intense.
I like that game. I didn't care who won. It's certain when I watch certain series, I don't care who win. I didn't care who won. I just wanted to see great basketball. Just like the Super Bowl, I didn't care who won. I just wanted to see a good football game. Uh, I didn't care if Kobe won. I wanted to see him. I did want to see Kobe be great in that series. I love the way Paul Gasol played in that series, though. A lot of people don't agree. I think he was
Paul
one.
Gasol was the real MVP.
I think he was the MVP of that series.
He was the real MVP of the series.
Um, but we all know. Even I've said on here before. In 22, I think Wiggins was the MVP of the finals. I know everybody gonna say Curry, but what I got to see Wiggins guarding Tatum and what Wiggins
It
did
was
on the
like
offensive
Andre
end.
Iguodala. They just paying him back because he should have won. They
Yeah,
thought he should have won
yeah.
it. So it was.
I get. In
It
certain
was.
ways, I know how stories got to be told, so I get it. Storytelling is a part of the way we watch the NBA and stuff like that, and what we watch sports, and I get that part of it too. So
So even though like we said, it was some heart wrenching games, and there was very few of it was with Jordan because he made it look so easy. And how he dominated with all the advanced stats, with the scoring titles,
you
with
know
all of that. Do you think
the scariest game for me is
like
Game
do you?
7. Game 7 Eastern Conference Finals, 1998. That was the scariest game for me.
Oh yeah, I wanted. I think that's the only game that I wanted Jordan to lose. To be honest with you, growing up,
Yeah,
because
that was the scariest game
even
for
though
me.
I wasn't a huge Reggie Miller fan, I just wanted the Pacers to win.
It's just the Pacers
And
have
Jordan didn't
something.
even play that.
Yeah, he
Mm.
didn't, and the team didn't play that well. I was so scared that series because the Pacers had something that it sounded like they was coached well. They didn't have no egos. From game to game, you didn't know who's going to get you was going to get it from because other players can have big games.
They had a
If I
player.
remember, Jalen Rose didn't play that much down the
No,
stretch,
he
and I
didn't play
feel like
all.
if he played more,
He didn't play much that season. What if Jalen Rose was the Jalen Rose of 2000 on that
they
team?
they win
How
that
you think that was?
they win that series.
They
They
won the
win
series.
they win a series. They win a series.
Yeah, because Jalen Rose was the best player on that team,
Yeah, he
and
was the best
2000
player on that
he was
team.
the best
Yeah,
player.
I didn't think he had reached that next part of his career. And if it was that 2000, yeah, they would have won that series. And,
Mhm.
and that was the scariest when I watched that. That was the scariest I've ever seen basketball. When I could really understand, I was 18 years old at the time, and that was the scariest for me. Scariest. I thought it was
That's the
over.
one that
I
had
thought
your
it
heart.
was over. I thought it
That's the
was
one that had
over.
your heart.
I thought it
That's
was
the one that
over.
had your heart.
I think if we play in Indiana, I don't think we win. I think we play Game 7 in Indiana, I don't think we win. I think that everything lined up. We playing in Chicago. Dennis Rodman having the game he had. Tony Kukoc being Tony Kukoc. I think we won that game on rebound and defense.
It was sort of like Kobe in Game 7 versus the Celtics. Jordan just didn't have it, just like Kobe didn't have it.
Yeah,
They needed a whole team effort.
yeah. It's funny how much credit they both get for wins that they didn't have great games. Because I think sometimes the team effort matters so much, and it helps your legacy. That if you have a great game and you lose, a great series and you lose, is looked at as you didn't show up.
That's what we see from LeBron James because they're always, they say he's stacking teams, but he plays versus the more stacked teams than him.
I mean, I was just having a
So
conversation with my guy Nate today, and I was like, he said LeBron didn't show up. I said, you realize LeBron averaged a triple double in the finals and lost.
mhm. Like I have the post of like his series, like no one has accomplished those things that he did, and it was bizarre. Just like 2015, he averaged 35 with 8 assists. No one has ever done that before. 2016 led air both teams in all five major statistical categories. No one's done
Oh,
that before. Um, 2017, only player that averaged a triple double. No one has done that before. Um, 2018, I think he averaged like 34 with 10 assists or something like that. No one has done that. But like he's having these things that no one has ever done before, and they're hating on him, talking about that he's not able to get his team over the hump. He's not that great. Stats don't mean everything, but somehow stats don't mean everything for when it's Jordan versus Bill Russell. Like they bring in stats to that
first
argument
thing,
when it's that
that come up
argument.
is stats.
When
First
it's
thing
the
that come up,
when the gatekeeper comes to the fight is a different story. When there's a gatekeeper coming to the fight, it's a different story. So
Bill Russell bring the
we have
stats
to
out of
make sure.
everybody.
Yeah, yeah, we have to make sure we always have our gatekeeper monitoring that because if he don't monitor it, it's going to get messy. If
It's a
he's
hard
not
conversation.
monitoring
It's
who
a
comes
hard
in and out,
conversation without Bill Russell.
yeah, it's hard when he's not there. He is the of the big brother. He's the big brother. Like you ain't about to do anything when my big brother come down the street. You're not doing nothing when he comes down here. It's a
You know
different
something.
conversation.
You know something I want to know. During the '90s, when the Bulls was winning championships, people in New York and people in Los Angeles, what was y'all feeling? Was y'all, yeah, Jordan the best, the Bulls are the best, or was y'all, oh, our Knicks and the Lakers are better? I've always wanted to know how New York Knicks fans felt in the '90s and Lakers fans. I've always wanted to personally know how do y'all feel because I understand y'all talk today, but I want to know in the heart of it,
I feel in the
and
moment. In the
in the
moment,
moment, and I'm talking a specific age group because I'm 40. I just turned 46. It's an age group who can really have that conversation. I don't want to hear from you and you 30 years old because you're not old enough to have that conversation. I want to know a specific age group if how you was feeling during that time period about your team and Michael Jordan and the Bulls. I really want to know because I'm a Bulls fan and I've always when I first started coming to Go Jays Kingdom, I told y'all from day one I can't be a Detroit, Indiana, New York fan. Those that's what I grew up on. Those it's not happening. Detroit kept beating us. Just felt like something with Indiana was just different, and the Knicks was like y'all was trying to bully us, and it just couldn't happen. I want to know in real time how was you guys feeling. So that's what I want to know. So if somebody ever come up and they want to answer that question for me, hey, I'm willing to listen. Hey, people leave me inboxes on my Facebook page all the time. Hey, you can just tell me
a
this.
lot of a, a lot of those Knicks fans and other fans became LeBron haters, so they're perfectly fine with Jordan at the moment.
No, I know at the
They all
moment.
came LeBron haters. Yeah, they all came LeBron
I,
haters, but at the moment, who knows with them?
I seen somebody
Because
say
just
I
like
seen
me, just go ahead.
no, I seen somebody say Jordan is the GOAT of Madison Square Garden. And I'm like, what does Madison Square Garden mean? It's not like a championship stadium where they winning all these championships, so you the GOAT of it. It's not like this great winning franchise. The Knicks has won two championships in their existence. So that's why I asked that question. But go ahead.
It is the mecca of basketball. But just like me growing up, you as well. We can never give the Packers props for anything they do.
No, can't even. I don't even
It's
know how to do it.
it's not possible. It's not possible. There's no way you would have any like for Brett Favre or Aaron Rodgers or even
No,
Bart Starr. Like
no.
you just cannot. So for someone who hated the Packers to say Aaron Rodgers is the best quarterback they've ever seen, is I don't think those exist.
No,
Or
no.
Brett Favre before he retired. I don't think those exist.
Patrick Mahomes better than both of them. So that conversation. So
Yeah, I don't.
I
It's just
agree.
weird. It's just like the Cowboys. If you don't like the Cowboys, you would never go around here saying Emmitt Smith is great
No, Walter
or
Payton.
Troy Aikman is this amazing quarterback. Like,
I had an argument with you about Troy Aikman. So
yeah, I don't respect Troy Aikman at all. I don't care.
no,
He's a first ballot Hall of Famer. I don't have no respect for Troy Aikman and them Cowboys. Michael Irvin, all of them. The only respect I had is the moment of time that T.O. played for them and they got rid of
yeah,
him. So there's no way I would respect the Cowboys. I'm sorry.
and I
Cowboys
like,
and the Packers are two that I can't respect.
and I'm a Deion Sanders fan too. So I liked him when Deion played for them too. But that's it.
I mean, it's okay there, I guess.
But Bears first. But yeah, the GOAT conversation is different. It's changed. It's going to continue to change. Sometimes I forget. I
Sure.
think I think
Are you sure
LeBron
it's going to
haters.
continue to change?
I think LeBron haters are. I think it's more LeBron haters than Jordan fans today.
Of course. It don't matter who you like. You could be a Kobe fan. You don't like LeBron.
Because you can't tell me you're a Jordan or Kobe fan and you live on TikTok and LeBron is your background every time you go on live. I don't even know who you believe is better. I just know you don't like LeBron.
I don't think they know much about LeBron games. They actually learn about LeBron from us because they see the stuff that we post and they get pissed off at it. And they're like, "I didn't. Is this even true?" So let's do 40-point games then, and it's still LeBron. Let's
No,
do
they know.
50-point games. Guess what? It's still not Jordan.
No, they know LeBron. They know LeBron. Trust me, the one player LeBron haters know is LeBron James. They might not even know their favorite player like that, but they know LeBron.
Yeah, they know all LeBron negatives and faults. That's
Yeah,
all they know. But they ignore Jordan's. I mean, it's like we said, Jordan is great. Like he don't need to be manipulated. You don't have to manipulate what Jordan did to say that he's great. There's a simple way to say Michael Jordan is a GOAT without manipulating everything. You
like
just
I,
not. You don't have to. Like, look, the guy won 5 MVPs. He has 10 scoring titles, 6 championships, 6 MVPs. Why do you have to hate on LeBron James?
because they don't
Michael
believe it's
Jordan was
enough.
great.
They don't think it's enough.
He, 9 all defensive first team, defensive player of the year. Why are you continually to hate on LeBron James?
They don't
Like
think it's
Michael
enough.
Jordan had this amazing career. Amazing career. When we grew up, Michael Jordan was the best thing walking. His shoes, his aura, he was
Yes,
the coolest
everything.
thing in sports. There's nothing that you why do you have to hate on LeBron James? Look at what Jordan did throughout his career.
32,000
With
points.
his I know Johnny always talk
30-20.
about advanced stats are like made up of stats. They're not really made up. They're manipulated stats. It's manipulated. That's all it is. It's manipulated things to to tell you who was the best in a certain year. To me, that's what they use. Okay, you may not want to use it, but his advanced stats are very high because he was rare in where he played in. Very rare what he did. He did everything offensively, defensively, nonstop. His motor was 3 times as high as everyone else. Players who's quick as hell, like Isaiah Thomas, he couldn't keep up with Jordan. Nobody could keep up with Jordan. The
And
only
that
way to keep up with Jordan is to put a fence around him, just like they did Giannis. We're gonna put this fence up around you, and if you shoot 50% from the field, you're gonna win if you do this. But he couldn't shoot 50% shooting mid-range shots. But
no.
that's the only chance you have versus Jordan. So that's the only way you can stop him if put a fence up around him, push him left, make him shoot jumpers. Don't let him drive to the lane. That's the only way to limit Jordan. That's how great he was, is to do that. You couldn't do nothing with him.
So
But
you just
then
described
again,
the you just described the Jordan rule.
when Pippen started getting better, you could push Jordan over there all you want.
Yeah, that
What you
was
gonna do about this guy?
yeah.
What you gonna do about this
That's
guy
what
over
changed.
here?
John Sally said that. John Sally said when the Bulls changed is when Scotty took that step. He said that changed everything. Changed everything because we couldn't just clog Jordan up because you had another player on the other side doing his thing. And not only he was doing his thing, he was getting other people involved in the game.
It's like I said prior, like if you put 96 Jordan doing those same things, push him left, make him shoot, Jordan would shoot 50%. He would win those games. But that Jordan, he just wasn't as polished yet. He was very athletic. He wasn't that polished.
Well, you said if it's 96 Jordan was playing in 88, he beat Detroit.
Like you could push 96 Jordan left all you want. You could make him shoot mid range jumpers all you want. You ain't gonna win that game.
No, you're not.
You are not gonna win that game. Michael Jordan would eat that alive. But not
And,
that 88, 89, 90, 87, 80, so
but you,
whatever you want to put. Not before that. Pippen is, like you said, if Pippen is the reason they lose the games, like in 1990, he's the reason that they win in
yeah,
91 and all.
yeah.
Pippen was that important. And if you're a Bulls fan and you see that hate, you Scottie Pippen, you see that hate, you just don't understand because Jordan is a great basketball player. He just wasn't ready early on in his
No.
career.
Had to
LeBron
learn how
was
to.
ready early on in his career.
No,
He had to get more polish. You see now, even right now, LeBron James, if you take LeBron James at 41 years old and drop him in the 90s, LeBron James will be winning MVPs of
yes.
how efficient he is, how dominant he is. You just get better over time.
Big. Just
It's
so we
just
know,
other players
just to
just
be
don't have
clear,
the skills that LeBron has.
in the 90s, 98% of the time, LeBron James would be the biggest player on the floor in the 90s. And that's because Shaq is in the league. So that's the reason they ain't higher. So
I mean, you still see LeBron James beating younger players down the court and dunking on them
all the
at
time,
41.
all the time, he's outrunning them. He has a motor, and Jordan motor isn't talked about enough. Jordan fans never use his motor. He has a motor, and I don't understand why Jordan greatness and Jordan career isn't enough. I mean, you got a Jordan fan who claimed to be a Jordan fan, but he say Braun fans on TikTok. Everybody know who I'm talking about. Like, why are you trying to get our attention? Talk about Jordan's career. Talk about it. I want to hear about it. I stop and watch certain people's lives and they talk about Jordan. I sit there and listen because I think Jordan had a great career. I love Jordan's career. I've always said Jordan was my GOAT before LeBron. Personally, he was my GOAT. He was the greatest player of all time to me before LeBron. And I even gave y'all a year. What I saw LeBron do in totality in 2016 changed everything for me. Everything.
I
I
mean,
had
it's
never
something
seen.
we never seen before.
No, I've never seen
We never
nobody
seen someone
great to
dominate
dominate
like
like
that before.
that.
The
So
closest thing we've seen is Michael Jordan.
yes. So I it changed everything. I mean, to be honest, they weren't friends, but I've lost acquaintance because of the GOAT conversation.
You already know where we're from. People don't even want to talk to us. People, uh, let me see, BRK, whatever you have background noise in your mic.
But
Mute you for a second. Okay.
hey, Billy, you know what? I'm gonna tell you where I work at. I work at CTA. You know how many arguments I have at CTA?
Yeah, but I don't. When you guys talk about 2016, I mean, when you talk about the peak LeBron in the finals, LeBron's finals in 2016 doesn't compare to Jordan's in '93 at all.
This
Jordan was up
motherfucker
three.
didn't come up and say
Jordan
what's
was
up
not.
to
Jordan was
nobody.
not
Just
down 3-1.
immediately
He was
got
up
to it.
3-1. Jordan averaged over 40
What's
a
up,
game.
D-Lee? What's
He
up, D-John?
dominated. He
What's up,
dominated
D-Boy?
offensively. Again,
What's up? What's
LeBron.
up?
Yo, shut up. Let me get my take. Then you can go. When
Nigga,
he's
shut
4
the
years
fuck
old,
up, bro. I don't know who
shut
the fuck
up.
you talking
Anyways,
to,
what I
nigga.
said is
You're not even a
LeBron
member,
James
bitch.
needed Adam Silver to suspend Draymond Green. He needed Kyrie to bail him out in Game 7. He also needed Bogut to get hurt in Game 5. If you look at the field goal percentage of Kyrie and LeBron in the paint after Bogut got hurt, that was the only reason why they were able to get that series to 7. And so my point is, when you talk about LeBron in 2016, when Steph had
He's
an
not gonna
MCL
let you
sprain,
talk, Boo-Bo.
Michael Jordan's '93 Finals is far. Michael Jordan, yo, shut up! I'm finishing in 5 seconds. Let people finish, then go. You're not a child. Anyways, what I said is Michael Jordan's '93 Finals is far
Nigga
more
came up here
impressive
acting like
than
a
what
kid and gonna
LeBron
tell
did in
everybody else not to be a
2016.
child.
Jordan dominated in '93 against a Suns team that had the best record in the NBA. Jordan's '93 Finals is far better than anything LeBron did
You
in the
mean
finals, including
you?
2016.
So are you
Don't
also
bring up
including the
a
fact that
record compared to Golden
he took
State.
43 shots
Yeah,
to
That's
score
not a good
44
thing
that's
to
points?
bring up.
crazy.
Steph Curry was not even healthy that year. He
Yeah,
had an MCL sprain.
but Jordan took 43
He's the
shots to score
MVP. He was the
44 points
MVP
in the
too,
93
so just
Right,
like
finals.
yeah,
Charles
that's a
Barkley.
regular season award. He was not healthy in the playoffs.
You just talk about you just
They were
talk
down
about Philly.
3-1 to Oklahoma
You just talk
City.
about
That
you just
Golden
talk about
State
Philly
team that you
having the
guys
best
are
record in the
glazing
league.
was down 3-1 to a Thunder team with
You're not
Russell
fair. You're not
fucking
fair to both
Westbrook,
sides.
Andre Roberson, and Steven Adams. The
Yeah, but
Warriors
you
got
talking about
exposed
but
in
And
the
you
this
talking
nigga
about the
playoffs.
gonna keep
93
Steph was
talking.
look,
not
you
You're
fully
talking
not
about
gonna
the
let
healthy, and
nobody
they were
93
talk.
down 3-1 to Oklahoma City.
but you
You
talking about
just
the
They
93
got
shots.
exposed by LeBron James. You're right.
You
They got
talking about
exposed by
Andre
LeBron
Roberson,
James.
but you forgot the great yeah. You
Okay,
talking
so
about
let me ask
Andre
you a question.
Roberson. You
What
don't
said
was
ask
more
no
no,
impressive?
no,
don't
no,
ask
because
no
you're not gonna
questions
answer
because
the
can nobody
Oh,
question.
ask
now he's
you
gonna
anymore.
cry. Now he's gonna cry.
No.
Let me ask you a
Yeah,
question. What's more impressive? What's more impressive? What is more impressive? Jordan averaging 40 a game in the 93 finals, or LeBron needing Adam Silver to bail him out by suspending Draymond Green? What's more impressive?
But
Oh my
when you talk
goodness.
about Andre Roberson playing for OKC, don't you forget that
Man, you
Serge
got it.
Ibaka was
You
also
got it.
on that team?
I can't talk basketball with imbeciles like
That
this.
Thunder
Dude.
team, if Clay did not have an epic Game 6, the Thunder beat Golden State in
Let me know when it's
That
time.
Warrior
I'm going.
team was
And
that Golden
if
State
Jordan,
team
and
in the
if Jordan beat
playoffs
somebody,
got
and if Jordan
exposed.
actually
They
beat
Steph
somebody
Curry
worth
was not
talking
fully
about.
healthy. Their second option, Klay Thompson, was not even a
You
top
talk about
20
the
player
93
in the league.
Suns, though. Name somebody great on that team, not named Kevin Johnson, Dan Marley, or Charles Barkley.
Okay, name somebody great on Golden State who's not named Steph Curry. Yeah, I can play that game too. Phoenix had a better roster. Phoenix, and that Phoenix team was loaded. That Phoenix team was loaded. They had Cedric.
Sean Livingston, Draymond.
Please, Andre Iguodala. Iguodala was past his prime. Sean Livingston was 6 points a game. Get the fuck out of here. That team was Steph Curry and Klay Thompson. It was Steph Curry and Klay Thompson. And the other thing,
This
the
is why I
other
don't
point
like
that
when
they
this
missed
motherfucker comes on
is
the
this
panel,
is
bro.
my
He just
final
don't
point.
overtalk
That
everybody.
Warriors
He'll
team.
never let
That
nobody
Warriors
speak, bro.
team. That
He loves
Warriors
interrupting
team
everybody,
went
but he wants
that
to
Golden
cry.
State
You
team.
know what?
That
Nah, I don't
Golden
even want to
State
hear
team
you
went
talk
all in to
anymore,
win
dude.
74 games.
Like, at the end of the
Golden
day,
State
like,
went
this
all
show
in
just gets
to break the
ignorant every
regular
time this
season record,
motherfucker get
and
on
they
the
were beat
panel,
up
bro.
physically in the
Every
playoffs.
single time.
Because Golden State wanted that regular season record, that's why Steph sprained his MCL. That team was beat up in the playoffs.
You
They were not
just
the
making
same
a whole
team
bunch of
against Oklahoma
excuses,
City when they
nigga.
were down
Kevin
3-1.
Love,
They
so
were
You're
in the
making a
regular
whole
season. They
bunch of
weren't the same
fucking
team.
excuses,
And
nigga.
again, that Phoenix roster was
The same
loaded.
team went up 3-1 on the
They had
Cavs.
Sabonis, they had Oliver Miller, they had Dan Marley. That team was loaded. They had the best roster in the NBA.
Hey, B. Lee.
They had the best record in the NBA. And they were healthy.
Brady,
Unlike Golden State, they were
Kess, are
healthy in the playoffs.
you done?
Hey, B. Lee.
Brady, Kess, are you done? Are you done?
Kevin Johnson played less than 50
Can I
games
say
that
something about the
season.
2006?
Yeah, and he was healthy in the playoffs. Kevin
Hey, hold
Johnson's
on
one of
for
the
a
most
second.
underrated
All right.
players in NBA
Okay.
history.
All right.
Yeah,
One at
that's
a
why you
time.
got his jersey
All right.
hanging in your closet.
Who's that trying to talk? Is that you,
Yeah,
Iron Man?
yeah. I was trying to talk. Brandon ain't gonna mention that Kevin Love was out in Game 3
Exactly. He
in that
missed the
series,
game.
in the 2016 series.
Kevin Love averaged 8 points a
Love was
game
out
in that
Game
series.
3.
Get the fuck out of here.
He was out in
He
Game
was
3.
injured. He was hurt.
Kevin
He had
Love.
Out in Game
CTE.
3.
to talk
LeBron and Kyrie
basketball,
had
man.
to
Come
win
on,
that
B.
game
Lee. Come on,
for the
John.
Kevin Love.
He was out
No.
See,
in
that's
Game
what I
3.
mean by this motherfucker never
He ain't
listen.
gonna mention Kyrie was injured going in Game 7 in that finals. He don't mention that.
Mhm.
He got
Well, he also
hurt.
not gonna mention the fact that
He got hurt after Game 5.
Don't try
He got hurt.
to bring that shit up.
now the thing that pisses me off the most is not even just that, it's the fact that he's not gonna mention the fact that the bench that the Warriors had was far better than what the Cavs had. They outscored the Cavs in game 1, 45 to motherfucking 10, bro. 45 to 10. That's what the bench point
I do
scoring
that
was.
shit every time, bro. Like
Did y'all notice
Kevin Love
that?
was out in
All right,
Game
y'all.
3.
Let's just ignore
I'm
whatever
mixing.
Brandon
I
Cat
don't know
says
why
because he
Brandon
just wants to
keeps on
come in
saying
here
that.
and just say things that don't make any sense. There's no way on earth the '93 Suns is better than Golden State. It's fine. Just let them have it. So our conversation has been about the GOATs before LeBron James, and me and John was discussing how Michael Jordan fans do not need to disrespect LeBron James fans to say Michael Jordan is the GOAT. But that's the only way that they can say that Jordan is the GOAT, by disrespecting LeBron James. So how do you guys feel about that?
I think that's true. It's like you got to kind of diminish like what anything LeBron James does, or in order to kind of protect or romanticize like Jordan's career. It's super weird.
Well, like I said, Brandon Cash was the prime example. He came up here disrespecting.
Yeah, immediately. Like I've heard,
literally interrupted King John, didn't say hey to anybody on the panel, just immediately came up and started talking shit. So you stupid motherfucker, you're not even a member over here, bro. How the fuck you gonna tell me to shut up, nigga? Like I'm trying to say what's up to everybody in here.
Shut off.
I can't stand that fucking dry mouth white motherfucker, bro.
It's weird. I've heard the thing is like I've heard Brandon like be more intelligent enough and objective enough to have better takes about other players. But when it comes to between LeBron and Jordan, I don't know, just something about him just automatically just gets this emotional trigger where he has
Because
to
he's a zesty Jeffrey.
he has to do everything possible to deteriorate his his career or any moments in his career. You know, it's just and it's kind of funny. It's just like a trigger automatically, but
I just think it's funny. You gonna laugh
kind of
at the
old, man.
fact that Kevin Love missed Game 3, but you gonna sit here and cry about Draymond missing Game 5. It's like, you
Facts,
stupid motherfucker, bro.
facts,
Like, what
facts.
the
Yeah.
hell is wrong with you, bro? What the hell is wrong with you?
They don't mention that, man. They don't mention that.
I mean,
I've
you
been
don't
saying
have
it
to.
for years, Iron
Like,
Man.
look,
I've been saying it for
the
years.
Cavaliers played
Yeah,
fair, bro. They beat the Warriors. At the end, they come back to a 3-point lead,
yeah.
3-1 lead. LeBron had all five major
Yep.
statistical categories. Like, bro, that's a great performance. Curry averaged 27 in the Western Conference Finals. So I don't. Everybody gets injured by the end
Yeah.
of the season. You know what I mean? When you
Yeah,
go deep
Everybody
in that
gets
I
hurt.
think
playoff,
I
yeah,
think
Yeah.
so it
Curry,
don't really
Steph
matter
Curry
who
had
it
yeah,
what?
is.
Steph Curry had
Everybody
what
gets
36 in game 6
yeah,
against
hurt.
the OKC Thunders.
Curry just didn't have
yeah.
enough. He
2016.
didn't have
I
enough.
mean,
That's
But
all.
what
so
I
That's
re-
it.
where's
yeah.
this injury excuse come from
From what I remember, all Brandon
Steph
Cats was
Curry?
trying to do was tear down LeBron. All
What
Brandon was
happened
trying to
with
do was
the
tear down
Like
what
this
LeBron.
happened with
argument is
Dude
kind of
had
old in
36
comparison.
against
So it's like,
OKC the last series before
Yeah.
the Cleveland series.
We got
I
um,
another
mean, they was
Zesty, yo.
hooping. They
We
was
got
hooping
another
because they
Zesty.
came out that Game 7. They were smoking in the finals because you had, like I said, that bench game in Game 1. In Game 2, you had this nigga Bogut. He had like 6 blocks or something like that. Like, them niggas were still riding off of that wave from beating OKC. They weren't slowing down. They were just
didn't
fine.
Sean Livingston come off the
Yeah.
bench and lead them that
Yeah,
one game and score?
Sean Livingston in Game 2. Yeah, like, they were cool, bro. Like, they were just fine. Like, we're not gonna try to change history and be like, oh, they were hurt going into
like
that series, so they
yeah,
weren't
Curry
really
had a
in
great
competition.
series on OKC. He was efficient. Like I don't know, like the injury. Like I said, everybody gets hurt by the end of the season. Like when you're in the finals, people are gonna have aches and pains and soreness and whatnot,
Yeah,
especially
that's
going
part
to
of
the
it.
finish. So it's
That's part of
part
it.
of it. Yeah. So I don't.
At the end of the day,
Come
like the
on.
Cavs, like they went damn near swept through their conference, so they had like an 8-day layover before the finals. So they got to take a break. You know, Golden
Like
State had to go straight to the finals after going 7 games with OKC. That's their fault for not closing them out earlier.
he
Facts,
had
facts.
the second
All right,
highest
I
game.
see.
From what I've heard, all
I
that
mean,
nigga Brandon was trying to do was
so
tear down LeBron.
blue boat. Let's go ahead and get your take because you use the first one to hit the link. Go ahead, let us hear your
Yeah,
take.
he interrupted you like a motherfucker, brother.
Yeah, I know, man. Like, just like he's just a very ignorant dude, man. You know, what I mean, of course, ain't no surprise, man. A cat like him, you know, like a right wingist. You know, I don't take it. He got no credibility with me, man. You know what I mean? But salute to everybody. I have, you know, King John, Bealey, salute to everybody on the panel, man. You know what I mean? Just now, this whole GOAT thing, this whole GOAT argument, and all these criteria and everything. A lot of people don't got no credibility with that. You know why? Because it's personal biases that come with it. You know, it's like Michael Jordan fans find any sympathy to discredit LeBron, and LeBron fans do it too with Mike. But at the same time, man, it's more so Michael Jordan fans because more so LeBron's played longer. You know what I mean? Because it's like any Lakers, anything he accomplishes, anything he does, they gotta like diminish it. Like Brandon Cat's ass here, like talking about the only reason Cleveland was because of the injuries. Like, as y'all can see, when I mentioned 2015, you don't mention 2015, right? LeBron was playing with a very short deck, and he still, you know?
Nah, LeBron is still 4-6 no matter what teammate is injured for him.
Right, right,
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
I'm saying, man, and so it was crazy, man. And it's like, you know, long story short, all these guys, you know what I mean? I don't think the actual GOAT debate existed until Michael Jordan came, you know what I mean? And it's like a lot of these people so-called, you notice they'll have Mike number 1 or either Kobe number 2 or after that they go Kareem in there just to like, you know, like to decorate it and shit. Half and more of all these people haven't seen Kareem play. The only thing they remember is the last couple of years of the Lakers in Showtime. You know what I mean? So, you know, when they have these criteria and everything, They really don't have a criteria. This is just based off personal preference. Oh, LeBron can't do this. LeBron can't do that. I mean, if you're going to do that, then you should be involved in no GOAT debate. Your criteria is irrelevant to me, you know? Like a lot of these cats out here, man, like the people that's in the circulation, y'all know who I'm talking about. Ticket TVs, Man Down Sports, fucking Cruzeiro, all these guys. These guys, their criteria is garbage. Their criteria is garbage. You know, Too Raw for TV, Dreamers Pro, all these clowns. You know what I mean? Mario knows worse. And to an extent, Hollywood Herb. These guys go out their way to diminish LeBron James no matter what he does. So it's a lose-win. So it's like, and then you ask them, what's your criteria, right? They can't do it. It's all based on personal preferences. To me, Wilt and Bill Russell get disrespected more so than anybody in this best ever conversation. For me, anyway. Yeah, as I said, y'all know me. I got Mike as the GOAT, but I can go through various things of why I have him in mind based on my criteria, what I value the most. Him number one. But somebody argues that LeBron James is number one. I'm not gonna fight it. I'm not like these JDRs and Zesty Jeffries out here, man. You know what I mean? I'm a basketball fan first, and I like watching greatness. You know what I mean? The 7 best players I've seen play was Jordan, LeBron, Penny Hardaway, Shaq, Scottie Pippen, and Kevin Garnett. And I throw Vince Carter there to make 7 because Vince Carter was a freak athlete, man. The way he won that slam dunk contest in 2000 was just nothing short of unbelievable to me, man. It was off the charts. But you know what I mean? It's just like a lot of these people that have Mike number one, they don't have no actual criteria. It's based off personal preference or their actual hate for a certain player. I'll tell you what. Kobe Bryant was in the same position, sort of kind of that LeBron James is now, because Michael Jordan fans saw Kobe as a threat. You know what? And I'm not gonna lie, I was one of those fans. People always, try to put Kobe in that conversation with Mike. I would fight it, but then I said to myself, like after he tore his Achilles in 2013, like that 2013 season, I said, you know what? I'm not going to sit here and try to diminish this guy because I'm a basketball fan first, and I appreciate great players. So I took Kobe for who he was, right? And hey, that's a great player, man. One of the best of his generation, top 7, top 8 all time. You know. So for me, it's like all this GOAT conversations. It's irrelevant to me because most people's criteria that don't watch basketball, that only watch basketball for certain aspects, their criteria is irrelevant to me.
I know we got Peter here. Hey, I want to ask Peter a question. Why do you think they need to discredit LeBron James to have Michael Jordan as a GOAT when that's not needed?
Give me one moment.
Turn your page.
Oh boy. Oh, here we go with this. Straight.
Yeah, Kobe fans are really dumb.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, Kobe fans make me laugh, bro. Like, you got one guy that got all this more than that dude. You're like, no, he ain't better.
Because it's the thing about Kobe fans that piss me off is y'all give Kobe all this credit. No, it's like you give Kobe all this credit for the championships he had with Shaq as a second option, but you go disrespect Scottie Pippen the way you do. I be like, nigga, if you got motherfucking Kobe in your top 2, Scottie Pippen should be in your top 10, motherfucker. Like that shit is what it is.
They actually be selling Kobe short. They be selling Kobe short.
All right, Peter, go ahead and explain this to us.
Oh my God!
You said why people discredit LeBron?
why do LeBron needs to be discredited so Jordan could be the GOAT
I don't
when
know. I
Jordan
think
doesn't
a
need
lot of what you call discrediting is just people giving their honest assessment of his career and his impact on basketball games. So, for instance, if I say I don't respect KD 2 rings, and in my opinion, he's never won a championship as the undisputed best player on a team, is that me discrediting KD, or I'm contextualizing his career based on my personal assessment?
That
You
sounds like
said KD
discrediting
never
his
won.
career.
That
It
that's
might be a
literally
personal
discrediting
assessment, but
Yeah,
when
it's
he
just
was
a
clearly the
personal.
best
It is
player
your
on
personal
Golden
Yeah, it's
State,
your
assessment,
though.
but it
personal
really
preference.
ain't really
it's all
Yeah, you're
He
being
was clearly the
subjective.
best player on
It's
Golden
all
State.
feelings. It's all feelings, bro. All feelings.
it's all subjective. It's all
Yes,
subjective.
No,
I
yeah,
don't think
exactly.
it's
Yeah.
subjective, but I wouldn't say it's feelings. At least for
Yeah, but
me,
there's
it's
no
not
facts
feelings
behind it. That's the
based.
issue. There's no facts
it's your
behind
There's
it.
no
personal
facts
preference.
behind it. That's your
Yeah.
personal
There's
bias,
no
man.
fact.
Your personal bias.
It's an
Yeah.
opinion. It's an opinion that only you can back up.
Okay,
Well, is
Now
this
your
a
okay.
is
opinion,
this is this a
now your
factual
opinion may
statement?
not be incorrect.
Mhm.
Is it a factual statement to say that Steph Curry has won 2 rings without KD and KD hasn't won any without him? Is that a
That's
factual statement?
That is a
yeah,
factual
it's
statement.
definitely a
Yeah,
fact.
that is a
Okay.
factual
That's
statement.
no argument there.
Yeah.
There's no
That's
argument there.
true.
That's
You
a
can
fact.
only say he won the conference finals without Steph.
Yeah.
That's pretty much it. But he hasn't won the
Mhm.
finals without Steph.
Yeah. That's no
And you
hate
could say Steph
anything. That's
hasn't
just a
won
pure
anything
fact.
without Draymond or Klay Thompson.
Exactly. It's the same bullshit. Like,
I mean, like, that's why I don't like having that conversation, y'all, because
yeah.
it's like we could say anybody if they didn't
That's why I
have
say
this
it's
person,
about
they
Exactly.
didn't
Like,
win.
it's
you need
about
great
Yeah.
teammates to win.
it's all
You
personal
need great
preference.
teammates to
Well,
win.
that's fine because Steph Curry is a better basketball player than Draymond. So that's not really an issue. Of course, he never won without Draymond, but Steph clearly is the better player.
Oh
You
yeah,
do
Well,
need teammates in title.
Steph and KD is an apples to apples comparison. If
No,
somebody
it
were to
isn't.
throw Draymond in there, then it's just a disingenuous talking point to win an argument.
or you could
Not
say Clay
disingenuous. It's the
Thompson.
unserious.
same
You could say
exact
Clay
argument.
Thompson, but it's still the same thing.
Yeah.
Like,
Hey, Bags,
Draymond was on
I
all
want to
four
ask
of
you
the
a question. I
championship
want to ask
teams.
you a question real quick, right?
Yeah.
I want
So
to ask you a
so
question.
yeah,
Draymond was better than Clay.
let's get back
Draymond was better than
to
Clay.
this why LeBron needs to be discredited. Like I'm
Like
just
Johnny
trying to
says,
we
Jordan's
try to
career is not enough.
understand like what's the issue with it? Like why is that needed? Just like when we
Jordan,
explain why LeBron's the
What do
GOAT, we don't need
you
to
give
discredit
me an
everybody.
example give me an example of what you'd characterize as discrediting?
The flop.
longevity,
Okay.
longevity.
Okay. Yeah, well that's one thing. Longevity, LeBron lost 6 times in the finals.
Okay.
Why is that even mentioned with Michael
Team
Jordan being
hopping.
the greatest basketball player of all time?
Team hopping as well. They love to bring that up.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, how do you have a goat? Because if you say someone's a goat, then you're placing them above someone, right? If we're just talking
Above
about
everybody.
what,
Above everybody.
right. So there's no way to have that discussion without comparing and contrasting against those players that you have that player above. And then if you're gonna
I mean,
enlist would you agree with that or no?
No.
you really don't have if someone's greater than players,
Mm-hmm.
why do you have to mention it? Say for instance, if we think LeBron's the greatest scorer of all time, we could say
Mm-hmm.
LeBron's the greatest scorer because he scored more points than anybody in the history of the game. We don't have to say LeBron James is the greatest scorer of all time because Kareem Abdul-Jabbar scored less points than him. Like we don't have to mention Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. We don't have to mention that. If to say LeBron James is a great winner in the postseason, we don't have to discredit anybody. We could just mention what LeBron James did in the postseason.
Right. But those are two touch points, right? Those are like individual arguments, whereas a GOAT argument is more comprehensive and nuanced than that.
No,
So
it
like
ain't.
the person,
Okay, explain that. Explain that.
it is. So let's look at Russell and Wilt, for example, right? Neither of us were around at that time. Neither of us, in any meaningful sense, watched any of those games, right? When you listen to the people who were around, when I used to frequent Inside Hoops and listen to those older, the people from that generation, From memory, I would say it's basically a 50-50 split on Wilt and Russell in terms of who those guys consider to be the greatest, right? Now, one person would tell you, oh, Bill was far superior as a leader, defensive player, etc. And for that reason, I have him above. And the other person would counter, well, Wilt was far more superior offensively. He was just as good as a defender, but he never got credit for it, right? So there's millions of ways, as opposed to saying who's the number one scoring leader in NBA history. That is a matter of fact. The GOAT debate is more nuanced than that.
No, it ain't.
I don't see how anyone could disagree with that unless they just have cretinism.
That's what I'm saying. It's fine. It's fine to say that, but when, say for instance, you are talking about Michael Jordan being the greatest player of all time, you do not have to mention LeBron James' name once. You don't have to mention Bill Russell's name once to say why Michael Jordan is the greatest. That's what I'm saying. Like with LeBron James, we don't have to mention anybody because he's done so many things greater than everybody. We don't have to pick one player to say, well, he did this better than him. Like LeBron James has 10,000. He has more assists than Steve Nash. We don't have to say that.
But then why do you discredit Jordan then in that case?
Because we're playing your game.
How do well hold on. How do I discredit Jordan? Like what's the main thing that I'm not saying that I do it, but what's the main thing that people use to discredit Jordan?
The era mainly is the main argument you hear these
You guys
days.
air attacks all the time.
Hold on, wait, David, I got you, bro. Let him get it off all the way first. Just tell us all the examples of LeBron fans discrediting Michael Jordan.
Well, I personally, Juan Boy, is that New World? I think that's New World. I don't use that type of language, but I'm just framing it within the context that Brandon gave, where he cited the 4 and 6 thing as being discredited, right? So working along that same line of logic, saying that, oh, this person pretty much won these championships or dominated this era because this era was weak. Based on that rubric that Brandon has established, that falls within that would fall within discredited. Would you disagree with that, New World?
Jordan played in a weak era. That's basically something you're saying.
I just wanted to know, like, I just need you to run down real quick all the examples, brother. Like,
there's
that's
other examples, but
I just need you to run off.
We're just gonna stay.
At least give me
all
like
right,
two
I'll give you 2 more. I'll give you 2 more. Jordan couldn't go left.
That's a fact.
What's another one? I just had it on the tip of my. Oh, Jordan was a shot chucker or a ball hog.
Also a fact.
Okay, so here's the thing, man. A lot of those things that you just said, those are things that we come up with in response to things that y'all say about our era of LeBron.
Yeah.
So when y'all say that this era is soft, they don't play no defense, it's a weak era and all this and that, they shoot too many
Jordan
threes.
average 50
When you
points
say
per
that,
game.
Jordan will average 50 points per game in this era. You disrespected so many people in this era when you say that. So we could literally just turn around. We start doing the same thing. Start talking about how the 90s was trash, how they played illegal defense and they didn't play in the zone era. They couldn't shoot threes. So they were all breaking a bunch of shots from the mid-range. Like, there's a whole bunch of stuff that we could use to flip it. And that's
we
where
have more.
At the end of the day, it's just
ammo. We got more ammo.
We got more ammo than y'all.
More ammo to those
y'all were taking shots for like 10 plus years, and then we finally found some bullets, and then we just let it go.
You were. It's been 23 years.
It's real easy because just go.
Yeah, but you never answered my question though, New World. You're saying that what you guys are doing is justified, and that may or may not be true. But my question is, if saying 4 and 6 equals discrediting, if saying stacking the deck is discrediting, would the 3 things I mentioned about Jordan, would that fall in that same category?
Personal preference.
What don't you understand? It's the same game. We're playing the same game you are.
No, I just want to hear New World say it. I need a satisfaction. Pause.
So you need to hear me basically admit that we're discrediting that era.
Right. No, Jordan, and not just that era.
Yeah, I mean, everybody, that era includes Jordan. Like, when I say era, it's everybody that played in that era. So
but that was only one of the things that I mentioned. The other
Okay,
two would
so
be right.
when we talk about Jordan not being able to go left, right? So we
Hmm.
know this is a fact based off of the film. So when we say it, we're just
Disputing
making fun
the
of
fact
Jordan. We're not
the
necessarily discrediting him. Like saying Jordan doesn't have a
Jordan was
left hand is
okay.
not
efficient
discrediting him.
going left. He was less efficient. He was definitely
Bro,
less
he
How
efficient
about
going
one and
right.
how
he
about one
turned the
and nine
ball
without
over, bro.
Pippen?
All right,
How
that's a
about one and
fact.
nine without Pippen?
That's a fact. But we
That's a
But
also
fact,
four and
use
man.
it
six,
to no. But here's the
but
thing.
4 and 6
I
is a
wouldn't say
fact,
no.
and
Here's the thing.
Brandon
No, here's the
considers
thing.
that
Hold on. Let me
discredited.
finish. Let me finish, bro. Let me finish because I was just about to say that. Like 1 and 9 is a fact, and we do use that to discredit Michael Jordan. But you know why we use that to discredit Michael Jordan?
Because y'all bring up
Because
forces.
what y'all always say, if
And we
LeBron
have to
never
fire
left
back.
Cleveland and ran to Miami, then he wouldn't have any championships. So you know what we say in response to that? Oh, you're 1 and 9 without Scottie Pippen. You wouldn't have any championships without Scottie and Phil. That's literally a
Right.
That's a
rebuttal
fact.
So
argument to
right.
what
So
you
And it's
it's
a
niggas have
tit
been
fact.
for
saying
tat
about LeBron for
discrediting.
his most of his
So
career.
so it's tit for tat discrediting then.
No, that's a
Yeah, I mean,
fact.
we're
I
not
just
gonna
said
come
that,
up with
bro.
this shit.
What
We've
you
been
All right,
saying
said this,
is,
all
bro.
right,
We
all
don't
right.
come up with this shit on
Okay,
our
guys.
own.
So what me and John was talking about
I'm
when
just
we're trying to say
answering
why Michael
Brandon's
Jordan is
question.
the
Remember,
GOAT.
Brandon
Yeah.
asked the
What,
question.
so
And
when
you
we're
asked the
trying to
question.
explain why someone's a GOAT, when anybody we've done this over 50 times, as soon as we start asking people why Jordan's a GOAT, they immediately start discrediting LeBron James and Bill
Immediately.
Russell. And then
Yeah.
Hmm.
that's what we're trying to say. Like, why do they need to be discredited so Michael Jordan could be the GOAT?
Yeah, and
Right.
I'm saying that people are comparing and contrasting. If
That's not comparing and
somebody on
contrasting,
the
bro.
opposite
Stop it.
end, who is this duck that keep interrupting me, man?
Because you're
David,
talking
this
a bunch of
David, it's
David,
bullshit.
cool, bro.
David,
Just let him get it
David,
off real quick.
just let him talk, David. Let him talk.
Yeah. So what you're characterizing as discrediting, I just see that's comparing and contrasting. Because if you're saying that Bill is the GOAT or LeBron is the GOAT, and I'm saying Jordan, there's no way for me to make the argument about Jordan without displaying or demonstrating why he's better than whatever player you're saying is better than him. It's a logical impossibility.
Well, so
That's it.
here's
So
why that argument is flawed, though, Peter Bag Juice, is because you can make Jordan great without talking about another player's flaws. Because when we compare resumes, we're comparing what a player did great versus what another player did great. If I did more great things than you did, then that makes me a better player as far as career wise. But you're over here talking about Jordan fans discrediting LeBron. Like they're not even talking about comparing Jordan's greatness to LeBron's greatness because Jordan doesn't have enough. They're trying to compare Jordan's greatness to LeBron's failures. And that's not how you compare players. It's greatness to greatness, career versus
Facts.
career. But oftentimes we often too much see in these GOAT conversations that it's Jordan's greatness versus LeBron's failures.
Yep.
And
Niggas
that's
act
not
like
how you really have that's not how you have a real basketball discussion.
his career isn't enough.
My thing is like some of this just like cherry picking. Like it's
It's
not
very
even
cherry picked.
either. It's like
Yeah.
weird cherry picking. Like like LeBron didn't do this in this game in the fourth quarter or some stuff. It's like or LeBron didn't have a buzzer beater in the NBA Finals. like bro, what? Like
Like
some
it's
of it
literally
don't make
ridiculous. Like
sense.
there
Those are
will be
all Skip Bayless
games.
talking points.
No, here's the thing. There will be games for LeBron where he scores 0 points in the fourth quarter, but his team still wins because they're not taking into account how the defense is playing LeBron, forcing him to be a facilitator. So at the end of the day, he's the one making sure the offense is getting what they need to score, especially on the Cavs, because you can't say he had a secondary creator while he was on that first stint Cavs team. So at the end of the day, the reason why his team is scoring 25 points in the fourth quarter, even though he didn't score, that's because of him.
Yep, LeBron
I
has
think
zero all NBA guys. Zero all NBA guys his first time.
It's like,
I
bro,
think
like
Brand, I think I
when you
think
bring up
Brandon's
these,
question.
go ahead.
I think Brandon's question is in 2003. If you had Michael Jordan as the GOAT, you had no LeBron to use as your comparison. So you would just
mhm.
explain why Jordan is the GOAT, and it wouldn't be no comparison with LeBron because there's no LeBron there. So if you're going to explain why Jordan is the GOAT, just explain why Jordan is the GOAT Because you don't need LeBron to explain why Jordan is the GOAT unless LeBron is your bar.
Let me ask you a
That's
question.
for me, or
But
is that for the
That's
panel?
that's for the panel.
Oh,
That's
is it
just a general statement he
I'm
made.
gonna ask
let me
you
ask.
a question too.
definitely their bar? It's definitely their bar.
So my question is like when other players were previously compared in terms of the GOAT, but was it like this in a situation where you had to talk about their flaws, like
Nope.
compared to another player's greatness, or did this start with LeBron?
well, I'd like to take a shot at that. When I used to go on Inside Hoops and watch those guys debate Wilt versus Russell, absolutely demerits were brought up. And the people who are pro Wilt as a GOAT would bring up the fact that Bill was a who eating? Nigga eating who nigga eating over there? The people who are pro Wilt, they would bring up the argument, or they would say that Wilt was a average to below average offensive player, particularly as a scorer,
You
and that
mean
would be their.
You
you
mean
mean
Bill Russell was
I don't.
not
I
a good
mean, he
scorer?
was, but that's like
Was that
okay. Go
happening
ahead.
in
No,
real
go ahead.
time?
You were finishing.
Peter Pettigrew, was
No,
that
no,
happening
no.
in
I'm
real
saying
time?
this isn't. Let me not lie. It is my. I do have the same sentiments that Bill was an average to below average scorer. But I'm pointing out that those guys from that era, when I used to go on that message board, that they would absolutely use demerits as a way to distinguish one player from another. They
Do you think that
absolutely
was
used to
happening in
do it.
real time?
It's impossible for. I mean, I'd have to ask somebody, who's still around from that time.
Well, honestly, bro, like if we're gonna be all the way a being, I've heard more people say Bill Russell is better than Wilt simply because of the fact that he been whooping his ass in the playoffs.
yeah.
Like, bro, like the stats thing, like that's really like I'm having a hard time believing what you're saying. Like, it's not too outrageous because I'm sure Wilt was amazing people with the amount of points he was scoring, but that was such a segregated era. They didn't really care about niggas like that. So at the end of the day, like I just have a hard time thinking that a nigga who's actually over here winning championships and constantly whooping your ass, you can't be considered better than me, bro. Not while we playing at the same time.
This is why we're going off dominating their era. I mean, Bill Russell and Wilt shared an era, right? Magic and Bird shared an era.
I won
You
more MVPs than you. I
look
won more fucking championships than you. Like if
Giannis.
there was a defensive player of the year, I would have won all those, nigga. You wouldn't have won one while I was playing with you. So it's like,
Yeah,
nigga, are you really better than me just because you're scoring 50 points in the season?
yeah. But like, even if you just look at all the
I,
guys, like, Bill and Wilt
I, I do have a question for the panel. For all the LeBron fans, if you had to give a 5 minute take on LeBron James, would you have to mention how LeBron James is better than Michael Jordan?
Nope.
No.
no, no,
No,
no.
no.
He's got enough at this point. 23 years of material. You think I'm gonna ever run dry? I'm gonna actually need double that time, B-Lee.
That's to say how he's greater than everybody, not just one specific
Everybody,
player.
Man,
everybody, every
So,
single player.
so when you have to tailor make your argument to one specific player, do you already lose that argument?
Yeah, it's over with.
Yep.
The moment I already know B-Lee, because the moment they mention LeBron James, it's over. Like you only took 2 minutes to talk about Jordan, because what they do? 6-0, 10 scoring titles, 6 Finals MVPs. They barely mention the 5 regular season MVPs. They don't mention that he's second in playoff scoring and he's fifth at all time in points. They don't mention none of that shit, bro.
yeah,
As soon as they mention the 6-0 and the 10 scoring titles, immediately go to LeBron.
yeah.
Oh,
Facts.
And
you talking about
you can't
casuals?
forget that they discredit Scottie
And,
Pippen
and
Who,
too.
so, and so, Peter,
They
can
got to
can
discredit
you
Scottie
go
Pippen
for at least
also.
5 minutes explaining why Jordan is the GOAT without mentioning any other player? Is it possible?
I could.
I don't think so.
Of course it's possible. Of course it's
I,
possible.
I don't
It's
think
Yeah,
any of
possible,
of
us
but I
course
don't
I
know.
believe
could.
you could do this.
I don't know if
I
he
don't think
could
any
though.
of us believe you could do that.
yeah, you can't do that.
I mean, I guess I could I could demonstrate, but it's not something I'm interested in doing. But yeah,
I wouldn't be
I
interested.
absolutely could go on for 5 minutes. All I would do is I just go year by. I could go on for an hour if I wanted, because I know how to speak. Like I would just start at season 1 and mention, oh, he won Rookie of the Year and he was the first rookie that averaged this and that and that. Then I'd go
That
to the next year, Then I go to the next year. Then I go to the next. Just in chronicling those years, that's already going to take me way past 5 minutes. So
But how does
yeah,
that make
of
somebody a
course
So
it's
you
GOAT?
so,
possible.
so hold on.
I
You
doubt
mean to
that.
say you could tell us why Michael Jordan is the greatest basketball player of all time from what he did in his first year? That's
No, no,
a
No, he
no.
said he
I'm
got to go
saying
year
Marcus,
by
that's what
year.
he just said.
yeah, yeah. I'm saying I could chronicle his career just in the chronicling of his career alone, starting from because remember, all of it goes into the GOAT argument that I'm crafting. Right? It's a comprehensive argument. So I could build an argument by saying, okay, he won Rookie of the Year his rookie season. He was a top 10 player in his rookie season. How many players can say that? Things like that. And then I could just
so
doing that
okay,
alone would
okay.
eat up
Yeah,
five
yeah, I
minutes. You get
understand
what I'm
that.
saying?
But
Yeah.
yeah, Jordan doing that doesn't make him a GOAT doing that his first year.
Will Chamberlain won
Yeah, no,
MVP his first
you
year.
asked me you
You
asked me
understand
if
what I
I
mean?
could speak for 5 minutes, and I'm telling you I could. So
You could
don't
talk about Jordan for 5 minutes. I said, could you make a GOAT argument for Michael Jordan?
Yes, and what he
Going on
did in
for
his
five
rookie year would be included in that argument. What are you not understanding?
Well, I actually want,
Because
want,
it's not
want to hear
greatness.
this, Ed, if you can, because if you think Michael Jordan first year was GOATness, that's not a good argument to have. But
It
I'm
was. Why
interested to
not?
hear it.
You could put that in the argument if someone were to say Jordan had the greatest rookie season of all time, whether he did or not. Yeah, you could that absolutely could be a part of someone's argument. Why couldn't
You
it be?
can't use
I
it
don't
if it's not
understand that.
facts, though.
Because
If he
it's a
didn't
lie.
factually have the greatest rookie
What did
season, then
Michael
he
Jordan
can't
do
be
his
the
rookie
greatest
year
rookie.
better than anybody in the history of the game?
I don't know. Remember, I'm just citing that as an
That's what
example
I'm
of
saying. Like,
things.
that's just what I'm saying. Like, if you say that averaging
Mhm.
28 and what five, that's not the greatest thing of.
Yeah.
Many players
You're
have
not
done that
I don't
understanding,
know
brother.
who
with
You
who
have
had
to
the
talk
records.
greatest
about
who had the
stop
greatest
talking
rookie.
about Jordan's career. Like you could
Who
spend
had
an
the
hour
who
Having the
had
talking about his
greatest
the
rookie
entire
year
career,
don't
but
make you
Shaq,
a
who
just
had
GOAT.
the
go on.
greatest rookie season of all time? I
greatest
don't
rookie
know.
season.
Like I said,
Shaq,
I've never actually
Probably
spent any
Magic or
time.
Bill
Yeah,
Russell,
I've
maybe.
okay.
I've
Yeah,
never
that's
I've
what
never committed
I
much
mean. Like
time
you,
So why
yeah,
would
into
you
I know,
thinking
so
I
why
know,
about
would
but
you
that.
it's
use
hard.
Jordan as
It's
I was
hard
given
because
an
Will
if
ex.
you think
Chamberlain had the
28
but if
greatest
you
rookie
want to
is
put
season
is
no
of
a
all
GOAT
time.
time,
He won
if you
argument,
want to
MVP.
that's
put
not
no
a
time
GOAT
into it, why would you
argument. That's
say
what I'm
Jordan off
saying.
the bat?
It's Will or Oscar. It's Will or Oscar
He won
career.
MVP
Yeah,
as a
I don't
rookie.
want to
Saying
get
like that's
bogged,
That's
not a
but
never
GOAT
been
we're
done.
argument.
getting
Like
But by
we're
you.
getting bogged down
saying
on that
Michael
one
Jordan
point
is the
though, which is
GOAT
not
because
which
first
wasn't
year.
my intention. I was simply citing one of the things that I would use in crafting an argument, and all I'm
And we're
saying
countering
is
your argument saying that it's
just
wrong.
no. I'm not
We're
saying
not
that
saying that it's wrong.
that
We're not
factoid
saying that's not a
would
GOAT.
prove Jordan being GOAT. I'm just simply answering brother uh, Brandon's question about if I could speak for 5 minutes, make a GOAT case for 5 minutes. That's the only thing I'm answering. So whether or not the individual factoids that I would point out is true or not true doesn't have anything to do with being able to make a 5 minute
Okay,
GOAT
so
case.
so
You
you
get what I'm
basically
saying?
saying that it's not, even
Yes,
though
it
it's not
does.
true, you can still say it. That's basically what you're saying. Even though you can
Yeah,
say
no,
things that's
no,
not
but
true, it
That's
doesn't matter.
uh
that's
huh.
what he said.
That's
Yeah.
all you're saying. It don't matter if it's not true. I'm just gonna say it.
No.
Just
You
don't
could
chat
find things.
about it.
You could find things that are factually true about that rookie season, and then craft the argument that way. I'm going off the top of my head, so I'm just giving you an example of how I could go for 5 minutes. That's it. Don't get bogged down on whether this is true. I'm giving an example. Like I'm
So,
sure I could go on Google right now, look up some factoid about Jordan's rookie season, right, and say, okay, he was the only rookie that did X, Y, Z, and you get what I'm saying. I'm just talking about the form of the argument, how I would form the argument, and that would definitely eclipse 5 minutes. That's the only point I'm making.
Okay,
I mean, it
and
would
what I'm
still
saying,
have
what
to.
Michael Jordan did
I
his
got a
rookie
question
year
for you,
was
BB.
not better than another. If there's another season that's better than that, that's not a GOAT season.
Yeah,
I
and
just
That's a
went through all that trouble of
that's
saying
not a
that.
GOAT.
no, but
That's
BB,
all
but
I'm
you,
you know the
you went
crazy
like.
right back
Man,
to the
you know the
same
that's what
crazy
thing.
I'm
thing
saying.
when you
That's what
when
I'm
he
saying.
mentioned
Like that's a
So what
terrible
happened?
argument to say that someone was good their
Next one over
rookie
there.
year. That's not a GOAT season. That's not a GOAT season.
Yeah, and the thing
So
about it
saying
is,
something that's not a GOAT season doesn't make it a GOAT argument.
Yeah, you
especially
gotta do some.
especially
Like
if you
Jordan
hold on
really didn't do no historic shit that
real
hadn't been
quick,
done
bro.
before.
Yeah,
But go
you're
ahead, one
basically
boy.
saying Jordan wasn't historic because he averaged 28 and 5. That's fine. That's 100 plus players who did better than that. That's not
But
a GOAT season.
but the funny thing about it is like he brings it up as an example, but he say, "Oh, I didn't look into
It's
nobody else rookie years." But
No,
why
no,
would you
no.
use Jordan off the
basically
bat?
saying it's
Again,
not
I
true.
don't know.
He's
I don't
basically saying
know
it's not
if
true. What Jordan
I
did
don't know
was
if this
the best.
is. I don't know if this
That's
is a education issue. I don't know
Yeah,
what's
because you
going on
definitely
here.
I
I
don't
don't
think
know if
because we
it's a.
I
definitely
think
give him
so.
a every time he
Yeah,
talks.
we don't know if it's an
It's not.
education issue with your ass because you don't
Yeah,
speak
No,
I
on
don't
it.
know. I don't
I
know.
understand what Peter is
It's
saying. Peter,
not.
in my perspective, is saying that basically he would use that as a case in order to make the case why he's a GOAT, and it would just lead off with that his rookie season
But
year
it's
for
but,
year.
but the point
But
that I was making
but
in
I
saying
understand like
that
at that
is
time he would be
how
wasting
is he
his
going to
time.
say that?
The
How is he
greatest.
going to say that when he's not researching nobody else's rookie years?
Yeah, he's not the greatest
I
rookie.
know that.
Yeah, he's
I
not the
understand,
greatest
That's
but
how you
rookie.
going to use Jordan if you ain't researched nobody else's. That was my point.
I
One
understand
boy.
that.
If I were to
But I
make
That's
think
that
what you
argument,
said though.
right?
But you
If I
said that
were to
though. So how
make,
you gonna make
if
the argument
because
when
I
you said
said
that?
I'm
yeah.
going off the top of my head, and I'm not making an argument. I'm simply answering Brandon's question as to if I could go for 5 minutes. You guys struggle with logic and
I know,
reasoning.
but
Like
you're
it's
not
No,
You
understanding
unbelievable.
it.
struggle with
we're
You
not
has to
logic.
about
be.
that. We're not
It
talking
has to be
about that.
5 minutes
But your
of
logic
goat
don't
shit,
make
nigga, not
sense.
just 5 minutes of talking about
no,
his career,
Yeah, how
bro.
no,
you going to
That's
no,
what
use?
you're
How
nice
not
you
shit.
going to?
understanding.
What
It's
what
not
he
How
just
did
you
we
at
going to
don't
use his
talk
rookie
Hello.
about
year?
what he
How are
did
you
from
going
his
to use
rookie
his
season
rookie year
to
as a
year
case when you don't
15.
know about nobody
Anybody
else's
could do
rookie
that,
year?
bro.
Shit, I could talk.
It's
I could
about
talk
what did you
about.
do that was better than everybody
I
else,
could
nigga,
talk. I
for
could talk
five
about. I
minutes.
could make a 5 minute go case for Hakeem. I could make a 5 minute go case for
You
anybody.
can't make no 5 minute go case for Hakeem,
You
bro. Get the
cannot make
fuck out
a
of
vote.
here,
You
bro.
cannot. You
You
cannot
really
make
Why are
a
you
cannot, bro.
case.
lying all the
You cannot
time,
make a
bro? What
case.
the hell, man? Why you gotta lie for?
Like, just don't come up here and lie.
Well, I couldn't make it for anybody. Let me retract that statement. I
All right,
could
I
bro.
make
would.
it
At
for.
least you did that. At least you
I
took
could. Yeah. Let me
accountability.
do that. I
Okay.
could make it for anyone in the top 10. I could speak for 5 minutes as to why
Okay.
that person should be. Do you know that in debates? I don't know if you guys ever did debate when you're in college or in high school, right? Oftentimes the proctor will give you. You have to argue both sides. I don't know if y'all are aware of that. So they'll have an issue, and you will argue pro, one go around, and then in the next go around you'd be anti, right? But you're
Yeah, and what's that
still
got to do with the GOAT debate?
no.
No, just let
That's
her
an
finish real
answer to
quick.
Brandon's question. That's again. We're still stuck on this one thing that Brandon brought up. I'd like for the
Okay.
discussion
Okay.
to go
Okay.
past it, but I'm simply making the point that yes, absolutely, I could speak
Oh,
for 5 minutes
about
as to
how great
why
doing
I
this.
believe that Shaq
About
is
how
the
great
GOAT.
doing this.
I could speak for 5 minutes as to
And
why Shaq should be the GOAT. I could speak for 5 minutes as to why Havlicek should be the GOAT. I could speak for 5 minutes as to
No, you
why
definitely can't.
Duncan should be the GOAT. You get what I'm
Go
saying?
ahead,
okay,
go
can
ahead,
you
Jake,
do
make
right at
Jake,
this moment?
bro.
Let's hear
I
one.
want to see it. I
What
want to
can
hear
you
it.
do
I want to
right
hear it,
now
Jake.
for 5 minutes?
No, you can't.
What
Go
can you
ahead,
do
bro.
right
Do
now
it for
for five
Shaq right
minutes,
now.
Peter?
I want to hear it. Does Shaq
Yeah,
have the greatest
I want to
rookie
hear
years ever or something?
anybody for five
Like
minutes
really,
right now.
Go ahead, bro. Do
really,
it,
only
please.
5 people have a case to be in the GOAT conversation. It's
Nero,
really
please
not that.
elaborate, bro.
No,
I want to hear this.
I'd
Peter, I
have to,
want to hear 5 minutes
I'd
right
have
now.
to write,
Give me a player.
the raps. I have to write.
Wait.
Y'all want
No,
a
you,
freestyle rap? No,
yeah, bro.
I
You
got to
got to
write a
know
rap.
this off the
Okay,
top of the dome.
okay,
Yeah, yeah,
okay.
but what I'll
That's
do is, how niggas spit writtens? They spitting it off the top of the dome supposedly, but it's recited information. So I'd collate the information, store the facts in my head, then I'd spit the rhyme.
okay. Yeah,
But
okay.
off top
Okay,
to give you
we
five
good,
minutes
bro.
on
We
Shaq?
good, man.
I,
No, I couldn't
Nah,
do
not
that.
Shaq,
I
man.
don't think you can do it for anybody. That's the problem.
Yep, that he
All
could.
right, so can we go past? We've been here for 20 minutes now. Can we go somewhere else with
Yeah,
the
yeah. I
discussion?
mean,
Nah,
yeah,
this the bid.
yeah.
This the
You
I
just
bid.
said a
think
whole bunch of nothing. That's
the
fine.
original
You just
point,
said a
the
whole bunch of
original
nothing.
point was that
So
most.
you basically, so it's basically what we were saying
Yeah.
at the beginning of the stream. Like, it's hard for Jordan fans to just discuss why Michael Jordan is the greatest without mentioning LeBron. Other than if you're like Peter, you just make up a whole bunch of shit. You could just go around saying Michael Jordan had the best first season, had the best second season, had the best third season. because I don't know why, but
Chill,
you can
no,
go
chill.
around saying a lot of things that's not true if you want to, but there's no comprehensive, cohesive argument why Michael Jordan is the greatest player of all time. Like it's fine, but before LeBron James, you could make up you could say a lot of things. LeBron James has surpassed so much of what Jordan used to do. And those same arguments that you want to use for LeBron James, there's other players who done it better when you try to use Michael Jordan. So that's what me and John talked about earlier in the show, how Michael Jordan, yes, he was the GOAT before LeBron James. What Jordan did was great. What
I'd
other
have to
players
disagree with
done
that.
was great. I mean,
By the
it's
way, I
fine.
remember A. Johnny or maybe you, Brennan, sharing an article, I believe, from 1993,
Don't speak it. I don't work with that, so I don't
right
know.
after Jordan retired, right? And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, in the article, the person who they were saying that he surpassed for the GOAT title was Wilt. Do you remember that article?
Probably some of Johnny, but they built a
No, I'm
statue
saying, do you know
stating that. No,
the article I'm referencing though? Are you
no, it's
familiar
probably
with it?
some Johnny brought. It's probably some of Johnny brought
Okay.
up, but
I mean, it makes sense. Like they wouldn't consider Kareem the GOAT because of his religion, even though Kareem had surpassed Wilt by that point.
That's the same thing I said. I think a
He
lot of
Like,
never
stuff has to
passed
do
Kareem
between
in my book.
religion.
He never
like
passed Kareem.
Kareem, yeah. I mean, Michael Jordan never really surpassed Kareem. If we're gonna be all the way 1,000, I mean, he didn't really even surpass Wilt.
Give me the reason for both, for Wilt and Kareem. Why you think
Oh
in
well,
either case?
Wilt. Oh, but here's the thing: Wilt is #1 all time in rebounds, so he actually topped the chart or something. He's also #1 in points per game. And nigga has 3 MVPs, 2 finals, 7
4 MVPs.
scoring titles. He's got 2 assist titles. He got like 6 or 7 rebounding titles. Like the nigga is just elite on all aspects of the game.
No, I'm saying
It's
what
not
makes
just
him
a
above
one-way player.
Jordan.
He
What
just
makes him
told you.
above
The
Jordan
reason
though?
I just told you, nigga. He's
Okay,
also
but
playing against
Jordan.
Bill Russell, a literal giant in his era. Like he's competing with this
What
nigga.
makes him
He's
above
Okay,
competing
so
with
when
Jordan?
you
Bill
say
Russell
make
directly
arguments, you
for
just
MVPs.
so making an argument is just listing a person's career achievements. Okay, I got it.
That's
Yeah,
how you make a GOAT
that's how
debate.
you make the
No other way.
argument, nigga. Like I'm not gonna compare Wilt to Jordan's failures, nigga. That's not how I
what
talk basketball,
what
nigga.
what other argument would you make for someone being the GOAT? Like, what else should he include, basically?
Like what else should I include, nigga? I'm just talking about this nigga Wilt's career, what he did that was great, what was impressive.
If I were judging a debate, I wouldn't. I don't hear anything that says, okay, this person should be definitively above this person. Like
Nigga,
you're
I'm
just
not
reading that.
debating you, nigga. I'm not debating you.
Because you lack
This is not a
comprehension.
debate.
David, golly, bro, you're so mean.
Nigga, you asked me why I don't think Jordan surpassed Wilt, nigga, and I told you why. This is not a debate, nigga. I was just answering your question.
I mean, Beasley is an advanced stat person, but but it is impressive for the fact that Wilt Chamberlain um, passes Jordan in win shares. The fact that he played less games than him, that kind of tells you like how
What, regular
productive.
season?
Yeah, but they didn't play enough games in
Yes,
the
regular
playoffs
season
like that. Yeah, regular season.
in the postseason, but
Yeah,
yeah,
they only
the
played
regular
like
season.
1 round in the playoffs, so.
So, but
Yeah,
I
I
mean,
mean,
you're
it's
only
hard
talking
comparing across the
is
eras because, rules are
even if you
different,
count the
how they
playoffs.
did things different, awards are different, so it's difficult, bro. So there is a little bit of subjectiveness to it. Like we
If,
can't
if
we
you
can't act like there isn't, but we got the raw
even
numbers to actually make statements about who was better than who.
the thing is, even if you include the playoffs, Wilt Chamberlain is still above Jordan in win shares, like
is
in
he?
the entire career. Yeah, if you include the playoffs and regular season, Wilt Chamberlain is above Jordan in win shares. And
How do you
Jordan played
calculate? How's the win share calculated? Do you know the mathematical formula?
yeah, some of it. Yeah, it's like basically it's a total. It's like a total of games that it's also included how you win. They take
No,
like
no. I'm asking if I were to give you player X without you going to Basketball Reference or some other source, right? Just using the raw stats, could you calculate win share?
no, I can't
Trying to tell
calculate it.
you
It's an
how.
entire
Okay.
formula.
Trying
No,
to
So
tell
it's
you
automatic.
why use it in an argument then, if you don't understand
Because
it?
I don't make because I don't make the calculation. I just know what it
He
takes. So.
understand it. He just don't know how to calculate. That's what he's
Right,
saying.
I
Ain't
understand
that the
it.
same thing you did with Jordan rookie season?
No, I don't use
What you doing?
advanced.
Everybody else questioning them
See,
is the same thing.
see.
They asked you to do 5 minutes and you couldn't do it, but you just asked him to explain why somebody was the GOAT. Okay.
Yeah, I can't calculate it,
Without
but I
looking
just
it up too. That's crazy.
understand it. I kind of get how they're calculating, but I can't
I don't
calculate
know
it myself.
what
You
Buddy
gotta
was just
like
talking about. That
you have
made
to
no
be.
sense.
I know you don't know what
What?
Buddy was talking about. Just like
I
we
know
all know
exactly what you're
debate,
talking about,
just
Keith
like we
John.
all know debate forums in college, and you the smartest one now.
That
Yet
made
again,
no
he
sense what
doesn't
you just said
comprehend.
though.
He has a lack of comprehension.
But here's the thing, because like
I
advanced
think
stats,
everybody understood except you, Peter. But
it's a catch-all
What's
metric,
that?
bro. You need multiple stats in order to, and I can't like calculate it since, especially it's hard to measure pace in Wilt's era. But they were still able to find ways to use his stats and make it and able to use
It's not
win
hard to
share.
calculate pace. The pace is right there on Basketball Reference. It's around 130 possessions a game.
I
No,
thought you
that's
said
not.
not to
Sure.
You
use.
still
I thought
need
you
a
said
no.
not
You
to use
still need a
basketball.
formula to count. You still need a formula to count pace because pace is
No,
not an
you don't.
automatic thing. Yeah, you do.
No, you
Pace.
don't.
Yes, bro. Yeah,
It's
you
not a.
do, bro.
It's not a formula. It's arithmetic. It's
No,
literally
pace
the
is
amount
a
of possession.
formula.
No, it is. Oh my God. Okay.
Bro, how is it not? What are you talking? Like, do you know how pace is like accumulated, bro?
Per 100, like if you convert it to a per 100, but that's not a formula. You're represented it as a percentage. It's not a formula though. But
Yeah,
I guess I'm kind of quibbling there. But you get the point I'm making. But they
yes,
do
No, you
have the
don't.
pace. Is my point.
yes.
They
So,
have the pace
so
for
am I,
Wilt's era.
you kind of saying like, okay, go ahead, bro.
No, I'm just saying they have the pace for Wilt's era. They have it. They know what it was. Is it around 130 possessions per
Is
100, or is it
They don't
per
have that
game?
document. They don't have that
is it
document. It's not
around?
written on paper.
They
That
they don't have those
yeah, they don't
numbers.
have it. I don't know where you're getting that from.
They don't
They
have.
don't
I
have
don't
it.
know
It's
how
on
can they have the
Basketball
numbers when they
Reference.
don't have the games.
No, it's not on
You want me?
How they
basketball
have the
reference,
numbers when
bro.
they don't
They
have the
don't have that.
games?
Yeah, they don't
They
have
don't
those.
even have
All right,
majority of the games they play.
y'all
How
want
do they have
me
the
to share my
pace?
screen? Y'all want me to share my screen and go to Basketball Reference
Oh,
right now and show it to you?
go,
Of course you
go
don't.
on your. I don't know where you're gonna share it at. I don't think you can share it, but there's no way with not having all. You could just guess.
And if they
That's all
have,
you can do is guess because
especially
they don't
like,
have the games. They don't have the games.
I don't know what they're basing it on, but it's on their website.
I'm pretty sure it's estimated guess. They don't have the games.
You might be right. I don't know what they base it on, but they claim that the 60s was played at 130, on average 130 possessions a game. That what
how
it's
you can't even
on.
count. You can't. They don't even have turnovers. Like, how are you supposed to count that? That doesn't even make any
they don't
sense.
have turnovers,
It's a
steals, or
it's just
blocks.
a
They
it's
count
just
none
an
of that
estimate.
shit.
It's just an estimate. That's all. It's just an estimate.
Right. So it's like,
Like
how? That's
'cause
what I'm
they have
saying.
no
Like, you
clue.
need turnovers and steals. How would you? Like, bro, what are you talking about? Like,
I'm not talking about nothing. I'm just telling you what the people got on their website, bro. What you want from me?
you said
That's
it. It's
all
your
I.
argument. I'm telling you, like,
It's
they
not an
don't have
Well,
that.
argument.
you
It's
you
a
were
That's
trying to
statement
use
of
it as an
fact.
argument, man.
It's a statement of fact. On
Okay,
Basketball
I
Reference, it says they played
I went to
130.
basketball reference. It's
You niggas need
NBA
to stay off
league
of
average
basketball
per
reference for
100
real. God damn.
possessions.
What's wrong with Basketball Reference?
Um,
That shit is not
today it
accurate,
is.
bro.
Let me see what it says today. Today is 99.4. And 86 is 102. And the last one is at 74. It's 107.8. And then there's no more after that because it's just there's none there on basketball reference.
What you mean it's not in there?
I just
Just
gotta
say
ask,
it.
why are y'all using basketball
Yeah,
reference and
it's
not
none there.
NBA.com? That doesn't make any sense to me.
I'm just
You're
saying,
using a
it's
motherfucking
none there. It's none there.
He
There's
just said
you're
zero.
it
using a
was.
third party website, nigga, and
But the
not the
win
actual
share, but
NBA's
wait, but
website to look
who?
up these
The
stats.
guy who John Hollinger who created Per And the guys who created WinShare and DBPM and all of that stuff, that's where they come from. That's
So
basketball
you talking
reference.
about a
Created
bunch
that
of
in the
basketball
2000s.
fans that
He
made
created
up a
that in the
whole bunch of
2000s.
stats. Exactly. You talking
And
about a
In
whole
the
bunch of
2000s.
basketball
Yeah.
nerds that just made up a whole bunch of stats and you trying to use them in basketball debates. Wasn't
I
nobody talking about no
don't
fucking
use
win
it.
shares for 48 in the
I
2000s,
don't.
nigga.
I never brought up WinShares. Dude did. I don't
Any of
argue
these
like that.
advanced stats, PER, none of that shit matters, nigga. Like
Basketball
y'all
reference
be
is
on
not
basketball reference like that
that,
shit actually
bro.
means something. Like what
Well,
the fuck?
today, to be fair, like New World, they do use a lot of like advanced stats, and basketball
Hey,
reference is not
you
the only.
attacking Buddy right now.
You
You ever
don't
heard of
need
friendly
those
fire? You
advanced
done
stats
clap
though,
your man
Ishmael.
down, New World.
Those stats they didn't exist prior to motherfucking 2000. We were still able to talk and analyze and break down the game.
Nigga
Those
try to
stats are
clap me
irrelevant. If
and
anything,
clap
they've
this man
actually
all
ruined
up.
the integrity of basketball because niggas trying to
I
take these
understand what
box
you're
score
saying, but it's
numbers
like
from basketball reference that aren't even
like,
always
like,
accurate, and then they try to
I
use
hope
them in these debates.
I hope y'all ain't following what he's doing right now. Please don't.
Hold on. I heard what Peter's doing, but I'm just trying to tell you. I'm just trying to inform you that
He think he the
today,
smartest
and
person.
basketball reference is not
Busted
the
that first
only website that uses advanced stats
Yes,
today, bro.
advanced stats is used today. It wasn't used in the past. That's what Ishmael trying to say. They use those things today.
They do
Just like in all
a lot
sports,
of
they
them.
use advanced stats today. That's why a lot of teams are shooting threes because they're using it today. Back
Yeah,
in the
because of the
90s and before
analytics.
that, it
That's
didn't
right.
exist. So they couldn't use it. So whatever they did back in the day, they didn't have knowledge of it. They're just
I'm
something
just
that was
saying that you
created in
don't
the
even
2000s.
need advanced stats like to break down the game because
You
if you was able to do it before
you
they
don't have to
existed,
break
you could
down the
damn sure
game
do it
using them,
after.
but you can, and a lot of sports do it today. They use those stats today because it helps with winning. You have to know what your team does best at. So you have to use those stats. Back then they didn't have access because they didn't know anything about it.
Yeah, man.
I
They're
just
used
don't
today.
agree that you have to use those stats. All
Well,
you need to
a
do is
lot of
just watch
scouts
film.
use them today, bro. Like they use them in order to like because you
They
don't
didn't.
watch
I
every
know that.
single game.
I'm telling you that they didn't fucking need to use it 20 years ago, so they don't need to use it now. Like you're saying that they use it, it might be
They use
convenient
it
to
now,
use, but they don't
Damn,
fucking need to use it. That's the fucking point.
just
Like y'all
like
keep
yeah,
misunderstanding what I'm
talking
saying.
crazy to
just
dude.
like
Like goddamn, like I
just
know
like
that they fucking
for
use the
instance,
stats today.
Hey, bro,
when
fight back, man. Don't let that
they
man talk to you like that, bro.
Shut the fuck
yeah,
up, Peter. I'm not even talking to you, nigga. It's not even
they had a
being
game plan
disrespectful,
for
nigga. I'm
Jordan.
just getting a little
They
frustrated.
didn't use
Damn.
a game plan for Jordan prior to that. But that doesn't mean you shouldn't use game plans moving forward. Okay, the shit works. Let's use a game plan for this player. Let's use a game plan for that player. Before, nobody was pushing
Hey, who
Jordan
that
along
was? David?
and making him shoot.
Hey, David, don't let nobody
Like,
talk to you like that, bro.
yeah,
Or
they
whoever that
actually
was.
things today to help
He
players
try,
help win games.
don't be
Peter,
letting
you
these
don't need to
Not,
guys
explain
not
roll
just
up,
anything,
just
man.
okay?
walk off the court and post up. There's different things on the floor where players shoot best at, where they do this best at. They have to use those things today. They just didn't use it 20 years ago because they wasn't advanced as players are today. Everything today is so advanced that they have to break down every little detail so they can win games. Yes, advanced stats are used in football, baseball, everything.
Baseball, especially, yeah, they
That's
are
where it
more than
started. That's where it
Well,
started at Ismail.
coaches
Baseball.
are
yeah,
smarter.
If I need to find
exactly.
out where my player shoots best from the floor, I'm just gonna take a shot chart and we're gonna watch film. I don't need no fucking stats to do that. Yeah,
Yes,
the
that's what
stats are
they used to
convenient,
do in
but
the
I don't need them. That's the point.
80s. Yes. Yeah, that's what they used to do in the 80s. It was very simple. It's not simple today.
Yeah, because like back then they were just using field goal percentages to describe efficiency. They don't no longer do that anymore. So it's like the whole. I mean, like B League was the one that really convinced me a lot of it and stuff, and so I had to really take time to learn about some of this stuff. And there's just so many nowadays, and like it's a whole process. Like Basketball Reference is not the only website, and I think like to learn why they're there is kind of useful, but you don't have to like use it as your entire opinion on a certain player, or you know what I mean. And some people use it even for betting purposes as well, and it works for them. So
I mean, here's the thing though. How
I thought that
effective
was
is
the
it really
reason for
when I can get to the same result that you just did with those advanced numbers without even using them at all? I get to the same fucking conclusion that you just did using them stupid ass calculations.
What
Doesn't
conclusion
make
you
no
trying to get?
difference. Am I lying?
I don't know what conclusion you're
I can
trying to get
still
to.
get the same whatever result that you can get from the advanced stats. I can get the same exact result without using them. I can come to the same conclusion. Whatever those advanced stats tell you, I can tell you the same thing without using those advanced stats. That's the point. By breaking down film.
I have no idea what that's supposed to mean. That's the issue. Like what you trying to get to though?
I'm saying that we shouldn't need to use them, nigga. That's the point. I've been saying this the whole time.
Well, here's the thing, though. When you have numbers,
Yo, chill. Scroll them out, Devo.
when you have numbers, it helps with the fact that you don't have to. It's not based on your opinion. It's based on something that's documented. Like here, we got some data for this, and what you may watch in the film may not be what the documentation showcases, and so that's why that it's there, because we can't always rely on somebody's subjectivity or eyes. So you kind of use both of that and the documentation to indicate, like, hey, maybe we were wrong or right about a player. You know what I mean? So that's why how I view
Look,
it.
I'm not gonna argue about it no more. But the point is, I don't need any of those numbers.
That's there. It may not be the advanced stats that like are use more complicated stuff that's on basketball reference. They don't. If you look at NBA.com, they have hundreds of different type of stats.
Is that a 4?
Hundreds of different type of stats.
Yeah, they all accurate too. They're not gonna be wrong like basketball reference is at times.
Well, I mean, it's like also look because
we're not just talking about basketball reference. That's the thing. We're talking about advanced stats that coaches are using. It's just not the 10 that's on basketball reference. If you look at NBA.com,
like I heard
They
of
don't
an
like
advanced stat
NBA.com
called
because they gotta
LeBron.
go see all that
Like,
shit Jordan don't got.
there's an advanced stat called LeBron that analyzes defense and offense of a player. Like I don't know why they call it like that, but there's just so many. Or it's like per box plus per. It's so much shit. I can't even like. I try going over it.
I mean, advanced stats like deflections and shit like that. Like I understand those stats, but there's just certain stats I just don't think are necessary, like box plus minus and other things. Like I just don't think a lot of those are necessary to tell what a player did.
Using box plus or minus. I'm almost positive they're not using that.
Oh, that's good. That's good then. We're not talking about the coaches. I'm just talking about people in general when you're in these basketball discussions using these stats. That's really what the point of this was. Like you're using these advanced stats in these conversations like they actually mean anything. I get to the same result that you just did without using those numbers.
I'm not big on them
Stats
myself.
are flawed anyway.
They are
big on
slightly flawed,
advanced.
but I'm not going to get into that too much because that I don't care about
I'm
those
not
stats.
big. I'm not a guy who's big on advanced stats anyway, and you never hear me use it in an argument. But I don't know if y'all know, but in these MVP votes nowadays, it's weighed very heavily by the voters.
Well, that's
So
because the
I mean,
media
it is what it
they
is.
got a whole bunch of
Petey,
people
we
that
agree on
never
that.
use no film.
Petey, we agree on that.
Yeah, they don't watch all the games either. Like with those media voters, they're watching certain teams. They're not watching everybody play.
That's why Jordan got Player of the Year, because you have to look at the stats. Why on earth would Marc Gasol win Defensive Player of the Year? If you look at his advanced stats, you would think that he's the reason.
He didn't even make all defensive
team stat. It's a team stat.
It's a team stat, and that's why. But that
if you're on the court with Mike Conley, and all of the other players on the team, and you're probably the third or fourth best defensive player, but you play less minutes, your advanced stats are going to be higher. Randy Brown defensive stats, advanced stats are higher than Jordan because he's playing at a certain time with the best players for shorter minutes. So it's a team stat.
Yep.
So you're going to see what players work best with other players when you're using team stats. That's why Marc Gasol should have never won Defensive Player of the Year. Even the coaches didn't even vote him. He was the fourth highest center. He shouldn't have been on all defensive team.
I mean that's another reason why I said the advanced stats are flawed. Because you're coming up with these anomalous results like that.
But the media is not smart enough to understand what coaches are looking at. The coaches stated LeBron James back-to-back year was the best defensive player in the league. The coaches
Yep.
voted that because they're analyzing the game. They're looking at all these advanced metrics that's tailored to individuals, other than looking at
And they're
what's on
watching the
basketball
film too.
stats. That's what the media has is the team stats, and they believe Marc Gasol was the best defender because of what his team was doing when he was on the floor for a limited minute. LeBron James had better defensive stats than him, traditional defensive stats, but the advanced staff goes to Marc Gasol because he played on a slower paced defensive team, which makes his
Peter, you got to
advanced
mute
stats.
your mic, bro. You
That's what
got
the
something
media
going
looks
on
at.
back there.
Oh, my bad.
That is what the media looked at. That's why Marc Gasol won Defensive Player of the Year.
Yeah, the media they're not watching all the games, so I can understand their ignorance. They're looking at a whole bunch of numbers on a piece of paper, and they're trying to pick out who has the highest number to give votes to. So I'm not really gonna blame their ignorance too much on that. But I just think it's an oversight by the NBA to even allow people in the media to be voting on these awards to begin with. Like I think it should
Well,
be like strictly like a coaches and coaching staff thing and GMs, like that type of
media
deal.
helps fund them. Media helps
Yeah, the
fund
money.
them,
Yeah.
so they don't have a choice.
Yeah.
It's
You
either
can't
having
forget
the
about
experts
media
do it
bias too,
or
though.
the
They
people who's
don't
going to
want
pay us to
LeBron to
do
have
it.
a Defensive
So,
Player of the Year. That's why they didn't vote for him.
I mean,
Yeah, I mean it's because of shit like that though. Like I can control this man's career because like when LeBron was supposed to get unanimous MVP, but you got this one nigga voting for Melo. You know what I'm saying? It's shit like that happens where you're just like, this is why they shouldn't have the control that they have, regardless of how much they're funding the NBA. Like if anything, if you want to give these motherfuckers like a little bit more privileges for other shit, because they already get hella privileges, man. They're allowed to ambush these players in the locker room when they're halfway dressed, nigga, to ask them a million fucking questions. You know what I'm saying? Like they're allowed into these people's private spaces and be around conversations with scouters. Like the media already has like damn near unlimited access to the NBA. The fact that they get NBA honored award votes as well, I think that's a little bit too much power, to be honest with you.
Hey, if my TV money is the reason why you getting 50 mil, you goddamn right. My vote gonna
you
count
gotta
for
get
some
paid.
shit. I don't care
You
what
gotta
you
get paid.
talking
Like
about, nigga.
even Charles Barkley said he don't even watch the NBA games. He don't even watch them. He's
Yeah, you don't even
he's
watch the
sleeping in
games.
the chair when they're playing on TV during the inside NBA crap. He's sleeping. He's not watching the games. But guess what? His opinion matters because that's who's paying him.
You know, it's
He
so like
works for
Ridiculous.
companies paying the
I
NBA.
forgot. So Stephen A. Smith and those guys on TV, they vote for the MVP.
Yes.
Yep.
Stephen A.
What?
got to vote. Stephen A. got a vote
That's
too.
crazy. You know, now I think about it, that's real crazy. They don't even know. Like,
You didn't know that?
Yeah,
Yeah,
not
I
the
mean,
everybody
media
has a
might
vote.
make players money, but the players
yeah,
make way, or I mean, the
I
media
knew
also
the
makes
media,
money
but
off
I
the
didn't know
players,
it was
though.
like that media. I didn't think it was like those media types. You know what I mean? I thought it was some
Yep. Yep.
analysts or
If you see all the big hard Jordan fans,
Why don't you just
they
rewrite
have
it?
a vote. They have a
bro. Why do
vote.
we waste time on this stuff then? Like, what's the point of it? Like,
Yeah, funny as hell.
what the fuck is this, bro? Like, dude,
I mean,
like
it's
Have a
really
dudes
vote.
all the
don't even
Jordan
know.
fans. Why you
Yo.
think LeBron don't got more than 4
They don't even
MVPs?
watch.
Why
They
you
don't
think
even
he don't
watch
got
the
the
games
Defensive
like
Player of
that.
the Year? And why you think they stopped giving him all
What
defensive teams?
what
Even though
year
LeBron
should
was still playing
LeBron have
all NBA
won?
level defense, they still didn't want to give him that award after 2014.
What year should LeBron have won MVP that he didn't win?
2018.
I
Oh,
mean,
I'd give you several. He should have
in
won in
2018,
2014.
2020, he should have won it prior as well. I
Somebody
Okay,
mean,
said
hold on.
He should have won
Let's
in
2018.
go.
2014. That was Kevin
won
Durant's here nigga ring because the nigga was crying to the media about always being second place to LeBron. So they're like, all right, here, nigga. Finally, we're gonna give you MVP, even though it should have went to LeBron. And then you got 2017. That's Harden. That's Harden's MVP. 2018 is LeBron's
That's
MVP,
Westbrook.
and 2020 is LeBron's MVP.
18
So
and
Who
2020.
wanted it? Who won it
20,
in 2018 again?
2018
I
was
think
I
James
think
Harden.
that was
Harden, but
Russ, right?
he should have
I think
been
that was
he should have
Russ,
been in
right?
2017 MVP.
2018. Harden won in 2018 because they want to make up for giving Steph his MVP in 2015. And
Oh,
then in
Russ won in
2020,
17, right?
Yeah.
yeah, 17.
Okay.
18
Yeah,
was Harden in 2020. That should have been LeBron James.
15 and 16 was Steph.
Yeah, I
Right.
think 17 was honestly James Harden's ring, like to be or
No,
not ring, but
no,
MVP. I
17
think he
was
should have got MVP in
no,
2017.
17 was
No, you
Russ.
can't give a motherfucker averaging a triple double an MVP just because he got. You know, he's like the 7th seed. Bro. He's not even a fucking
Yeah,
top 3 seed in the West. Or even top 4 seed.
he was gonna get that. He was gonna get that. They was gonna give it to him. So, but then again, LeBron should have won 18 and 20 for sure.
Well, some
That's
people
the
say
bias that goes
2011,
on.
2011 as well. Like Atlanta.
2011 is crazy. That's
Two,
wild.
Yeah,
Hey, wait, I'm
2011
gonna be
too. Yeah.
real. I'm biased on 2011, so I'm not gonna even say anything. I'm biased.
No, I already
2011
know.
should
You
have been
already know.
Rose.
Yeah,
The
I'm
Bulls
biased.
beat the Heat every time. They beat the Heat every time. It should
Every
have been
time.
Rose.
Well, if you gonna give him the
That don't
MVP off
seem
of
like
that,
an
then I
MVP.
kind of guess. But you know, I just don't really think that he was good enough
That's
to
not
be
how
MVP.
MVPs are supposed to be given out, though.
Yeah, that's
Just
not.
because
Yeah,
one team
LeBron
beat
was
the
the
other
best
team.
player.
You're the best player in the world.
But you
But I
can't
think
beat somebody four straight times and get MVP over him.
I
No,
think
you're
that's
right.
a
You're
big.
right.
I think
You're
that's
right.
a big factor, though. You feel like if a team, if a guy, beats you 4 times out of 4, and then also
That
you
is a
have a
fact. That's why I
teammate,
don't argue it too much. That's why I don't
yeah, and
argue it
then
too much.
on
It's
top of
true.
that, you have a teammate next to you who's basically mirroring your stats,
Now
almost.
I don't think that should be really taken into as consideration whatsoever.
And how do you assess value if not production?
It's
LeBron was
about
above
it's about
Wade.
production and winning. At the end of the
Close.
day, it's a combination of the two. That's really what it's all about. It don't matter who your teammates are. It's about how you're impacting the games, how you're impacting winning, and is your team record nice?
Unless you're
Like the
Jokic,
Heat
then
were
you
a
can win
top
all the
4 seed,
MVPs you
but you
want.
losing to Derrick Rose.
Let's
Okay,
be
Derrick
Jokic.
Rose got the argument for MVP over you, bro. Like he's also the number 1 seed. So I don't really argue 2011, even though LeBron's still better than Derrick Rose, even in
Yeah,
that same year.
They knew they weren't gonna let LeBron win 5 MVPs in a
No,
row.
they
So
they
they
weren't
know
gonna let him
that.
win 5. No, they weren't gonna let him win 3 in a row to begin with. Like that,
Yeah,
we should really
yes,
start
he
there.
did win. That's a fact. That's a fact.
But he
Yeah,
didn't. He
they
didn't
weren't gonna let him win
deserve.
3 in a
He
row.
didn't deserve it, though.
How?
he didn't
You
deserve.
can't say
He
he didn't
didn't.
deserve it.
He didn't
A
deserve it in
nigga in the top
2011.
2, a nigga in the top 2 MVP. You can't say he didn't deserve
I
MVP.
don't
Like he
think he.
definitely
I
still
don't think he was
deserved the
top
MVP.
2.
No, Rose should have won it in
2011.
2011. LeBron should have won 18 and 20 for sure. He should have easily won
So he should have
more.
won it over Harden in
Won
18.
Yes,
Yeah.
definitely. Because James
What
Harden
was
had
the?
a. Because
Period.
look,
Everything.
because here's the thing. If we're gonna use the logic that you was just trying to use, the fact that he had Wade on his team and that's why he shouldn't have won in 2011. Well, James Harden got Chris Paul on his team. At the end of the day, he's got a way better team than what LeBron was dealing with in 2018. LeBron dragged a team that they had to retool at the trade deadline. They put like 6 new players on that team, and he still got them into the 4 seed. Like you
Now,
doing
Nura,
that with a
you
team full
misunderstood
of
my
niggas that are
argument.
all under 26 years old. Like that's insane, bro.
You
That's
misunderstood my
MVP
argument.
caliber.
Like he had Wade on his team in 12 and 13 also, but I wouldn't have no
All I
argument with him
know is
winning MVP.
that LeBron
I
statistically was better than Derrick Rose that year in almost
Yeah,
every
Well,
I have no
yeah.
argument with he had Wade in 12 and 13, but I don't
No,
argue
I know you
him
weren't trying to
winning.
make that argument, Peter.
Yeah,
I was
I'm
just
saying the
saying that if you were
production.
trying
Yeah,
to make that argument, that's what I was saying. I say if you were trying to make that argument, then we could use that example. But I know you wasn't trying to make that argument. I know you were just trying to bring up a point, basically.
I think he averaged more points, rebounds, and assists than Derrick Rose, right?
And he's
Yes.
better
Yes.
efficient.
He was more efficient. He had everything. The analytics. He had it all more than Derrick Rose.
Yeah,
That's all I'm
yeah.
saying.
That was it. That was it. Okay.
what was the win?
What was it again?
What was the disparity in wins? Somebody borging out too.
No, I think
What?
the Heat were the 3rd seed that year, or the 2nd seed. They were 2nd or 3rd seed.
I think they take the Bulls
I
was
know for a
first.
fact.
Because Jokic
Wait, the Bulls were
basically.
3rd seed in 2011.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were.
I thought they were.
Yeah, I think they
Who was the
won.
number 1 seed
The
in
Bulls.
2011?
The Bulls.
Yeah, they played.
Yeah, that's what I said, right?
Yeah, Bulls was
What the hell
one.
is
I
going
think
on? My
Miami
sound
was
keep cutting
2
out.
or 3.
StreamYard sucks now.
Oh, okay. I thought you said the Bulls were the 3rd seed. I was like, wait a minute, what? Nigga, no, you're talking about the Heat of the 3rd seed. Yeah, the Heat. I remember like the Heat were like somewhere around there
That's
because
just like
they started
Jokic
off losing a
having.
bunch of games.
Yeah, 2011 was definitely LeBron's MVP.
That's crazy. That's just like Jokic being statistically superior to Shea, last season, but that 18 game disparity was just too big of a
But
gap
I
to.
don't even think it's that. I don't think it's that because Jokic and Shea's their stats aren't actually as far off as people think, especially because they go off the advanced stats. Their advanced stats are pretty similar. Obviously, Jokic got a better advanced stats, but at the end of the day, Shea won 18 more games than Jokic, and he still put up a historic stat line in his own right. Derrick Rose is not Derrick Rose is not a historic player. Derrick Rose was never a top 3 player on the planet. Shea was a top 3 player in the world last year. And
that's
Jokic
fact.
was so it's not a big gap between Jokic and Shea as individual players. There was a big gap
I'm saying
between
in
LeBron and Rose.
statistically there was.
But the thing is, like,
there really
I don't know
wasn't,
about
bro.
that.
There
Even
really
that,
wasn't.
no, it was
making
not.
it a Derrick Rose versus LeBron debate, like you're not counting on other players that could have won the award too. It's not a Bulls versus Heat. It's a player that was the most valuable. Like you're missing out Kobe Bryant, for example,
Dwight, KD.
Kevin Durant had a good, even though he was young, he had a good season too. So it's like you can't just say because the Bulls beat the Heat. Like that's not how that goes, bro. That stuff was just like media based. That was not about production.
Well, I mean,
it was not about.
we can't, Ishmael, we can't pretend like media narratives don't also go into MVP voting as well, because it do.
Yeah, it does. I mean, you can have some favoritism, but like I think LeBron.
That's how Russ
won.
even won in the first place, nigga. Like, you telling me a motherfucker who's a 6th seed is winning the MVP because he's the first nigga to average a triple-double since Oscar Robertson? That's the only reason he gave this nigga MVP.
Oscar didn't even win that year. Bill Russell won.
That's what I'm saying, bro. So it's like, what the fuck? Like, this nigga should not have an MVP.
No, but part of it was the expectations for that team also. Like that, they wasn't expected to really do nothing, and he brought them to the playoffs. That factored into it too.
That is a really good point. That was actually that's a really good
Brandon
point.
Cass, you know how to fix your mic. You're giving an echo.
2 years ago.
That's a really good point, by the way. That's Brandon. That's a really good point, by the way.
Had an echo when I brought him up.
If Oscar averaged a triple-double in 62 and he didn't win the MVP, then why the fuck would Russ win the fucking MVP in 2017? You know what I mean?
It doesn't make sense, bro. It's just the media shit, bro. That's why I always be saying, like, especially if you're a 6 seed, nigga. If you're at least a top 4 seed, bro, I understand. You're a top 4 seed. Like, you actually, you depending on what your team is, bro, you can have a trash team, but you can still lead them to a 4 seed, bro. That's MVP caliber. Even if you don't win that year, you still should be in the conversation. But a 6 seed, bro, come on, man.
But that's not how they vote on it. You got to think about it. It's something that you had to achieve that was a milestone along with your team. It's not just your record in the MVP voting. We knew that when Shaq, we knew. Hold on, yeah, but we knew when Shaq lost to Steve Nash, it was a reason. It's a combination of things, and that's what happened. Because I'd say the same thing about that Russ. Russ got an MVP. It was because he achieved something that was so, monumental. So they had to cement it, and they did that. That's all it was. It was because you can't average the same 25 that you average to get the MVP, and you do the same thing next year, and Matt be like, "Why I didn't get it this year?" It's a lot of other things that's intangible that goes into the MVP vote. But go ahead.
Hey, that show was so funny.
Narrative as well. The narrative as well. That's very important.
It's really the narrative. Michael Jordan took Karl Malone's MVP in '98. He should have been Karl Malone.
Weren't good at all. His second
Steph's
year,
first. Steph's MVP.
His second MVP, his numbers were phenomenal. Like,
no, his first MVP was the impact of what he was doing. Like, he was so impactful that the Warriors won by 67 games.
James Harden should have won it.
No,
all the players voted and said it was James Harden. So that's why they was hoping to get him one.
I don't know about that.
He took away one of LeBron.
15?
I would have.
Yes, all the players voted, and James Harden was the league's MVP from all the players.
I think 2017 was Harden's year to win it, and they should have given it to him.
It wasn't going to be. They had to make up for it. They tried to give him in 16, but Steph had that crazy year. Then Russ had that crazy year, and then as soon as he had a decent year, even though it wasn't better than LeBron, they gave it to James Harden.
Yeah. 16 was
2020 was Giannis, right?
Yeah, it
Yeah,
was.
2020 was Giannis. Even though LeBron had the narrative, but they
Why
just
did you
wasn't going to
think
give LeBron
LeBron
another one
should get it over Giannis that year?
because going into that break, the Lakers was the best team. LeBron was the best player on the best team.
Best record.
They had just beat
Yeah,
Milwaukee.
they had just
and the
beat
Clippers
Giannis.
that
They
week.
just beat the Clippers. LeBron was on a tear. If the season would have finished out, LeBron James would have been MVP. But
He would
no,
have been MVP. Yeah.
they were destined to not give LeBron no more MVPs.
Yeah.
There's too many Jordan
What he
fans in the
finished
media
second?
voting.
What he finished second that year?
Second, yeah. Harden was third. I think it was Luka fourth and Kawhi fifth. Yep.
Yeah, most people know.
Because I think what happened to LeBron in 2020 again is that your second guy, his production was like a number one option level type of production. I think basically votes kind of got split.
No,
I think
the media didn't vote for
opposed,
LeBron. Simple as that. Nobody voted for Anthony Davis for anything.
What did Anthony?
LeBron James.
What did he average that year? What did Anthony?
Davis?
What does that matter?
26, 9, and 3 in like 2 blocks.
No, brother.
Brother David, Steve Nash would have never won an MVP. If that's the case,
Brandon.
I answer your question.
David, I'm just giving some insight as to potentially
I gave you the answer, Peter. 26, 9, and 3 in like 2 blocks.
Yeah, I got it. What I'm saying is because somebody was objecting, I'm just giving insight as to what a voter might be looking at, right? Because you're assessing an individual's value to their team. Right. And if someone looks and says, okay, Giannis basically has the same or better record and his number 2 guy is only doing XYZ, while this guy's number 2 guy is like off the charts in terms of production,
What about the rest of the team, though? Milwaukee had a more well-rounded roster. Yeah, the Lakers had the 2 best players, but Milwaukee had a more well-rounded roster than us.
I think Middleton was averaging 22, right?
Yeah.
He
was. Yeah, he was an all-star.
Even Stephen A. Smith said he voted for LeBron James. Like, it was the media narrative about LeBron getting his 5th MVP. It wasn't happening.
So Giannis didn't deserve it then.
No, it was
not over LeBron.
Giannis didn't deserve to be defensive player of the year either. That should have went to Anthony Davis.
Anthony Davis, yeah. Anthony Davis.
I mean, we see this easily how they gatekeep LeBron from getting things, and it rolled down to his teammates. There's no way on earth Giannis should have been defensive player of the year. He was not. Anthony Davis was clearly the best defensive player of the year.
Yeah,
defensive player in that league.
He was the best defensive player of 2020, easily.
Hey, but
LeBron has been snubbed so many times.
I was MVP in 15. I think one person.
I feel like.
I think one person voted for him, right? One person voted for him for Finals MVP in 2015.
Oh yeah.
Who was it? I can't remember.
Voted for who?
For LeBron, 2015 Finals MVP. I think he got one vote, if I remember correct. He got 4 votes.
LeBron got three votes.
He got 4.
3 of them. It was very close. It was very close. He got more votes than Steph. I think.
Than Steph. So no. Let me tell you why I brought that up.
I believe it was 11.
Let me tell you why I brought that up, though. If LeBron can get more votes than Steph Curry in a playoff series in which his team lost, I think that undercuts this idea that there's this conspiracy in the media against LeBron.
I mean, if you did not watch that series, of course, but if you watch that series, you understand why.
No, I feel you. That's not the point I'm pointing out. So why didn't the Zesty Jeffries in the media stop him from getting those 4 votes? If that's a thing, I'm saying that's not a thing. That's
probably
my point.
Those was the only ones who knew how to vote. That's probably what it was.
I just think that none of these people should vote ever again.
So Brandon, you agree with LeBron getting more votes than Steph Curry in 2015?
Yeah, I think everyone should.
He was more deserving of Finals MVP than Steph Curry.
LeBron James was clearly the best player on that court by 5 times. Clearly,
it's not the question I asked you. I'm asking you if you had a vote. So if you had a vote, Brandon and King John, y'all would have voted for LeBron in 2015.
I would have voted for Steph Curry because he won, and voting for someone who didn't win it
you usually don't vote for them.
Okay.
But if I had to
Thank you
vote
for
for the
not
best
showing me
player,
that. Thank you for
of
not
course it
being
would
a
have been
nut.
LeBron.
I appreciate
It
that.
would have been LeBron.
The
But
first
yeah,
finals
I just think
MVP
there's no
was
MVP. I just think there's
Jerry
no
West.
MVP.
The first
I
finals
just think
MVP was Jerry West.
I just think there's no MVP in NBA history that's like genuinely undeserving besides maybe Derrick Rose and Wes Unseld and those type of guys. Everyone else, I think, has a genuine claim to winning. Because Derrick Rose is not, he was never better than LeBron or Dwight or KD.
Nah, he was rookie of the
No,
year.
I agree. I thought you were
Yeah.
saying something else. Yeah, I agree.
Let me bring this to the panel for just a second. See, here's the thing about the fatigue when you are expected to do something. Like, look, Wemby don't get a whole bunch of props because he dunked the basketball. Because you're used to it, you expect it. So, and here's what happens: we get fatigue. Okay, LeBron is supposed to average 28 or 25. So people started developing a fatigue in these voting things. And so when I see a Russell Westbrook do something that crazy, that could sway my vote. But something that you are supposed to do and you don't get props. I give a guy that he's 5'7", he did a 360. I don't give the guy that's 6'6", and it's just human nature. When you get tired of it, look, the things that we see these guys doing now, bro, they could not do it then. It's a different era. It's a different era.
I literally don't think it's voter fatigue. I think they just pick and choose.
Well, yeah. I mean,
I think it's both. I think it's both.
Both. Yeah, I agree with that. Both.
Like at the beginning of the season, last year, Jokic was not allowed to get 3 straight. He was just not allowed. He had a better season than Shea, but he wasn't allowed to get 3 in a row. So that was going to happen anyway.
I think it was kind of close. I'll be honest.
Yeah, who did he say? I didn't hear him. Sound like he said
Jokic. You said Jokic to Shea last year.
Okay, yeah. Oh, yeah, that's 2 chains. You heard of 2 chains. That's 2 times. Yeah. I don't never see him shoot a shot and he don't shoot it twice. I'm like, ain't nobody studying 2 times. You talking about padding stats and stuff. Man, I'll break the whole internet about this whole LeBron and Michael Jordan thing. I'll be just sitting there listening. I'm like, oh, LeBron messed up the game and all that kind of stuff. No, talk about that $33 million contract in 97, 98. Do you realize people were getting paid $1 million, $2 million? It didn't get crunk up until after KD. They locked the season behind him because he was trying to get some bread. That stuff is disrespectful. He took a $33 million. You know how much money that is in today? That's a 75. Go on your Google. That's a $75 million contract. Is that not disrespectful? Who messed up the league? Who messed up the league?
Michael Jordan was worth $100 million a year to the Bulls. You clown! He was underpaid his whole career.
Why you calling other people clowns? Why you calling other people clowns?
Because that's an absurd statement. I'll do what I want. Quickly, when you talk about Rose's 2011 MVP, hold on. The reason why LeBron did not win.
You're not gonna do what you want, bro.
Right. The reason why LeBron did not win MVP in 2011 is because Dwayne Wade played 37 minutes. He averaged 26 points per game. But Dwayne Wade.
Like that, bro.
I'm gonna have to remove Brad and Cass because you guys just don't want him on.
Yeah, we don't need
because you guys just argue with him too much.
You can disagree with him without calling him a clown. You can disagree with him without calling him a clown.
Yeah.
Hey, B-Lee, I told you I was about to set it off.
I know.
You guys would not let the dude talk, so it's kind of hard to bring him on.
Hey, Billy, whenever he talks, he's not spitting any facts. He's just emotional,
Do you guys want him to come on?
Yeah.
Let him come on.
Hell no.
No, actually, don't let him come on.
Y'all let him talk if y'all want him to come on.
We don't need
more
foolishness. Hey, Ishmael, we don't need more foolishness, man.
Yeah,
we don't need that.
So is this a yes or a no?
Tell him to call people out their names.
No.
I don't mind.
No from me.
Yeah.
Oh man,
John, what about you?
I don't care either way. I just don't like him calling. You could disagree with somebody and not call him a clown. So I'll.
All right, Juan boy, what about you? You want him on? I think Wine boy may be working.
I'll do what I want.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna try to
I'll do what
bring
I
him
want.
on again. I'm gonna try to bring him on again. If y'all won't let him talk, I'm gonna just have to remove him.
Y'all sitting there fighting with this nigga again.
Yeah, no, the reason why Rose was the clear MVP over LeBron in 2011, there's two reasons. The first is the Bulls played regular season games with playoff intensity. That's why they had a better record. The Bulls were a more consistent regular season team, but the main reason is Dwayne Wade was playing 37 minutes a night, averaging 26 a game. The Bulls were a defensive roster. They had Noah, they had Luol Deng, they had no consistent second option offensively, none. Boozer was very overrated. And so Rose was more valuable offensively to that Bulls team than LeBron was. LeBron was obviously the better player, but Derrick Rose was more consistent. The Bulls were more consistent, and Rose carried a heavier load offensively. The Bulls' offensive roster, they didn't have shooting and spacing. They had no consistent second option with Rose.
When you say he was more consistent,
Hey John. Hey
Oh
John,
no,
wasn't
they had Eddie House,
hey,
right? They had Eddie House.
hey
He
John,
came off
question
the
for
bench
King
though.
John.
And Wade played
Was
76 games that year too. He was healthy.
question for King John. Wasn't Kyle Korver on that 2011's Bulls team?
Yeah, as a role player.
Yeah, but he said they ain't had no floor spacing.
yeah, they had
Right.
floor
So I'm saying
spacing.
if you look at
One
the
of the best
starting line,
three-point
But
shooters
you
right,
in
said
the NBA.
you
He ain't
said
got no
Derrick
floor
Rose was
spacing.
more consistent. More
yes,
consistent than who?
he was more consistent than LeBron that year in the regular season.
Oh,
How?
Well, you
it
know
don't
the
make
funny
sense.
thing too. He says Boozer is overrated, but every
Because
time he makes the Kobe
Derrick
cake,
Rose, the way
he
the
makes
Bulls
sure every
approach
time he makes the
this was
Kobe
the
cakes,
weakness of Tom
he
Thibodeau's
mentions
team.
one. He
Hold
mentions
on,
this
he asked me the
them
He
question, so I'm
mentioned the
51.
answering.
Jazz.
Well,
He
let me
mentioned the
talk
Jazz.
because
I know,
He
but he
mentioned the
when you
asked me the
bringing
Jazz.
up
question. That's
He
why
Kobe,
I'm
mentioned the
answering.
Jazz. Yep, the Jazz.
when you be
What I
mentioning
said is
Kobe,
that
you always talking about them 50-win teams that he beat. Wasn't Boozer
Yeah,
on some of them 50-win
yeah, he
teams
was
that
on the
Kobe
Jazz.
beat?
Yeah,
yeah,
the
the
Jazz.
Bulls were a very flawed team that year. They didn't have any consistent second
Yeah,
option
they had the best.
offensively.
Yeah, they had the best. The most flawed team had the best
Yeah, but
record.
they
No,
literally had, but they
the
were winning
reason why
games.
Miami was successful against Chicago in the playoffs is the Bulls didn't have enough shooting and spacing, so Miami
Okay,
just ran a
okay.
box and one on Rose. And LeBron did play good D on Derrick Rose in the fourth quarter
So,
of
so
that
how you
conference
hold them
final
to
Brandon, you
series
do
too.
420
realize
shooting?
that
But
that Bulls
my
team was
point. Hold
winning
on, I'm
games.
just making a quick
How you
point.
hold them? How didn't he hold? He held them to 420 shooting. How didn't he play good defense?
No, I said he did play good defense. I said I give him credit.
Good defense.
That's what I'm
Okay,
saying, Brandon.
I know
But
what
you
I'm
do
saying, but
realize
Derrick
that.
Rose was a flawed player too.
And you
Wasn't your
do
team?
realize
The
that those
difference is the way
Bulls
No, he
team,
wasn't.
in
No, he
hold up,
wasn't.
that
in
Bulls team was
2011
winning
in
the
20
game
in I
mostly
know
off of defense. They were a defense team.
in 2011, Derrick Rose was playing regular season games with playoff intensity. And so Derrick Rose
What
just
does
had a
that
different
mean, bro?
mindset
So
What
that
what?
does
year
that mean?
than
That's so
LeBron did in the
arbitrary.
regular
That's
season.
so
And
arbitrary.
that's why the
That's
Before he
so
Bulls
dropped
had a
against
better
arbitrary.
record
Orlando.
That's
than
so
Miami.
arbitrary. What does that
Derrick
mean?
Rose
Before
was
he had
literally
against Orlando.
No,
Derrick
no, no.
Rose was
What does that
approaching
mean,
regular
Brandon?
season.
What does
I'm
regular
finishing.
season?
Let me finish. I'm finishing in like 5 seconds. Derrick Rose literally approached every regular season game like it was Game 7 of the playoffs. That was the level of intensity he brought, and that's why the Bulls won more games than Miami that
He
year,
could have did
and
that in the
that's why
playoffs.
Rose
Hey,
was more
5 seconds,
impactful
But
than
man.
he
Come
had,
LeBron.
but
on,
he
bro.
had, he
Yeah.
had
Yeah.
44 against Atlanta in the series
Yeah.
before that.
But why are you at? But that's such an arbitrary thing to say, Brandon. What do you
It's
mean
not
regular season
arbitrary.
games
Why do you
with
think the
playoffs?
Bulls won more games in the regular season?
Because they
Miami
had
had
a
the better
better
It
team.
roster.
was a
Hold on,
better
hold on,
regular
hold on.
season
Wait,
team.
hold on. Because they had a better team, Brandon.
No,
Yeah, they
they
had a better
didn't.
team.
Wait.
Yes,
You're
they
saying the
did.
Bulls had a
They
better
did have a better
team?
team. Yes,
No. That's
yes,
horrible.
they
Miami
did.
beat the Bulls 4-1. They were not a better
What does
team.
that mean? Because of how LeBron played.
Oh
LeBron
my
locked it and
God.
loaded.
What are you saying? Dwayne Wade
Because
was
of
in his prime. Dwayne Wade, Chris Bosh, and LeBron were all at
Wade
their
you
wasn't.
prime
just
and
looking
peak
at
in
Wade
2011.
offense.
wasn't in
What
The
his
about
Bulls
prime.
did not
defense?
have
What
a
The
about
better
Bulls
team.
were
Joel
the best
Anthony?
defense. You
What
just looking
about
at
Joel
offense.
Anthony
The Bulls were the
Right.
best defense.
Right,
Brandon,
but
the
you're
Bulls were
cooking
the best defense.
yourself with that point because
What
that's
Brandon,
about
my
the
Joel
Bulls were
argument.
the
Anthony?
best
My
defense.
argument is the Bulls had a defensive roster. Joakim
Yes,
Noah was a DPOY candidate. Luol Deng was a top
that's my
defender.
point.
The Bulls were a very
Yeah, I know.
limited
That's what I'm saying. They were
offensive
winning games
roster.
because of
And
defense.
so my point is Derrick Rose
Yes.
had to carry the Bulls on offense. Derrick Rose
Okay, but
was much more important and valuable offensively than
they were
LeBron
not
was
an
because he
elite
didn't.
offense though.
Derrick Rose did not have a Dwayne Wade. He didn't even have a Chris Bosh on that team.
They were not an elite
Yeah, but Chris
offense though.
Bosh ain't
They were not
beat
an
you.
elite
Right. They
offense.
weren't an elite offensive team. And that's why Derrick Rose had to carry them on offense.
Yeah, I know, but they were winning games by and large because of defense. It's not
No,
like it
they
was
were
Derrick
also
Rose.
winning because of Derrick Rose. Well, again, the Bulls weren't winning shit before Derrick Rose was in his prime. So when you say they were winning because of defense, the Bulls were not a contender until Derrick Rose
Yeah,
became an
because
elite
it wasn't
offensive
the
player.
same. Like the
So Kate
2007 Bulls
Cunningham
aren't the
should
same
win
team as
MVP
2011.
No,
this
the
year, right?
2017 was not a contender.
So Kate Cunningham should win MVP this year,
I
right?
think it's a
No,
little
Cade
bit
I'm
Cunningham
not
has
saying.
nowhere. Cade
He's
Cunningham
the
is
only
nowhere near the
offensive player
offensive
on his
player Derrick
team.
Rose was
He's the only
in
offensive player
2011.
on
It's
his
not
Hold
close.
on, he
team,
Stop
actually is.
it.
Dude,
and Jalen
don't
Brown
ever,
belongs
don't
to
ever
you.
compare
Stop it.
Cade
Stop
Cunningham
it.
No,
to
Stop it.
you're not.
2011 Derrick
You,
Rose.
Jalen Brown
I'm
should be the
K.
MVP,
challenging
man.
your
Derrick Rose can't
words.
Jalen
shoot like
Brown
Cade
should be
Cunningham.
MVP.
Stop it.
Yeah, but like I would think that
Cade
because the
Cunningham is
Miami Heat,
not remotely close to
I
what
would
Rose
think
was in
because the Miami
2011.
Heat didn't have the
Cade
Jalen
didn't
Cunningham
have
is
Brown
top
the
six player in the
MVP,
He's
league.
better
y'all
than
man.
Yes,
just
him.
I
y'all
swear.
He's better.
the Miami
It's
Heat
The
didn't have
Celtics
similar
are
the
to
not going to
Rose.
win
physical.
close to as
Hey,
many games as the
Brandon,
Bulls
it's
did either.
similar to
The
Derrick Rose
fucking
because they're both
damn
because they're
near
both not top
Yo,
five
top
players, but they're
4
both
team
top
in
ten.
the
yeah,
East without Jason Tatum.
just like you
What the
said,
hell you
France wasn't
talking
going to do
about?
shit in the Olympics, and they made it to the championship game.
I never said that. I don't know
Wemby's
what you're
not
talking about. The
ready.
Olympics?
France is going to get cooked. They're not even going to do anything in the Olympics. Yeah, you were saying that shit in
Yeah, France did get
2024.
cooked.
Nobody took
France
you
beat
serious,
nobody in the
Brandon.
Olympics. Was France had a very easy path to the finals. They got
Yeah,
cooked in
but
the finals.
that's not what you said. That's not what you said.
They made it to the gold medal game.
Yeah, they made and they
They
got
count
cooked.
for
And the only
something.
reason they made it to the gold medal game is they didn't have to play Serbia.
Yeah. But you said why? So why they
They
made
would
it?
have
No
whooped. They
one's
would
You
have
talking
said
whooped
they
about the
wasn't going to
Serbia
make
Olympics.
it.
ass.
You want to go
You
back and
said
have a
Wemby
They
debate
would
for
have
a
wasn't
whooped
year?
ready. Then he
Serbia
heard.
It's
ass.
so
They
stupid.
would
Then
have
he
whooped
heard.
Serbia ass.
He said they wasn't ready.
Okay.
Bro,
Yeah,
I just
France
think
beat nobody. They had an
well
easy
back
path. They
back
Yeah,
didn't
to
but
have
they
to play
made it to the
Serbia or
play.
back
Italy.
to
Yeah, but
Cap.
you said they
That's
wasn't going to
cap.
make it.
back back
And
to
So nobody
France was
takes
not
nothing you
good in the
say
group
serious.
stage either.
Because
France was
Hold
not
on,
good in
wait.
the group
Brandon, I don't
stage.
think you get
They
what
only
Wild Boy's
the
point.
only
back
the only
Hold
reason
on,
France
Wild
got to the
Boy's point.
no,
final
the
Hey,
only
is
Brandon,
they
reason,
Wild
didn't have
Boy's
to play
point.
Serbia or the U.S.
the only reason why you come up here, Go James Kingdom,
Okay,
is because you want to talk
this
stats.
guy,
You never
grown
want
man,
to talk
crying
the
like a
film.
girl now.
Every
Yo,
time
but
you come up
Brandon,
here, we got
Wild
the
Boy's
film on
point is that you
Michael
just say a
Jordan.
bunch of
You
dumb shit.
talking
oh
about what
You say a
LeBron
bunch of
James
dumb
ain't
shit,
do.
man.
We watching what
You say a
Michael
bunch of
Jordan
dumb
couldn't
shit,
do.
bro. You
I
say
no
a
can't
bunch
even
of
hear what
dumb
you're
shit,
saying.
man.
There's 9 people talking.
Brandon, you say a bunch of dumb shit. That's
But
Wild Boy's point.
I think I got
That's Wild
saved
Boy's
from
point.
having to listen to that. No, I
That's
mean you can't even make like when you say
All I
when
know, Jalen
what?
Brown's the MVP of the NBA so far, man. Right
and I don't
now,
you
No, it's
guys
not.
Jalen
the
Brown
No,
the
only
it's not.
case
MVP, man.
LeBron had a legit MVP case he didn't win was 2014. 2020 Giannis had a
No.
better case
He should
What?
have
and
7.
Hart
Now,
Westbrook had a better
2014
case. The other
is
thing
not even
when
a
you
good
say
case.
Westbrook was a
Brandon, let's
6
be.
seed, Westbrook was a 6 seed in the West. In the
Nah, but
West, if
Brandon,
he
let's
and
be real
Jokic
though.
was a 6 seed when he won MVP too.
Hold
Westbrook
on.
was much more consistent and
No, no,
impactful
no, no,
than
no.
LeBron
But
in
look,
when he
nah,
won
but look though,
MVP.
Brandon. We
Westbrook
gotta be
carried
real
that
though.
Oklahoma City
Yeah,
roster was
He don't know
complete
yeah,
how to
garbage.
honestly,
stop.
LeBron was
He
better
don't know
that
how
year.
to
I
stop.
mean,
Once he
Russ
goes,
was
he
better that year.
going.
Nah, but Brandon, we gotta be real though.
back to
Brandon Katz, we gotta be
Brandon
real.
Caps.
We gotta be
Brandon
real.
Cap.
LeBron James
Brandon Cap.
should have at least 7 MVPs.
7? Wait, so
Nah,
what
Seven?
nah,
year other
I'm
Okay,
just
Herb?
hell no.
saying.
Herb,
No,
give me a
no.
year other than
Listen,
2014.
nigga, you gonna let me finish? Let me finish talking.
Oh, if you're gonna
Like
make a claim like that, then name the years.
you gotta let me finish first. You don't know
Right,
what
but
I'm
you
about
gotta
to
name
lead
the years.
into.
You can't
But
make a claim
you
like that.
don't know what I'm about to lead into with me saying it. Like Kareem Abdul-Jabbar probably should have 10 MVPs.
That's a fact.
So
They both should have a lot of it.
Kareem
what
won
I
4 MVPs before the merger with
nah
against
listen,
complete trash
nigga,
competition.
listen. Can
Hold on,
you
hold on,
listen
hold on,
before
wait.
you
That's
run
not
your
complete
mouth?
trash
Brandon,
Let's
shut
competition.
up.
not
Hold on,
talk
hold on,
about
hold on,
that
wait.
debate.
Michael
The
Jordan played
expansion
against
of it.
trash competition.
No, he
Stop it.
didn't. The
Yes,
90s
he
was
did.
loaded with Hall of
No,
Fame
it
Can
was
teams.
not. It
can
was
you
ass.
listen before
It
you
was
run your
ass.
mouth, man? That's all I'm saying. Michael Jordan should have had more than 5 MVPs. But you want to know why? You want to know why they can't give LeBron, couldn't give Michael, couldn't give
Because
Kareem?
LeBron played with
Now
great teammates. That's
listen,
why he doesn't have
listen,
more
man,
MVPs.
listen
What?
first, bro. Listen
What?
first. The reason why them niggas
Yeah,
can't
Jordan never
win,
played with anybody as good
God
as prime
damn.
That's
Dwayne
not
Wade or
true.
prime
That's
Anthony
not true.
Davis.
That's not true. That's
Yes,
not
it
true. But
is.
okay.
Wait,
Scotty Pippen.
Thank
All
you.
right,
Man, you
Herm,
guys
Herm,
have to
go
shut the
go
fuck
We
up.
on,
not gonna
go
let no
go ahead
Scottie
and finish your
Pippen.
statement. I'll bring him back on because he don't know how to let people talk.
Because
All
he's
right.
gonna start slandering
Yeah, go
Scottie
ahead.
Pippen. I saw that.
I was gonna say I was
Yeah.
gonna go back on the
Yeah.
Heat
We're
situation
really
because
about disrespect Scotty Pippen. Yep.
I just
Like,
think
oh,
that it's kind of disingenuous, to
Yeah,
just
nah,
say
but
because
all I'm trying to tell the man though, like you gotta promote the game and you gotta promote other stars. So you can't have your best player. Cause y'all can't hear me now.
Yeah, we
Now
can
we
hear
can
you.
hear you.
we can hear you.
Yeah, you
Nah,
on
but
here arguing with Zachary and
all I'm basically
Kyle.
saying though, your best player can't win MVP every year because how you gonna promote the game? How you gonna
Right.
promote the other player? You constantly have the best player win MVP every year. We know Braun was the best player in the world for a long time,
Yeah.
especially right in his prime. He was. He was no doubt the best player. But in order to promote the game, you gotta let other cats win. You
Hey, let me
gotta let other
piggyback off
cats
you
get
on
it.
that. Let me piggyback
So
off that.
I don't know why Brandon Cat's making it a big deal, man. I don't know.
He
I
like the
I,
don't
Bulls.
get it.
Hey, bro,
you
let me
know,
piggyback off what he just said about. See, we know because we've been watching the game. We know that. Oh shit, my shit echoing. Am I echoing on y'all end?
That's Brandon Cash. You got to mute
It's
Yep.
not
yourself.
me.
Oh,
Not the.
It is you. Every time I bring you up,
Yes, it
we
is.
have an echo.
Oh,
yeah. I don't know what that is, but yeah. Yeah, I'm not, I mean, dude, okay, but I'm not about to sit here and argue with Tyler or Zachary or whatever his real name is. But he's over talking. He won't even let nobody else speak and that type of deal. He got some great points. But I mean, you can't it's a whole bunch of people in here. I'm like, I know them. I be wanting to hear their opinion too. He just overpowering and he doing, I don't know what his race is. He doing it's a thing called I'm white and I say so. I don't like that. This is a safe space to even talk about
It has
LeBron.
nothing to do with race. You're
No,
making
I don't know
arguments.
you. No, I don't know
He
you.
just
But what
told
I'm
you
saying,
he's right.
this is a safe place that you can actually talk about LeBron James. And it's crazy because I don't know many spaces that you can. And we're talking basketball. I'm like, hey, just let somebody else get a opinion in every now and then, that type of deal. But yeah, you cool, or whatever, Tanner or Zachary or whatever, Chad, whatever it is.
Tanner, Landon, to say.
Right, but my point is the main reason LeBron doesn't have more MVPs is he didn't approach the
I
regular
guess you
season the
didn't
way
care about
Jordan
what he
did.
just
I
said.
know. Hold on,
I guess you
Michael
didn't care
Jordan
about what
took
he just
pride
said.
in playing 75 to 80 games each year. The reason the
You
Bulls were
didn't
winning
care.
72.
You not care about
John,
what
let me
other people
finish.
say. No, because
When the
what
reason
June
the
just said,
reason.
so he just gave you
Okay,
some
I know.
pushback.
I'm
You
responding to
got
what he
care
said.
about.
You're just
You can
babbling.
just
What I said is
you
the
mad
reason the
about
Bulls
what?
said the reason
You
Chicago had
can't tell
70.
me nothing about the Bulls. You can't tell me nothing about the Bulls. So how about you?
Right. This is funny. Hey, and he do that over the host. I be sitting there, it tickles me, but yeah, it's all good. He just needs some self. I don't
you
like
don't
that
care.
white now. I'm white and I say so. I hate it.
White. No one,
Well,
no
you
one's
know,
bringing up
it's
race. What
not,
I'm saying is
nobody-
No, bro,
the reason why Jordan has more MVPs is Jordan approached the regular season very differently than LeBron.
Yeah,
He was
no, I
playing almost 80 games
Jordan
every
won
year.
MVP
The
ain't got
Bulls.
nothing to
Let
do
me
with
finish.
LeBron. He was
Let me
united.
finish a sentence.
Well, that's why Jordan
The
won more
Bulls.
MVPs
Right.
because his
Okay.
fans believe this.
The Bulls were winning
Okay, if
72.
that
The
is
Bulls had
LeBron, Jordan
72 win
winning
seasons,
MVP.
Ishmael.
They
LeBron
had
never came
one
close to that.
72
He
win
didn't
season.
approach the regular season the same
Yeah, they
way.
had 72
LeBron
win
was load
season.
managing in the regular season. LeBron took time off. LeBron often waits till the second half of the regular season to play hard. He had a completely different approach to the regular season than
It's
Jordan,
crazy
who
after
didn't play
15
So
as
why
hard.
seasons.
why,
And
why are
that's
you
the
coming
main
up here
reason he
lying
doesn't
to
have as
us
many
who watch
MVPs.
LeBron James play?
After 15 seasons, LeBron played more games.
Right. And again,
After
Like
15 seasons,
this is
LeBron
the
played
thing. Why come up here and lie? Why come
right,
up here and lie? LeBron
right.
James missed 2 or 3 games a year, and he said if Jordan played at least 80, like both of them play the same amount of games every damn year. They just didn't want to vote for
That
LeBron.
ain't got nothing to
Simple
do
as
with
that.
anything. Like everybody that was an MVP candidate in LeBron's time played the same amount of games.
Yeah.
I'm so confused. What does
James
that got to
Harden
do with
played like 62 games when he won MVP.
right? Like I'm so
And that
confused.
was the
What
year
is
LeBron played
LeBron
82.
winning MVP ain't got nothing to do with how they won MVP in their seasons. Like nothing. Your point is
Yeah,
irrelevant, man.
that's the year LeBron played 82 games.
Yeah, that was
Right. When he played 82 games, he didn't even win MVP. Like what you talking about,
It only
dog?
makes sense. You just come up here just hating for no
Bro,
reason.
he's just capping his ass off because he says, I don't care, I do what I want.
hey, be a Jordan fan, cool, but
Bro, what
Man,
are you
these
doing,
those
bro?
LeBron haters are just they're wild.
Bro, what are you
He can't
That
tell
is
you
wild.
why Jordan is the GOAT.
Jordan was
Your
MVP
5 minutes, Brandon, you were talking
and
about. He can't
LeBron
tell you
didn't.
5 minutes why Jordan is the GOAT
Right. So
without talking about
you
LeBron.
didn't respond to what I said. First of all, LeBron has not been playing a significant amount of games the last 5 years. The MVPs have all played more than
We
him.
ain't talking
The best
about that.
example is last year with Shea. Shea played significantly more games than LeBron. So your point doesn't make sense. But you
What are
missed
we
my
talking
main
about? We ain't
argument.
talking
Hold
about the
on. Let me
Lakers,
finish. You
bro.
can respond.
You know
Let me
he
finish.
don't
I'm
need
gonna
No
be.
one said
you know he
LeBron
don't
should
I
have
know.
won
Let me
MVP
finish. What
last
I'm
year.
saying is there's a reason why
he don't
LeBron
need
never
to
won
about that.
72 games in a regular season. He doesn't approach the regular season the way Jordan did.
Jordan didn't
Jordan
won.
never load
So
managed.
Jordan had
Jordan was
one
more
good year. Is that
consistent.
what you're saying? Jordan deserved one MVP. Is that what you're saying?
No, what I'm saying is Jordan played harder, generally speaking,
Based
in
off
the
what?
regular season than
Based off
LeBron.
what?
What? Okay,
Based
so
off
King
what?
John, let me
Let's
ask
have
you a
a
question. Why?
conversation.
King
Let's have
John,
a conversation.
King John.
Let's
Why
have a
does LeBron? Why
conversation.
does
You
LeBron
ain't
not
gonna
have a
do that
70-win
with me.
team?
You ain't
Why
gonna do.
does
Let's have
LeBron
a
not have a
conversation.
70-win team in the regular season
Based off
and
what?
Jordan does?
You
Why?
said Jordan
Why?
played harder. What you
Why?
base that off of?
Explain that.
What do you
Explain it.
base it off of? What do
Right.
you base it off of?
Why? I
What
just
do you
said
base it off of?
Jordan was winning
What
more
did you
with
base it off of?
Jordan was winning
What did
more
you
with
base
less.
it off of?
You've asked the same question 5 times.
Okay, then answer the damn question.
Then shut up and let me answer.
Answer the
Jordan
damn
won more with
question.
less talent. Jordan won more with less.
You better
Oh
get
my
that
God,
goofy
bro.
ass
That
shit out
What
of here.
teammate did Jordan have as good as Prime AD?
Scotty
Prime Dwayne Wade? He had
Pippen.
none.
Scotty
He had
Pippen.
none.
Scotty
Scottie
Pippen.
Pippen had back
Scotty, you
issues
don't
after
know nothing
'94.
about
Dennis
Scotty
Rodman
Pippen.
couldn't
You
score.
don't know
dog.
nothing
Jordan was
about
winning
Scotty Pippen.
72
You
games a
don't know
year
nothing about
without
Scotty
Prime
Pippen,
Dwayne
bro.
Wade,
And I know
without
you
Prime
don't.
Anthony
You
Davis,
talk
and
about
Scottie
Scotty
Pippen
Pippen
missed a
like
lot of
that.
games,
You
multiple
telling
years
yourself
because
right
of
now. You
injury
talk.
issues like
You
example
telling
98 as well.
yourself right now.
He's just crying and getting emotional. It's like a
Bro,
woman.
Bro, you,
Brandon, listen,
yeah,
man,
he the
I'm
type
just
to
trying to make
talk shit to the
something right.
police. Yeah.
You know he ready to call the
He,
police right now. He
What
got
did
a
yeah,
I
Call
he
the
do?
the type to
police?
say shit to the police.
I've
Man,
never heard
leave
so
that
many
man
grown men
alone.
cry. This is sad.
You
I
crying?
said if you look at the
Brandon,
approach,
you're rowdy and
Stop,
disruptive.
just
You're
stop.
rowdy and
Stop,
disruptive,
dude.
Brandon.
Stop.
Now let
Because now you acting like a little.
rowdy and disruptive,
you're acting
Brandon.
like a little bitch. You can't even debate. All you do is scream.
Oh, you little sensitive. You
Fuck
Not
no,
sensitive
Brandon.
right
sensitive.
now.
You're a little. You
Hey, you
can't
getting
debate, King
angry right
John.
now. You calling
The dude
people
needs to go
names.
on. The
Brad,
dude
Brad,
can't even
Brandon
get on a
Cat,
diet.
Brandon
He just
Cat,
comes up
Right
here
now.
and
Brandon Cat.
repeats a Johnny's talking
Tell
point.
us why
Anyways, my
Jordan
point
only
is,
won.
I just have a simple. I have one simple question
Right
for the
now.
panel. Okay,
No, you
if
gotta
LeBron,
ask questions.
Right
You
now,
just keep
bro.
asking questions. You just keep asking questions.
Bro, like I don't even understand some of the points he's making that's like relevant because
Then he just
whether
jumping all
LeBron,
over the
let's just say
place.
for example, whether LeBron plays 65 games or 82 games, it has nothing to do with why Jordan won in his MVP in 98 and LeBron didn't win his in 2011. Like they're two different errors. We're just saying why LeBron didn't win more because of narratives and he should have won more. You know what I mean? But it's like the criteria for it is different. Like, because LeBron played pretty much the same amount of games as other MVP candidates. It was not him versus Jordan. So I just don't see I don't see what that had to do with anything. But I think he made one good point about Derrick Rose being the offensive um the catalyst or being the offensive player on the Chicago Bulls and not having a second option like a Dwayne Wade. But even though the Bulls was clearly they were just more prepared in the regular season than the Miami Heat. The Miami Heat were still new. They still had Eric Spoelstra as a guy that just getting
I mean,
James.
also Ishmael, we all said Rose deserved it.
I didn't say that. I don't think so. But I can see why. I can see why. I can see an argument. I'm not going to say that he didn't have he didn't get the ability to not win it. Like he didn't have a chance. Like there was no argument for it. But I'm just saying like you can't just say because the Chicago Bulls play playoffs during playoff intensity in the regular season. That's
They're
kind
just
of crazy.
stupid. They're just stupid.
That's stupid. You don't
They're
play
just
like that
stupid.
during the entire season. There's no point in that.
Yeah,
You
playoff
would
participation in the
exhaust
regular
yourself before you
season,
even
lost
get to the
in the
playoffs.
playoffs.
So I just think the Miami Heat were just a new team, and they were trying to define their roles, and they didn't know how to play with each other. And the Bulls already had their defined roles. They had a great defensive team. They had Tom Thibodeau, who instructed a strict defensive
And that,
system.
and they had the
Eric
main
Spoelstra was the
core.
new coach.
And the main guys that was there was in the playoffs in Derrick Rose's first rookie year. He had
Right.
Joe Kim Noah. He had
Yeah,
chemistry there that he was building with his teammates.
exactly. Like they were a great team. I wouldn't just say Derrick Rose just carried them. Derrick, I mean, like
And Derrick Rose ain't never get swept in by Boston in the playoffs. He
then
won
it's
his
like
first
your
game as a
argument would
rookie
be
in
then
Boston.
because he didn't have a great second option, then you're gonna say Kobe probably deserved it more than LeBron because he didn't have the second option of offensive player like that. It's like, or Kobe was competing with Derrick Rose. Like I just your argument is kind of like
Here's me.
you know
Hey, check this out. Hey, check this out. I'm gonna say this. I mean, people can steal this tape because I already know we most people agree with LeBron did. I'm gonna say this right here. When I think about LeBron's career over time, I think of what Michael. He did some great stuff. I relate it to football so people can kind of understand it. That's America's game and all this, whatever the stuff they're doing. Barry Sanders and Jim Brown. They both played 8 to 10 years. I think Jim Brown played 9. Bro, this dude had 3 MVPs, led the league in rushing 8 to 9 of those years, and all that kind of good stuff. He did it. You know why we don't talk about Jim Brown? You know why? Because he didn't do it long enough. I'm mad at Michael Jordan because he was my hero growing up, basketball hero. He stopped. Yeah, Jim Brown stopped. You tell me Barry Sanders won't that dude. I'm saying that this is how I look at Michael Jordan at this point in time because Savannah James had a damn child and he came to be this dude. Man, he doing that shit 23 years later. And it is so crazy to watch this. Nobody's discounting what Jim Brown, Barry Sanders, or Michael Jordan doing like that. At the end of the day, you are not about to talk about greatest without even mentioning LeBron James. You can't. You can't at this point in time. You had a great season, Michael Jordan. Seasons, and you did some great things because you can't holler championship because I know people that got more than that. You can't argue a lot of those things LeBron has already achieved. He's holding all the keys, man. I can't even argue with the dude. I'm a Michael Jordan dude because I grew up in that era. I can't even argue. That man passed the torch. That's all I got to say on that.
No, you're 100% right what you said, but they already doing it because they don't even speak on Jordan greatness without talking about LeBron James in the middle of that. They don't
You
even
can't.
know how to talk about Jordan being the GOAT without talking about LeBron James. And I came up in that area, so I get exactly everything you're saying about Michael Jordan. I mean, Jordan was that dude. I mean, I grew up here, so I understand it from the heart of it. And I don't take anything away from Michael Jordan. He was that dude. He was that guy, and I love Michael Jordan as a player.
Yeah.
I just don't
He's
think he'd
always
go
been
anywhere.
that guy. Yeah, he was that guy, but LeBron James is here now. That's
Yes, that's
all
what
I'm
I said.
saying.
That's
He's
all
here
I.
now.
Hey, he
Dr.
in
J
now.
was good.
Yeah,
The Iceman was good. Look,
George
other
Gervin.
people came after him.
he's back.
Yeah, but the
And
reason
you
the
can just
reason why
beat this
Michael
nigga
Jordan
over his head.
retired when he retired is because he accomplished everything there was to accomplish.
No
If
chance.
LeBron
Never
had
said
won
that,
6
bro.
titles in 14 years, he would have retired then too.
That's
The
not what he
reason
said,
LeBron's still playing is he's still chasing Jordan, and he's never gonna.
bro.
This
Oh,
is
he
why
Bro,
said,
Bill
Jordan doesn't even
Russell is the
have the most
gatekeeper
rings, bro.
because people say things like that. That's why Bill Russell's the gatekeeper.
Hey,
At
Brad,
the end of the
you
day,
said that at
Bill
the
Russell
beginning.
has the most
You
championships,
sound
nigga.
like that
Like,
Wilson, bro.
you
Michael
should
Jordan.
be, as a Jordan fan, you should be disappointed that Jordan wasn't able to play his entire career. Nigga, you took
right.
19 years to play 15 seasons. Nigga, we LeBron fans, we have fun watching LeBron dunk on niggas at age 41, year 23. You bet,
Right.
you bet you wish these Jordan fans could have watched Jordan do the same thing at the same age for as long as LeBron was doing it. Because you always talk about the what if, nigga. These niggas say, oh, if he played
What if?
in 94, 95, he would have won 8 straight championships. Is that what, nigga? He
Right.
didn't do it, nigga.
Hey,
He didn't do
nobody
it,
told
nigga.
He
Jordan to quit
didn't
all the
do it.
time.
He
Nobody
didn't
I
told
can't
do
Jordan to quit, nigga.
He's still
He's the one
chasing
that left
Jordan.
food on the table, nigga. It's not our fault that Jordan left food on the table.
it. Right.
LeBron
Yeah,
did what he had to do, nigga.
yeah.
He's still
Lamar
doing
Jordan
it,
would
nigga.
not have come back if he felt that way. Like he
Yeah,
came back.
He
he
retired
came back
like a week
twice,
before
nigga.
training camp. Like
He
Google the
came
a
back
great.
because he got years off. He needed a break.
Yeah.
He's
Yeah,
Mr. Low
nigga,
Manage.
you over here taking low management
I
years.
do what I want.
Everybody else get wear and tear. Nigga, Scottie Pippen, if he got to
The
take
other
2
thing
years
is the
off, you
reason
think he
Jordan
would have
won
had his
MVP
back,
in
nigga?
'98 is because Scotty only played 45 games. What Ishmael
Yeah.
said, as
oh
usual, was stupid.
Yeah.
Pippen didn't even play 50 games in '98. That's why Jordan was MVP. It had
Jordan
nothing
didn't even
to. I
play
mean, I
50
don't even know
games
what
in
you're arguing.
95. What are you talking about?
No,
Pippen
I
didn't
said in
play enough
'98,
games.
Pippen was
Therefore,
not the
Jordan
same
didn't.
player in '98. He had back issues. But Scotty didn't even play 50 games in '98 when Jordan won
Hey,
MVP. So
according to your
to say
logic,
that
I know.
Scotty
to
didn't
say that
take 2
Jordan
years
didn't win
off.
MVP in
he had
'98 is absurd.
surgery. He had surgery
Hold
in
on,
that
quick.
95
I got a
year.
question. I got a question, Brandon. Cause shouldn't,
Yeah.
according to your logic, Karl Malone should have won MVP because he didn't have the second option that Jordan had.
No, because Scotty was not a good second option in '98. He
Oh,
had
here we
back
go.
issues. He averaged 16 a game.
Oh, here we go. But it was
If you look
worse.
at Scottie Pippen after
But
That
Utah
nigga
was
was
worse.
still
They
Yeah,
first
didn't
team
have a
All
yeah.
second
NBA.
option.
Who averaged more than 16 other than Carmelo on Utah?
He was still
Yeah,
first team All
exactly. You see what I'm saying?
Defensive.
Like, look at the bullshit. Look at the
Hey, bro,
bullshit.
that's funny. Who doing that? King or B League? Man, that's funny. He keep popping in there. Hey, that shit funny. I
Bro,
give you that. That shit entertaining as hell when he
bro.
come in
Maybe you
straight. He
don't take
coming
him
in
serious.
hot.
No,
He
because
coming in
dude,
hot.
And you
Coming
see,
here hot,
once he
straight
see
with
he
lies
on
and
the
hating.
show, he go.
Niggas
he
He
just
didn't
go.
answer the
Once
immediately
question.
he on
lie.
the show, he go. He don't care what
He
nobody
didn't
else
answer the
says.
question, right?
Right. And why
Because
not
Scotty
say
Somebody
Pippen
asked
something?
me
was
why we keep taking him off because he won't let no one talk.
Yeah, he don't
Right.
respect nobody's opinion, bro. He came
important
on here
point is that
interrupting
He
people
doesn't
and
listen. He
just
doesn't
talking
let anybody
bullshit.
talk. He
Yeah,
thinks it's his show.
he
And
from
he's saying a
Colorado.
Right.
lot of lies.
He from Colorado. That's what he's supposed to do, man.
Yeah,
Jeff
he's
Hornacek.
supposed to do that, man. Ain't nobody confused. Hey, what you think about this analogy? When I think about people like LeBron career, it's sometimes
Oh,
most
here we
people in
go.
here play spades. I'm gonna say I got an ace of diamonds, but I got four diamonds. That ace might not make it. When I see
Might not.
LeBron, when LeBron play, sometimes you dealt a different hand. You have to play it different. Some people like that Golden State Warrior team. Oh man, they had all the spades. They had
Oh,
all the spades. So at this point in time, I can still beat you because I can trick you. I'll make a queen walk type of deal. So I'm saying it in layman's terms because it's black people in here. Most people play spades. You understand what I'm saying? Sometimes I can trick you out your bid and you don't know. LeBron has made some astronomical achievements with the team that he had. He made a queen walk a couple of times. That's all I'm saying. And that's just an analogy to break it down to see what's going on. Some people, the deck was stacked. They had all the spades. They had all the ace of diamonds and ace of hearts and all that. But
His back cut, man.
LeBron cut that shit. LeBron cut it.
Yeah, it was different from how people first
LeBron made
viewed the era when
unique.
LeBron started coming up because there's so many different players that have so much skill. Like the competition gap is astronomical. Like you can't look at the game the same way you looked at it in the 90s compared to the 2000s and onwards. It's a different game
It's confusing. How
to
can
a
you
lot of
teach
these niggas
somebody
because
that?
they can't explain defense. That's why.
Yeah. I'm talking about, I want to talk to, I wouldn't mind talking to King. He can probably explain it. I don't know how to do it. To explain somebody, okay, you don't know what a microwave was to somebody in the 80s or something like that. Everybody got one now. So, yeah, it's a different mindset. Okay, he can do this, he can do that. But, okay, it doesn't mean much when everybody can do it.
Yeah,
Everybody's doing it.
King John could definitely explain that. He's old as hell.
Nah, he
This
ain't that old.
nigga,
Nah, he
he throwing
he
shots.
might be mid-50s. He might be somewhere
I'm
around there.
40. I'm 46, man.
It's that
What?
mid-50s.
I
That's
can't
hilarious.
see him. Okay. But yeah, you got some knowledge on you. I'm like, shit. At the end of the day, I know it's hard to explain to people and get them to understand that you don't
I get all
understand.
your points, bro.
Yeah,
Your
they
knowledge
don't understand the
point.
inflations and shit like that. They
Yeah.
don't.
Yeah, there's far more stat inflation in this era than when Jordan played. But my question is this: what decade did LeBron dominate as much as Jordan dominated the '90s? What decade?
LeBron dominated the 2010s more than Jordan dominated the 90s.
Losing the most finals games in NBA history is dominating? Really? That's your argument?
That's it.
You're
Bro, keep
saying
talking.
That's
losing,
funny.
but you're just discounting everything
Wait,
that
so when
LeBron did
David
during that
Griffin, the
stretch.
Cavs GM, says the East was complete trash and we were just building our team for the Western Conference, was he lying?
I don't
Yeah.
think the
Kinda
East was
quiet now.
complete trash. You got to come up with evidence for
I
that.
never
You
Wait,
heard
so
can't
him.
just
what
you
who were
can't
the
just
top teams
quote
in
a
the East?
nigga.
Who
No,
were the
hold on,
top
hold on.
teams in the East?
No. We're
Yeah,
gonna
yeah.
address what you
Jordan
just
was
said
beating
first.
a
Hold
Jordan beat an elite
on, nigga.
Nick
Don't
team.
just
He
try to
beat a
skip past
'57
what you
Cavs
just
team,
said.
three Hall
Nigga,
of
you need to
Famers.
tell me
He beat
what
the
teams were
Pistons with
trash.
Isaiah
And
Thomas.
Hold on, bro. You
Jordan
can't
played
just
better
talk
teams in
over
every
niggas,
round than
bro, and just
LeBron
ignore
except the
what you
finals.
just said. You just said immediately that the East was trash, and you're trying to use what another motherfucker said to justify that
No,
opinion.
I'm
But
saying
you
that's
haven't
a
brought any
fact.
you said
facts.
the
The
Knicks
How
East
was
is it
was
a
elite.
fact?
trash.
How was the
You need
Knicks
to
elite?
bring facts to support that. If you think that that's the case, bring the truth, nigga.
Okay, so let's talk about the teams LeBron's
Let's
beat in the
talk about
East,
the
right?
teams
Let's
in the
talk
Let's
about
East
talk
the
that
about
were
team
the
Jordan
teams
trash.
played.
LeBron beat in the
Let's
East.
talk
He
about the
only
team Jordan played. Let's talk about the team
I know
Jordan
LeBron
played.
only beat
Let's talk about the
LeBron
team
only
Jordan
Yeah, let's
yo
played.
talk
shut
about the
up, King
How
teams
John.
was
You're not
the
Jordan
even in this
Knicks?
played.
discussion.
Nah.
Yo, how was the
LeBron
Knicks?
beat Detroit because they didn't have
How
Ben
was the
Wallace.
Knicks elite?
No, they did
He
You
not.
couldn't
said
he
Okay,
the Knicks
couldn't beat
the
elite.
Dwight Howard.
Detroit
You
He got
team
said
was
that
outplayed
still
by
team
Dwight
elite
elite.
Howard.
even
You gotta
without
break
He
Ben
it
got
down
Wallace.
outplayed by
exactly.
Dwight Howard. Okay, so he beat the Celtics with
Orlando was
Terry
How
still
was the
Rozier.
elite.
Knicks
He beat the
elite?
Celtics with
How
Terry
was the
Rozier.
Knicks elite?
Jordan was playing.
How
Jordan
was the
beat an
Knicks
Indiana team.
elite?
Elite.
The
How
Indiana
was the
team
How
that
Knicks
was the
Jordan
elite?
beat
Knicks
was much
elite?
better
Hold
than the
on,
How was
nigga.
Indiana
You're
the
team
not
Knicks
even
How
LeBron
was
elite?
the
beat.
really.
Knicks
You're just
That
elite?
Indiana
rambling
He
team
now.
just
that
You're not
Jordan
talking.
beat
actually
He don't even know
exploded
how to
explaining what
talk
the
Shaq to
hell
about
we're
six.
Jordan.
They
He know
had
how
talking
to
about.
talk
Reggie,
about
Jalen Rose,
LeBron more than
Jalen
he know
Rose, the
how to
Davis
talk about
brothers,
Jordan.
and Rick
He loves
Smits.
LeBron. He don't like Jordan that much. That's why he don't ever talk about Jordan.
This thing,
He
he
I
don't
never
want to
talk
talk
bring.
about
that much
Jordan.
of
I talk
Jordan.
I'm
about
not
Jordan
He
even
talks
trying to
plenty.
about
talk about
LeBron
Jordan.
way
I'm
more
just
than he
trying to
talk
stick
about
to
Jordan.
his first
He
point. Like,
doesn't
nigga,
even
let's
know
just
how
stay
to
on the
talk
first
about my
point, bro.
Oh,
Jordan.
Stop
you don't.
rambling.
You don't even
He
need to
knows how to
mention
do. He
LeBron.
knows how
There's
to
no
Let's
reason
just
to
stay on the
mention.
first point. We're
I
talking
don't
about
need
the
to. I don't
teams,
need
podcast.
to
nigga.
He
Yeah,
mention
don't
let's
know
talk
how to
LeBron's
about the
talk
name to
teams
make
about
a
my
Jordan
case for
beat.
Jordan.
Jordan as the goat.
Jordan isn't
Let's
great
talk
enough
about.
for him.
Let's talk
Jordan
about the
isn't great
teams.
enough for
Let's
him.
just stay on
That's
the
what
first
he know how to
topic,
talk about.
please.
He don't
Okay.
even know how to talk
Please.
about Jordan. He don't even know how to
Right. So
explain Jordan
first of all,
greatness.
if you look at the
Jordan
competition
greatness
Jordan
ain't even
played
that
in the
great
East,
to him. He don't even know how to explain it.
I
He don't
do.
know
You
the
just
feeling of
interrupt the whole time.
the Bulls back then. He
Right.
kills the Bulls back then. Don't nobody who's a Jordan fan kill Scottie Pippen. It's not even you can't even add that together.
Right.
To
And
sit
Scottie
here and
Pippen,
try to diminish
Scottie
Scottie
Pippen
Pippen's
was not even.
career is
Scottie
crazy
Pippen
to
was
me.
not
I
Who
don't
consistently
even
turned
know
his
great.
how you
volume
deal
down?
with
He
that.
had bad injuries. His shooting
Jordan,
Bro,
percentage was down.
Jordan never won a
Scottie
series
Pippen
without
after
Scotty. You keep
You
1998
bringing
can't
was
up
even mute
not the
Scotty.
that.
He
same
never
You
won
player.
a
can't even
series
mute
without him.
that dude, Mike.
his
Dude,
volume
hey,
is
bro,
down.
get
His
your
volume is
own
down.
channel. That BRK, you got some stuff to talk about,
I've never,
bro.
man.
He upset ain't nobody gonna
People used
watch.
to come on here and
This is
debate
He
ridiculous,
understand ain't
man.
nobody
LeBron.
gonna
I
watch.
This
just wanted to
dude is
fucking
wild,
address his
bro.
first point, bro. He just kept fucking rambling. Like, I want to talk about the teams that he said that LeBron beat are trash. I want to talk
Right.
about this because
They
first you
were
said
Said the
trash.
Detroit.
Knicks.
So
He
hold
said
on. Let's just start with Detroit, bro. Don't keep going past it. Let's start with Detroit. You said they were trash because they didn't have Ben
No,
Wallace.
I didn't say that Detroit
Yes,
team
you
was
did.
trash.
Yes, you
That's not
did.
what I
That's
said.
exactly what you
No,
said, bro.
it's
You
not. I'll
said that the
explain to you what I
Detroit
said.
team
I'll
was
explain.
trash because they
No, you're
didn't have
just
Ben
babbling. I'll
Wallace.
explain to you what I said. What I said is that if you look at the teams LeBron played in the East, Jordan was playing better teams in every round, with the exception of the
That's not
finals.
what the
The
that's not
Indiana,
what the question question was, Brandon. Oh my
Don't even
god,
make up his
man.
own
Yeah, he always making
This
up shit, man.
motherfucker, bro. Like, I don't even want to have this conversation anymore, bro.
Okay, then shut up and I'll explain to you what
He's
I'm
four
saying.
and
Go ahead
six.
and
How
Stop
do
just
you
telling
talk,
come
people
bro.
to
up?
You just go ahead and
stop
fucking
Okay.
telling
ramble at
people
this
to
point.
shut up, my
It
man.
is what it is, bro.
Yeah.
Stop
Bro,
telling people to shut up. This is not your show. If
he
niggas come
dropped
in here,
him.
you're not gonna keep coming here disrespecting people, bro. You can barely
He
talk
dropped him.
basketball. We just up here
Woo.
just
Hey
cause
Lamont, that's your dude,
at this
man.
point.
Yeah, that's Nick
Uh,
Fuente's nephew
I
or
don't
hey,
care.
something.
I do what I want. I don't
hey,
care. I do what I want.
I was just coming up here because one of his biggest lies, right? And this is one of the most common lies. They will say that Scottie Pippen, try to always use 1998, right? They'll say that Scottie Pippen couldn't do anything, which that really only applied in that final game. But outside of that final game, Pippen was being extremely productive. I think he had a bad game three. Um, but you telling me a guy who's running around with back issues in game one versus the Utah Jazz, he scores 21 points. He scores well over 25% of the Bulls points. Same, and he's so Pippen does this consistently because in game 2, he also gave you 21 points. In game 4, he gave you 28 points, right? Back issues or not, that still sounds like a guy. And remember, this is 28 points out of 86 points. Think about that. That's almost 30 points out of 86 points. That's an extremely high scoring load. So and so if you compare Pippen's scoring load, basically what he scored versus the Chicago Bulls total output throughout Pippen's entire playoff career playing with Michael Jordan, he scored 21% of the Bulls points. That's almost exactly the same as Anthony Davis and Kyrie Irving. Kyrie Irving playing with LeBron scored 23% of the points, and Anthony Davis playing with LeBron scored 23% of the points. So you have Scottie Pippen at 21%, Kyrie at 23, and Anthony Davis at 23. Those are very similar scoring loads. And this is not even counting everything that Pippen was doing in regards to playmaking and all of that, and defense. Because Kyrie didn't give you much on the playmaking end or defense. Anthony Davis gave you some defense, but he didn't give you the playmaking that Pippen did. So when you talk about somebody that had a huge responsibility, did everything, plus he gave you similar scoring load, because in these games, he's not telling you that the Bulls in 98 were barely scoring over. They were scoring 88 points per game, like 86 points per game. And Pippen's giving you 21, 21, and 28. That don't sound like. And even in game 5, I believe, when he didn't score well, he gave you 11 rebounds and 11 assists. So I think they'll just lie because they'll just try to tear down Pippen. But Pippen did just as much as any one of Jordan's. He did just as much as any one of LeBron's second options. If you only, let me finish what I'm saying, Brandon. Let me finish what I'm saying, Brandon. I get you. Pippen's efficiency was always around what his efficiency always is.
He was much more efficient the first 3 title runs.
I know. Hold on 1 second, Brandon, because we've let you talk. All I'm asking is just for me to talk. And so, hold on, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can.
can hear you. That's
Something happened with the stream. Okay, no. Basically, all I'm saying is, look, if you're gonna put the pressure of Pippen being this efficient superstar scorer on him, that is not the player that he was. For him to go to be Jordan's second option, have to do it on far less touches because he isn't a scorer first. He is a playmaker defender first, and he's still giving you the same scoring output. He's still scoring 20 to 23% of the Chicago Bulls total points. No matter what you say, he's still giving you 20 to 23% of the Bulls points. If you want to cry about efficiency, okay, cry about efficiency. All right. But again, you also going to have to talk about the times when Kyrie Irving was a supreme negative playing next to LeBron, because there were times when Kyrie Irving only contributed 9% of the points next to LeBron. Right? Anthony Davis was probably his best scoring option, but he only did 23% of the scoring. You guys try to put basketball and try to make basketball just scoring. And you try to act as if in that 98 series, Pippen wasn't a finals MVP candidate because of his defense alone. Pippen almost won finals MVP on defense alone. Yes, he did. And we have the newspaper clippings to prove it, because it's in the newspaper that they literally wrote it. No. You don't have to talk right now, because when we show you the newspaper clippings, then you're going to say that, oh, they were just trying to not give it to Jordan. No. I'm not talking about every game, because I'm talking about what the Chicago Tribune, what Sam Smith, Jordan's friend, wrote. I didn't write this. Hold on. I know everybody's a moron but you. Everybody's a moron but him. But when Sam Smith wrote after game 4, you guys, he said Scottie Pippen is undoubtedly the finals MVP in this series. Nobody was running around talking about Pippen had a bad back. They were saying that he should be finals MVP. But when we listen to Brandon, because he likes to only go with the final game that he saw, which was game 6, where Pippen's back finally gave out on him, that's the game he tries to judge Pippen by. They judge Pippen just like they judge LeBron in moments. They don't use the totality of what he did with Jordan. They judge him in small moments, 1-2 game sample sizes, where they can say, oh, he's inefficient. They never talk about the highs. They never talk about what he did most consistently. They never talk about him being literally the best defender in almost every series that he played in alongside Jordan. They don't talk about that. They don't talk about him being the Bulls' best playmaker. They only talk about, oh, he can't score like Jordan. And I think that's a very low bar to set when you're talking basketball, Talk about this entire game. So I want you to try redoing talking about the 98 finals. And I want you to talk about everything. Talk about how Pippen was stifling John Stockton. John Stockton couldn't even average 10 points per game. Stifling Karl Malone's second and third options. They couldn't do anything. That's why Pippen was the third leading scorer in that
Jeff
series.
Hornacek?
So,
Come on, Lamont.
yeah, yes, because Jeff Hornacek, like as much as you want to try to say about names, when he was at the Sixers, he was a
John
top.
Stockton only averages 12 points a
I
game
got
in
you.
the
I
playoffs
got
for his
you.
career.
No, what I'm saying is John Stockton couldn't do nothing in that finals because of Scottie Pippen. So you want to talk about all this other stuff, but talk about why he was inefficient in '98. That was directly because of Scottie Pippen, right? So because you're the one said that Karl Malone had all this great help. You said you said Jordan was by himself in '98. I thought he was by himself in '98. Karl Malone didn't have a teammate that can give him two 21-point games and a 28-point game. Karl Malone didn't have that. Jordan had that. So when you say Jordan didn't have any help in '98, what help did Karl Malone have? Because Jordan had a lot to me. Plus, he had Tony Kukoc playing lights out. Tony Kukoc was playing lights out. So Tony Kukoc playing lights out. Pippen scoring 21, 21, and 28, and then also giving you 11 and 11, 11 and 11, and 11 rebounds and 11 assists in the game where he scored bad. When did Karl Malone have any of that? He was the one that was out there by himself. John Stockton should be the one getting vilified for not showing up. Those guys should be getting torn down. But yet you run and tear down Scottie Pippen when the numbers say different, and the output and the people who were saying that Scottie Pippen should be Finals MVP because of his play. What were you watching where you could walk out that series and say he was as trash as you claim? What facts, stats, and data do you have to support that?
Right. So I never said Jordan was.
I can't hear you.
I said in the
Your volume is low.
I know that it's because they're muting my mic. That's
They killed him. Yeah. Hey, FYF, my hero.
No, so I never said that Jordan was alone. I said in the regular season, Pippen missed a lot of games. That's why Jordan had a better case for MVP than Malone. That was in response to Ishmael. But again, I have Pippen ranked top 50 all time. I have a high opinion of Scottie Pippen. But Lamont, you and people, Lamont, you and people on this panel.
Okay, so again, let's just stick to what I asked you about the '98 finals. I did not ask you about the regular season.
You talked for 10
No,
minutes. Let me
I know. I talked for 10 minutes, but because I don't have much time, I don't want you to ramble about things I didn't ask you about. I only asked you about what you said about the '98 finals and Scottie Pippen. Tell us about that because you said Pippen did not show up.
Right.
Yeah.
So
Stay here,
what I
Lamont. Don't
said
go
is,
nowhere.
I know, hold on. What I said is, first of all, you said two things that were not true about the '98 finals, okay? The first is you implied that Scottie Pippen was the same player, 96 through 98, including in the '98 finals. He was the first 3 years. The Bulls' best championship team was '93. It was not '98. The main reason the Bulls were better in '93 than '98 is because Pippen was a significantly better offensive player in the early than late 90s because he had back issues. The evidence for that is that Scottie was shooting 37% in the playoffs in the late 90s. He was at 47% in the early playoffs. And Scottie took exactly the same number of shots with and without Jordan. The difference was 0.8 shots per game. So Pippen did not lower his shot output because he played with Jordan. That's a point that you and Ajani pushed that is just not true. Now, Scottie was impactful defensively, and he did have some good post-ups. He was a good player in the '98 finals. But again, my point is that Scottie was averaging 16 a game. He was not efficient. Kukoc was a good offensive player. He could not defend. And so my core point is that Michael Jordan never had a teammate like Prime Wade or Prime Anthony Davis. And when you talk about Kyrie and Pippen scoring as a percentage of the team's total, you know that's misleading, Lamont, because Kyrie was a closer. Scottie was a good offensive player, much better playmaker than Kyrie, but Kyrie closed games. The issue with Scottie was his shooting. He disappeared in fourth quarters. That's why the Bulls were not contenders in '94. As good as Scottie was in '94, he couldn't close games because he couldn't shoot.
Okay.
Okay.
Hey,
So let me answer that. Let me answer that.
Has nothing to do with the
No, let me
98.
answer it. Let me answer it. Let me answer it. Let me answer it. First of all, just to get 93, 94 out of the way, there is no team in the NBA that we would expect. And somebody has an echo too.
It's
Brandon.
crazy.
Brandon got an echo.
Brandon, you got an echo. So there's no. It's somebody else. Oh no, it was Brandon. There is no team in the NBA that we will ask to be a contender when their number one option randomly retires and the team has no way to replace his production. When the David Robinson went down for the Spurs, nobody with a brain expected Vinny Del Negro and Avery Johnson to carry them and be the same competitive team
But
that they
is
were.
Scottie Pippen good enough to be a first down?
Okay, so again, I let him talk and you see how he won't let us talk. So again, this idiot, he wants to pretend as if the Bulls brought in someone to replace Jordan's production. But he holds Pippen to the same championship expectations after their number one option decides to randomly retire and the Bulls have no way to replace all of that reproduction. So the Bulls exceeded everyone's expectations for a team that lost their number one option with no replacement. This is why everyone was surprised that the Bulls won 50 games. So we can move past 94 because Pippen exceeded expectations. They did not go under expectations. Secondly, when we go to 98, Pippen in game one scored 21 points on his typical percentages. In game two, he shot 50%, right? In game three, he shot 50%, right? Pippen was highly efficient. The only thing that ruined his efficiency was that game five where he shot 12%, 2 of 16 from the field. And that single game plummeted his percentages for the entire series. But if you look at each game individually, in almost every game that series, he shot at least 50% from the floor, including the game where he scored 28 points. So you want to give you want to pretend that he wasn't participating, that he wasn't, but everything is contradicted by the fact that Pippen, up until game 6, was the leading candidate for the finals MVP. If Pippen didn't
That's why he
have
has
that,
to.
if his back did not give out in that final game, and obviously Jordan hit the game winning shot, and we know what we remember off that last game. Jordan was the best player in that final game. If Pippen's back did not give out, he would have won Finals MVP because that was his worst game of the series because he could not perform. Nobody said Pippen needed to be the same Pippen in 96 or 97. We're looking at what Pippen was in 98 because even when Pippen played in the regular season in 98, he was still a good enough player to be an all NBA player. And he was still good enough to be all defensive and all NBA. So I don't know what you're talking about where Pippen played 40 something games and was good enough to be all NBA.
Lamont.
And Pete Myers replaced Michael Jordan when Jordan
Hey,
retired, so everybody knows. So we know we know who it was.
So
They
he
got
let me
expects
put
they
this
had him
in
Pippen,
at 64.
perspective.
he
Hey,
expects Pippen to
FY,
do the same thing that he did with Jordan, but with Pete Myers in Jordan's replacement. That's no team in NBA history is going to ask their second option to do that. Pippen exceeded expectations.
hey, you go by Lamont FYF because I be seeing, but I don't know your name. Well, no, what do you go by FYF? So I can call you that, or just call you FYF.
Yeah,
Can
either one, I don't care.
Okay, I say FYF. Here's the thing that people do not understand about what happened and transpired because they dog LeBron about him leaving and going to different teams. I can still remember when the NBA got shook up and messed up, and I put that on my homeboy, Michael Jordan, on that because think about this: he got paid for 1 year, $33 million damn dollars. Think about it. I'm Scottie Pippen. You know how much they paid Scottie Pippen that same year?
Or
$2.7 million. Are you out your damn mind? You think you about to run me around like a damn slave and you just paid this dude damn $33 million? That would make me pissed. Yeah, my back hurt. I'll pull a Kawhi on you. I'm in San Antonio and I know how this shit go, but that's disrespectful.
And Michael
He
Jordan
changed the game,
called him
and that's
selfish.
why
Remember, Jordan
Jordan
called him selfish.
for
That's
not
crazy. You
having
do that
surgery
too.
in the off season.
What? Say again? He said something about the offseason.
He called him selfish
Jordan
for not
called
having
Scottie
surgery
selfish.
during the offseason.
Yeah, Jordan called
Yeah.
Scottie selfish.
Yeah, I just think that ruined the game. Cause see, I was still balling. I know KG and them. I know what he was doing when he took his rookie contract. He got paid like $1.6 million. Imagine that the year that you come in and what they did and messed up the league and shut. This is why the league got shut down. Kevin Garnett got a contract after 2 years of being a rookie for an astronomical amount of numbers. And the owner said, hell no, and all this. They said no. Michael messed it up. $33 million in 1998 is the equivalent of somebody right now getting paid $75 million a year. Let that sink in. You're not about to work beside me. No, yeah, the inflation is what it is. But at the end of the day, yes, we understand what the hell is going on. It was a money play, and what Mike did, he really ruined the league. So I'm not saying when LeBron went to the Heat, he ruined the league. That's what Zesty Jeffries do. I know who ruined the damn league. That's why when you go to a game right now, you got a nosebleed for $400. That's bullcrap, man. He messed up the league. He messed it up.
No.
And he already had money, his greedy ass.
Michael Jordan's market value to the Bulls was over $100 million a year. He was grossly overpaid his whole career. That's an absurd point. And one final point: Pippen hurt his back in Game 5, not Game 6. He was garbage in Game 5 and Game 6. Jordan had to carry in both games.
Okay. Let me smash him on that. What he just said. Hey,
I mean, I can't believe a black man is arguing that Jordan was overpaid at $30 million a year when his net value was $100 million a year to Chicago.
No, we're not talking about that. It's the same thing. Hey, listen,
so you want
BRK,
the white owner to make all the money? You don't want Jordan to get paid?
Hey, BRK, just pause for just 1 second. I'll say this. It'll stop that. It'll stop that.
You want the white owners to make all the money, not the black.
I'm white and
I know y'all ain't let it bring the cats play the black card. I know y'all not letting that motherfucker get away with it.
Can I ask him a question?
Yeah, Brandon.
I know y'all not letting that motherfucker get away with trying to play the black card.
Honestly, I'm trying to be respectful because this nigga B Lee keep bringing him up, but it's like I'm getting to the point where I'm about to just cuss
You can't play no motherfucking black card. What the fuck wrong with you, Brandon Cat? You can't play no motherfucking black card, man. Put his ass backstage, man.
Yeah, you crazy.
Put his ass backstage. Fuck
like, bro,
this,
we
man.
in Black History Month too, bro.
Yeah. You gotta put his ass backstage.
He has no respect.
This motherfucker. How a white boy playing the black card? Man, put his ass backstage, man.
Hey, how much you? Hey, let me say this to BRK.
No, hell no.
Hey, hold on.
Herman ain't trying to hear it no more. It's over with.
Brandon, hold on,
You done turned
Brandon.
the stream into an ignorant nigga stream now.
Yeah,
Facts, man. Hell no. We can't let that slide, man. Nah, hell no.
No, you can't. You can't.
Yeah, he tried to play that card, but I'm gonna tell you like this.
He gotta put his ass backstage. Nah, he can't. You can't play no damn black card, man. Hell.
Calm down, bro.
Hey, let me hit him.
Nah, they no calming down. Fuck that.
Hey, let me hit him in the head.
Y'all don't get it, man.
Hey, Herman ain't wrong.
Me and New
Hey,
World
Herman ain't wrong about nothing he said.
Nigga, it's Black
Me and
History
New
Month.
World
You
from the
can't have no
South,
white
man. We
people
can't play
talking
with no
sideways
shit like
about
that,
no black
man.
people.
Hey, let me get Nick Fuentes
We don't
real
take
quick.
that,
Can y'all
man.
go one
Y'all
mic?
can
Can
take
y'all
it.
go
I
one
ain't
mic?
taking it.
No, I ain't about to take
Hey,
it either.
Herman, you ain't wrong.
Hey,
Hey, Herman, you ain't wrong a little bit.
Oh my god, I got tears.
Hey, look, hold on. Cause
You got a
he
white boy
ain't
from
talk
Colorado talking shit about a black man. You better shut the
right.
fuck up.
Right.
Facts.
That's fact, nigga.
King John, how a damn white boy gonna play the black card though? That's what
Right.
I'm tripping off
Hey,
of.
say he's sitting up
Hell
here
no.
playing stupid
That
because
white
we
boy come
know.
up here
Hey,
Michael
BR,
Jordan is the most
no.
underpaid
Hey,
man
BR,
in the
no.
history
and
of
he
hold
wanna talk
sports.
shit
on.
right now.
No. Hey, BR,
That white boy come up here all
hold
the
on.
time disrespecting black men.
Hey,
Bro, I
hold
get
on.
like
He
All
tried.
the time. He came up here on some disrespectful shit to
Man, you
begin
can't
with,
let no
nigga. So
damn
fuck
white.
you.
We can't. Hey, y'all. This one. We may
Yeah.
not agree on every damn thing, but we cannot let no damn white boy play a damn black card. We can't let that slide,
No, hell
man. We
no.
can't let that
Because,
slide.
Herm, you're
hey,
crying. You're crying like a
hold
kid.
on,
Man, you
BR.
shut your bitch ass up,
Shut up.
man.
Yeah.
You
Anyway,
shut your
Yeah.
punk ass up. I'll slap the
Jordan,
shit out of you.
Two cents. Just
Michael
let Herm
I
cook
ain't
Jordan.
this
gonna lie
nigga, bro.
to you.
You're not
Go
gonna
ahead,
be
Hey
able to
man,
go
this
stop
ahead.
nigga
Herm,
ain't
nigga.
stop talking
You done
since he got up
activated a
here, man. He
demon,
been
nigga.
talking his
It's too
entire
late.
time, bro.
I said was obvious too. It was obvious. Michael
is
Jordan's the
crazy.
most underpaid athlete in the history of professional sports.
Hey, how old are you, bro? How old is the white dude?
Middle
I
He
ain't
school.
finna let
26.
no damn white boy play a black card. Hell
He
no, I ain't
26.
doing
Hell
this
no.
shit, bro.
Hey, how
Hell
old is he?
no.
You're just angry because I cooked him with that
I
argument.
don't know. He's like,
He
he ain't young
26.
either, though. He
Nah,
ain't
they ain't got
watched
Hey,
shit to
Jordan.
do with it.
hey,
Certain lines you
I don't
don't
give a fuck
cross,
how old
Brandon.
this nigga
Certain
is, to
lines
be
you don't
honest with you.
cross. You don't
hold
cross
on,
that
Yeah.
hold
line.
on,
You
bro.
don't
I
That
didn't
cross
don't
that.
cross
fucking
any
matter,
line. What
nigga.
I said
You
was
did
Harden
cross
is
the
like
line. You
You
did
crossed the
cross the
line,
line with
nigga.
that.
Harden
Hey,
being
how old are
insensitive
you,
because
bro?
I
That's out of
cooked him.
pocket. That's out of pocket, man.
I don't
That's
care
out of
how
Harden,
old
you're
pocket.
he
being
is.
as
He out of
sensitive as
pocket
when
for
I
that
cooked you on
shit,
the
man.
Kobe
Hey, the
Bryant
He
fight.
all
BRK
the
though.
way out
How
of
old are
pocket.
you, bro?
And the crazier part is he's still standing on that shit right now. He's still
Yeah.
standing on it right now.
Yeah,
He
I
He don't
cool.
Yeah.
understand.
care.
How old
But
are
Nigga,
you,
he's
bro?
always 10 toes down, nigga. He
why
disrespected
should
Bill
why
Russell
should
in
my
his era. He disrespected Wilt
why should
Chamberlain.
my why
He's
should my
constantly
point guard?
disrespected black athletes, nigga. Honestly,
Yeah.
I don't even know
No.
why we talk to this
Hold on,
motherfucker.
but New World. I think the bigger point is, and I think here's what y'all missing. What Brandon said is the reason why it was flagrant. This is why it was flagrant. Jordan was always going to get his money, no matter if it was the Knicks or the Bulls that gave him his money. What was the most flagrant thing that the Bulls were doing, and if Brandon was really for the black players that were underpaid, he would be pulling for the guys like a Scottie Pippen, who went his entire career as less than like the 100th highest paid player in the league.
Scotty wanted
And
long-term security.
okay, and Scottie Pippen. So now with Scottie is long-term security, but when Scottie is severely underpaid, and he's not on and going into free agency, Scottie Pippen is risking his free agency where he finally can get paid to go to the Houston Rockets. He has to go risk that injury, potentially career ending, to go out there and fight tooth and nail for Michael Jordan in the NBA Finals for a Chicago Bull team that never wanted to pay him. So if you truly felt for players that were getting underpaid, then you would have some form of sympathy for a guy like Scottie Pippen, who did everything that he did, played through injury, and was severely underpaid the entire time he was there. And when the Bulls had an opportunity to give him fair compensation, they chose not to. So the fact that you're now using Jordan in one instance to say, oh, we should be pulling for him to get 30 million. The one thing we know is, and that was already proven, is if the Bulls didn't give him that money, he was going to get that 25 to 30 million from the Knicks. He was going to get that regardless.
He was gonna get it.
Pippen had no alternative. Pippen was stuck under this contract that the Bulls did not want to be fair and renegotiate. And so because of that, pull for Pippen, have sympathy for Pippen, because the point he was making before was that Pippen, who didn't have that surgery in the offseason, was getting underpaid, right? He was the one trying to figure out, how do I stay healthy enough to take advantage of this new CBA so I can finally get paid? But you have no sympathy for Pippen. You have no sympathy for the fact that he actually came back and played 40 something games and played like an all
Yup.
NBA player. And when he got to the NBA finals, you try to lie to the people and tell people he was trash when you just admitted he was only bad in 2 games, as I said before. But in the other 3 games, he gave you exceedingly great production, 21, 21,
Yup.
28 on all of those games, 40 and
Yup.
50% shooting. Even in that game 6, when Pippen played 25 minutes, when he went out with the injury, he was 4-7 from the field, shooting 53 or 56% from the field. So he was efficient in all those games except for one, right? So you lie about everything. You pretend that you want to use Jordan as this standard for black men, and we shouldn't be talking about his pay, right? But you don't want to talk about the pay of the others on that Bulls team, all the other black athletes on that team that were severely underpaid,
Exactly.
or even in the entire league. You didn't pull for Akeem Olajuwon, who was severely underpaid. He didn't get paid till after the
No,
CBA.
it's
You
all
didn't
for the
pull. You
love
never
of
talked
Jordan,
about it,
Lamar.
David Robinson.
It's
You
because
never talked.
them white
You
boys
never.
love
No,
that
he never.
token. They love that
No,
token Negro.
no.
They love him,
I'm
bro.
saying
They'll
it's
do anything
the
to catch
reason
up
why
to him, even if it
the
includes
reason why it's
shitting on other black
hypocritical.
athletes.
I'm saying it's hypocritical because Jordan was the only athlete to finally get paid, while and he only was afforded that ability because he put the Bulls in a full Nelson, right? So it
Yup.
took Jordan literally putting the Chicago Bulls in a full Nelson to finally get his just due, while every other, even superstar player in the league, like Hakeem, even Pippen, none of them got paid what they were worth. So he doesn't
Yo,
care about
Lamar.
people getting underpaid. He doesn't really
33
care.
million,
The
bro.
argument is disingenuous at best, bro.
Wow.
Very disingenuous.
That's
Michael
what you
Jordan
got
was
out of
the
that?
end. Michael Jordan was the end all be all in the NBA. He took the NBA to global heights and recognition. He deserved that money.
Who
And
said he
before
didn't
he
deserve it?
and before he got
Who said he didn't deserve it? So before you
We
go on
said
a stupid
everybody deserved
soliloquy,
it, nigga.
He didn't
who
even say
said
But
that.
Pippen was right there next to Jordan while he did that though. That's
who
what
said
people don't
Jordan didn't
understand.
The
deserve his money?
nigga
I
made
just
$3
said
million a year,
I,
bro. Stop
Pippen
it.
was the fifth best player in the
bro,
90s, bro. Why y'all
Ace
keep trying to
Boogie, Ace
disrespect him?
Boogie. No one is saying that Jordan didn't deserve it. The only thing I said was Jordan was put in a situation where he had the Bulls in a full Nelson. He was going to get that 25 to 30 million from somebody, even if it wasn't the Bulls, because the Knicks had an offer on the table right for him for practically the same thing. So at the end of the day, Jordan was good. He was going to force them to pay him. But the other players in the league, Hakeem, Karl Malone, Scottie Pippen, think about all of the other, they were still stuck under this horrendous CBA. None of them could get paid.
Right,
None of them
right.
could
That's
switch
why they
teams.
locked out.
None of them. So at the
None of
end
them
of
were
the
putting
day,
teeth. None of them were
so at
putting
the end of
teeth
the
in the
day,
stands
so
like Michael Jordan.
hold on. I don't come up here and argue something that we're not arguing. We're not disagreeing. Jordan deserved his money. We're not talking about Jordan. We were talking about Pippen. We were talking about Pippen still going out there giving 110% with an injury, and he was severely underpaid. You trying to make it about Jordan. This was not about
Right,
Jordan. We know what Jordan did in 98. I was only talking about Pippen and what Pippen did in 98. And then he made a good point that Pippen did all of this while being severely underpaid, right? And going into a contract year where this is his only opportunity in his career to finally get paid. He
right.
sacrificed that to help the Bulls win the NBA Finals. So don't come in here trying to make it about Jordan. It wasn't about Jordan. This is
You
about
did your
Pippen and what
homework.
Pippen was able to contribute. So talk about Pippen and what Pippen was able to contribute. Talk about how Brandon Katz lied
Yeah.
about Pippen's production in the 98 finals. Talk about the things, talk about him saying that Jordan didn't have comparable help to LeBron James because he basically said Kyrie and Anthony Davis were better when Pippen gave far more statistical production and equal scoring load. Talk about how he lied about all those things as opposed to coming here crying about Michael Jordan.
You did your homework. I already know. We're not talking about Michael Jordan is not worth a lot of money. He got 33 million. Imagine that. I'm on the team with you. I'm getting paid 3 million as Scottie Pippen. You're Robin. You think the disparity is that large? I'm like, man, that's astronomical. That's like you. I want Giannis on my team. I'm about to pay him $100 million a year. See, it's dumb and it's stupid. We're not saying Michael Jordan not worth and that he built this. That's not what we're saying. We're talking about, come on, man. Look at the disparity. They paid this man one year, 33 million, while his teammates getting 3. Man, we not. No. I'm good on that. You couldn't do that on a job. I'm working at the Walmart distribution or whatever. You couldn't pay a joker $50 and I'm getting paid 10. You out your damn mind? No.
Tony
Yeah,
Kukoc is the highest paid.
Scottie
He
Pippen,
won
Scottie
72
Pippen
games.
made more money in his career
Tony was the highest
over
paid.
Michael Jordan. What are you talking
Hold on.
about?
What'd you say, King John? What'd you say,
Tony
King John?
Kukoc,
I
the
couldn't
year
hear
they
you.
won 72 games, Tony Kukoc is the highest paid player on the Bulls.
Yep.
Crazy. Scotty was really underpaid. Jordan was getting 33 million in 98. Scotty should have been getting 25 million at least. So
I mean, when you compare the value at that point, it really is unfortunate that the contracts were like that. But that's back when the NBA team owners, they were slave owners back in that day, man. They was going to try to extort you for all the value that they can, and then discard you when they don't need you. I mean, it's still pretty much the same way. We see how they just treated this nigga Chris Paul, bro.
So Ace Boogie, what are your thoughts on Pippen?
As far as
Yeah,
what?
he lied. Tony
As
Kukoc
far
was getting
as
paid $4.5 million.
as far as everything that we were talking about.
About being what you saying, being underpaid or his value to the
I don't believe you would come up here if you weren't listening before. So
I mean,
don't
we
come up here and
talked about a
pretend
lot
as
of
if you
different
don't
stuff
understand the conversation.
I'm trying to figure out
Don't
as far as
pretend.
what you talked about
As
his
far
value
as
with
far as the
the 98
conversation that me
finals,
and Brandon were
talking
having,
about what he was making income wise. So I'm talking about what?
That's not you know the conversation. You don't come up here if you don't know the conversation. The conversation was about Pippen and how Brandon lied about Pippen's actual production in the 98 finals and even in the 98 season.
Well, yeah, okay. I heard that conversation though. I heard what you was talking about how his average and the percentage he contributed towards the team. Michael Jordan averaged almost 34 points a game in that finals. and he did end the finals with a game-winning shot. So for you to say that, because Scottie Pippen was going to be the MVP if it wasn't because of that game, that's not true, and that wasn't going to happen, bro. It was never for Scottie Pippen to win.
Well, we've
It was
seen.
Clean the
never.
Haven't we
loud.
seen?
That's what you
Haven't
came to
we?
argue, bro?
Haven't we seen
FYI, hey,
throughout?
let them clean the loud. They said Tony Kukoc was getting paid $4.5 million in '98. So I want to hear that crap about what people talking about. They paid Michael Jordan 1 year, $33 million. So stop that shit talking about Kukoc and all that. Man, they won't get paid. That's bull crap. You'll piss off every employee. Every employee be pissed off. That's why they don't let you discuss your income at your regular job. But this is public information to us. Google it right now. Tony Kukoc, $4.5 million for the
We know
98
that.
team.
No. But we
Yeah, it
know
don't
that
matter,
once
nigga. Like, we gotta move on
we just
past this.
said, we just said once the contracts are signed, the contracts are signed. The fact is that we've seen players going into contract years, one start to prioritize themselves over team. So Pippen, who with the back issue going into a contract year where he knew he can get paid, put the team over his pay. And the fact that not only did he do that, the fact that now people also have to double down on that and then lie about his production. They have to lie and say he was horrible. They have to lie and pretend that Karl Malone had far superior help when Scottie Pippen was the third best player in that series. It was Jordan, it was Karl Malone, then it was Scottie Pippen. It wasn't close. And they want to pretend that Jordan didn't have help. See, this is the one thing they trick y'all with. Jordan only needed to have superior help versus the competition that he was facing. His team didn't need to be superior to LeBron's team. LeBron is in a different era and it takes a different type of team to win. Jordan in the 90s always had the best team because his team was better than every other team in the 90s. There was never a time where the Utah Jazz had a better roster than the Bulls. There wasn't a time when the Spurs had a better roster than the Bulls. The Bulls always had the best roster of the 90s. So don't compare Jordan's team and the way it was built to LeBron's because you need two different types of teams and styles to win in each era. And in the 90s, the Bulls had the perfect team. Rodman didn't need to score 30 points per game because the Bulls were only averaging 85 to 89 to 90 points per game. They weren't scoring a million points. You don't need him to do all that. You can get enough production out your bench, which will be around 30 to 50 points. You got Jordan, you got Pippen giving you close to 16 to 20 a game. That's all you needed. So all you needed from Pippen was elite defense, 17 to 20 a game, Jordan's average 30, and his typical bench production and defense. They always had the best bench in the league. They had the best three-point shooter in the league. They had the best player. They had the best defender. They had the best team defense. They had the best coach. They were the best team in the league, and it wasn't close. You don't have to compare his roster to LeBron's. LeBron did not always have the best roster in the NBA.
Facts.
Yeah, they
Everybody
let
got
that
pissed
16
off.
points per game trick them about Pippen because you was right when you exposed the percentages went down from those last two games.
And that's the true difference. LeBron did not need the best team in the league. Like, for example, 2016. He's had some teams where he's won with that weren't the best team in the league. Jordan
And he
always had
was, and
the league.
Lamar wasn't telling one lie when he said the Tribune said Scottie Pippen was going to win Finals MVP. I know that for a fact. I've said it on here that Scottie was going to win Finals MVP in '98 because I read it in the newspaper and I watched the series. So trust me, it was being said Scottie was going to win Finals MVP in that 1998 NBA Finals before he hurt himself. That's
But why would we need to lie about that, King John? There ain't no reason to lie about that.
No,
Like, we don't need to
I,
discredit Jordan to make LeBron the GOAT over here. And that's
when
what y'all
Brand
don't understand. Like,
when me and Brandon started this, today we started to talk about the GO conversations and how they discredit others. And I brought up one things they do to try to discredit Scottie Pippen. I said I've never heard the disrespect Scottie get until I came to social media. I had never seen it because I know growing up a Bulls fan how much people love Scottie Pippen and what he contributed to the Bulls all those years. I know this. So when I came on social media and saw people discredit Scottie Pippen, and it's crazy because one of the first times I ever heard it was on Lamar channel from Brandon Katz. So it was like a shell shock because I had never seen it. So I mean, he takes Scottie Pippen career numbers and say this is what he did in the NBA Finals. He does that all the time. says he averaged 16
I've
points a
heard
game.
Brandon Katz say multiple times that Scottie Pippen was trash. That's why I don't like hearing him try to switch sides and be like, "Oh, Scottie Pippen was a great player," and try to say good things about Scottie Pippen. It's like, motherfucker, keep that same energy that you've been on for the last 5 years. I done seen you on YouTube, nigga. You ain't never once had anything good to say about Scottie Pippen.
Hey, let's
Not
keep it
once,
real.
nigga.
He
You didn't
became a
win a
B word.
championship until you got Scottie Pippen. To
He
be
became a
honest
B
with
word.
you,
He became a B word when Lamont came up here.
Scottie Pippen's
The
trash.
moment Lamont came up
Yeah,
here, he
he
became a B
trash.
word.
I don't even
yeah,
talk to
immediately.
people when you
Can't,
call Scottie Pippen
they
trash.
can't
Yeah,
real
yeah, you
basketball.
playing games.
Can't
You
handle
crazy.
basketball. That's why Brandon folded when Lamar came up here.
The
Because
moment
they
he
can't.
came up here, it became a B word. The
Yeah,
moment.
Immediately.
exactly.
Well, I just want to
Immediately.
Exactly.
know
He
why
immediately
they
switched up
always talk
everything he
about switching
said.
scoring. I want Brandon Cass to answer this question: who was the best defensive player in that series? Because that's one whole side of the basketball. We give Jordan scoring. Who is the best defensive player in that series?
Yeah, y'all
He,
niggas always just talk about one side of basketball.
he in a
And you
chat,
try to
so he
trick
can
everybody with that
he in a chat,
16
so
points
he
per
can
game like Scottie Pippen wasn't actually doing shit out here. Like, come on,
And they
man.
also love to say that they love two-way players, which they don't. They claim that they love two-way
Yeah, you
players.
got the most elite two-way player in the NBA on your team, nigga. Come on, man.
You got two.
Come
Kawhi
You got
on,
was the
man.
only person that was close to Scottie Pippen, but he always was hurt. Scottie played. To call him trash, man. How can you argue with a person that calls Scottie Pippen trash? I'm
exactly.
like,
You
okay,
can't.
We don't even
you
have to break.
can't.
If these guys don't want to break down the film, right? Scottie Pippen has 7 All NBAs, 10 All Defensive Teams, and 7 All Stars. If that's trash, then that person does
Yeah,
not know
the
basketball.
King Shine, according to them, Pippen only won those things because the media loved Jordan so much.
Yeah,
Like somebody like Brandon will tell you, it wasn't because Pippen was great. It was because they loved Jordan, so they gave his second option a couple accolades to help him out. That's what they're going to say.
Why have
They're
I
never
heard
going to
that?
accept it. They're
Pippen,
never going
but
to accept the fact that Pippen had the same amount of first team All NBAs as Patrick Ewing.
that's
Right?
a. I
They're not.
he
They're
got
never.
he got more.
You know. So
He got more
he had
first
the
team.
same, and he had more defensive.
Yeah,
So all I'm saying is, and they look at Ewing like he was a god in the '90s. Pippen has the same accolades and gets no respect.
yeah. Pippen was a
Scotty,
like
Scotty's the one that told Michael Jordan. And look, how did Michael Jordan win his first championship? So if I'm gonna be, biased on it, like shit, Michael Jordan didn't know how to win until he met Scotty. I could play that game. If you want to play that game, we can do that. He didn't win. I'm talking about objectively until he got Scotty Pippen.
yo.
Point blank, period. If
You
you're
win.
gonna play that argument, I can do that too. Yeah,
Yo,
Scottie Pippen, Michael Jordan need to thank Scottie Pippen every day because he couldn't win. Because I saw him get his butt whooped from 84, 85 season all the way up to 90, the 91-2 season.
yo.
You got to
Hey,
thank
2 cents.
Scottie Pippen was there.
When you
Hey,
talk
two
about
cents. It's funny because my family, we all Lakers fans. We've been Lakers fans for the longest time. So I grew up in that culture. My mom used to troll me and say that James Worthy was better than Jordan, and I actually went to school and told niggas that that James Worthy was better than Jordan, and they made fun of my ass. But it's kind of true when you think about it. Like James Worthy was better than Jordan in college.
yeah, he was. Yeah, he
Hey,
was.
At
hey,
the time,
can I give you out some numbers? Like, because they say that obviously when LeBron went to Miami, that was like his super team, right? Right,
Yeah.
with this super help, right? And they always use D Wade, right? D Wade. So like let me give you so that you remember 2012, this is their first championship run, right? So in 2012, their first championship run. Since Brandon loves only talking about scoring, D Wade produced 20.9% of the team scoring. Is literally exactly what um Scottie Pippen would give based on the team's total scoring output. In 2013, it got even worse. D Wade in round one versus Milwaukee gave 13% of the scoring, averaging only 13 points per game. While to Miami, he scored 104 points per game. In round two, the Heat averaged 97 points per game. D Wade averaged 12, gave 12.9% of the scoring. In the Eastern Conference Finals, D Wade 16%, only averaging 15. And then in the finals versus the Spurs, D Wade gave 20%, similar to Scottie Pippen production. So this is a big drop off. So even when they went on that first championship run, D Wade was no longer this super team quality D Wade that people were making him out to be. His numbers were on a significant decline. So But these numbers are not showcasing a super team, right? They're not. D-Wade is not the same. Even when you go to 2014, they're not the same.
It's
It's
worse
not
than
the
that.
same. It's
Yeah,
worse in 2014, 2013 is real bad. 2012 is average. In 2011 was
Well, if
probably
y'all,
his highest scoring low. He
it
averaged
makes sense.
25% of the scoring.
It makes sense. I mean, D Wade wasn't even on the floor when the Heat made that comeback in the fourth quarter, game 6 in 2013. D Wade wasn't even on the floor for most of that.
see, most people don't understand a hater. See, I played on teams. I know this guy was good, but he beefing with the coach or he beefing with the guy on the court. He won't pass you the ball and this, that, and that. I've seen it. I know it. And if you play sports, you know what time it is. Some people turn into haters. Look, Kawhi Leonard did it. James Harden can do it. There's a lot of players. They can actually be real good. I ain't playing for you no more. Man, I don't like you. We beefing or whatever. You won't get the ball. They won't perform and all this kind of stuff. D-Wade was still pretty good around that time when the Heatles or whatever was alive.
Hey,
But at
Herm,
the
come
end
up
of the
here.
day, people can turn into haters and be like, oh, I can still remember when Kobe, I hate to say his name. I don't want to disrupt the panel. Kobe was like, he didn't even shoot the ball because he was trying to prove a damn point. You need me to score, and they can get hard-headed a lot of time because he got superior talent. That motherfucker passed the ball to everybody else, and he wouldn't shoot, and people got mad because he was proving his point. And y'all don't know when these guys, these superstars, they be proving a point. Oh, I ain't this. I can't play defense, or I can't shoot. They prove a point to the public, and this is what we're seeing play out in real time. They're proving a point.
I don't know.
They're
What Kobe did was
assholes,
mentally
man.
weak. I'm not even going to defend that whatsoever. As a
That was
Lakers
Game
fan,
7.
we counting on
Versus
you to
Heat.
score, and we counting on you to be the focal point of our offense. I don't give a fuck what the media is talking about, nigga. Like, the media is not Laker fans, nigga. The media is not going to be wearing a championship ring at the end of the season. Nigga, the media is not
Kobe
going to
did that shit.
celebrate our team winning a championship.
Hey,
So,
if you were,
motherfucker, you over here choking in a game 7 after getting walked from 3-1, nigga. Like, no, like that's mentally weak, bro. There's no
you know what,
proving a point, nigga, when the game is on the line. You supposed to win.
you know what else doesn't get enough about Kobe New World, and I also told Wombo this last night. Kobe, we were up. I mean, the Thunder were up 2-1 in the 2012 Western Conference semifinals, right? And heading into Game 4, in Game 4, I believe we had a double-digit lead. Heading into the fourth quarter, right? And what ended up happening was that Kobe shot 2 for 10. He was abysmal in the fourth quarter. We were like heading into the fourth, we were up double digits. He shot 2 for 10. This nigga shot 2 for 10, and it ended up costing us a game. And we never really talk about that enough because we focus on 06 and these other series. But once we start digging into these players' resumes, it really, you know what I mean? It really kind of balances out. And there's a lot of flaws in Kobe's game. His bad shooting nights cost us
I
a
didn't
lot.
mean to bring up Kobe to mess it up, man. But I
Yeah,
know how
nah,
these guys do. They do that
it's just
bullshit.
not it's not even just about Kobe too, sis. Like that
Yeah,
logic is just too flawed, brother. Because it
yeah.
don't matter what player it is. If you cost my team the game because you was trying to prove some stupid ass point to the media, that's gonna piss me the fuck off. And I'm not gonna be lenient on my criticism whatsoever.
That's
If
why you
LeBron
see
did
people
that
guys,
shit,
talent.
I
They
would
don't
all
cuss
right,
want to
his
show
guys.
ass
this
out
no
too.
more.
It's
I'm
If
it's
serious.
LeBron
time
had
to
done
go
some shit
ahead and
like
head
that,
out.
I would cook that
So
nigga. And that's my favorite player.
so do anybody else got any last words before we end the stream? We've been 4
Oh yeah,
hours.
we gotta cut
Yeah,
this
we've been
out. Yeah,
4
we've been
hours.
going too long, wasting all that time on Brandon, dumbass.
I mean, it's
Yeah,
fun just to bash on somebody who come up here and say stupid things. So it was cool. But
that was
do
funny.
anybody got any last words before we get up out of here?
Nah, we good. It was just nice
Nah, we
chopping it up with
good.
you brothers on a Sunday.
Hey,
All
thanks
right,
That
for
was
guys.
funny,
inviting me
D.
today,
Hey,
man.
yeah, I catch you on the next show. That BRK, I don't know him, y'all know him. I was like, man, that shit funny. He kept coming in there, but yeah, I loved it. I love talking this basketball thing with y'all, bro.
All right. OG Takes, you got anything? Because I know you just got on. You got anything before we head out?
No, that shit was funny. That's all I gotta say.
All right, there. All right, y'all. Thanks for showing up, and see you guys next week.
GJ, K Live, yeah, we lighting up the chat. MJ birthday, so we taking it back. Before Bron took the throne, who was running that? We gon' tell that whole story. Yeah, we doing that. K live, yeah, we lighting up the chat. MJ birthday, so we taking it back. Before Bron took the throne, who was running that? We gon' tell that whole story. Yeah, we doing that. Yeah, February 17th, we salute the legend. Jordan years had the league in a full-on reverence. Mid-range assassin, two-way with a presence. Made the world stop, every bucket was a message. But we keep it real, we don't live off a slogan. We respect what he built, but the debate stays open. We talking history, how the crown got passed, how the GOAT talk changed when the game moved fast. Before LeBron entered, it was names on names. Different eras, different rules, still flames and flames. So tonight we rewind, break it down with the lens. Give Jordan his flowers, then we zoom out again. K live, yeah, we lighting up the chat. MJ birthday, so we taking it back. Before Bron took the throne, who was running that? We gon' tell that whole story. Yeah, we doing that. K live, yeah, we lighting up the chat. MJ birthday, so we taking it back. Before Bron took the throne, who was running that? We gon' tell that whole story. Yeah, we doing that.